Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your cards.
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I just now realized that my TV still has sleeping white noise on. It's been going all day. Hold on. Let me cut this shit off. I was like, why do I, it's not raining. I hear rain through my headphones. There we go. How's everything with me? A lot's been happening. I'll catch you up in just a second. Been working on some stuff. Every time I work on it, like I'm like, okay, I'll get this done today, and then it just like I keep finding better ways to fix it. it just becomes a bigger and bigger project as time goes on. But yeah, so there's that. I recently learned that I am allergic to alliums, so I'm allergic to onions and garlic and leeks and stuff, and that's making going to restaurants and stuff pretty gay. Let me switch my glasses out. Like, I did an elimination diet. I've been sick pretty much for like the last 6 months. Just been no energy, feeling like crap, and I eat pretty well. Like, pretty much everything I eat is either organic or at the very least, like, you know, very limited. Like, Mark and I, we make most things from scratch. Or if we don't, it's like 4 or 5 ingredients. Or we get like eggs. We make sure we get like pasture raised eggs. Like, we don't eat like shit. But I would constantly feel like shit. And I was just like, dude, something is wrong with me. So I went on an elimination diet. And then I had like a big glob of pimento dip. And I felt awful. And when I woke up in the morning, my lymph nodes were just swollen completely, and my airway was slightly compromised from the swelling of my lymph nodes, trying to after I'd cut everything out and then just gave it a fuck ton of onion and garlic as reintroducing that. I had a bad reaction. And then I rolled my ankle. The moment I started feeling better, I went to walk the dog, and some bookbinders was letting out some graduating class, and the dog got distracted and yoinked me, and then I rolled my ankle. It was a horrible fucking day. Saturday was terrible, and then somebody canceled on me. It was a bad day. So there's that. But I've been working on some stuff. I've been trying to figure out what the hell's going on with my health, and I've been experimenting, but I'm pretty sure I have two things. Yeah, I have the MTFR gene, so I have to be careful about too much folic acid from sprayed on greens, and not washing my fruit, and no enriched flour in anything, no enriched rice, none of that shit, because I'm allergic to folic acid. But I mean, so are 40% of white people. 40% of white people, greens are poison to you. Not washing your food is poison to you. Basically, every bread or pasta or rice is poisonous to you unless you make sure you don't get enriched flour. And we just keep feeding this to people, especially pregnant women. And I'm not saying it's causing autism and ADHD, but I'm not saying it's helping. So there's that. Scott, I completed my cybersecurity apprenticeship cohort program. That's fucking dope. I don't really know what that means, but I'm happy you got you got something. You know what I mean? I don't know the significance of that, but I hope that's dope. Does that mean the Italians have more of the tism? No. So I mean, they don't by law in Italy. They're not forced to spray. They're not forced to add folic acid to everything. It's I don't want to say uniquely American thing. It does happen in other European countries as well. But you need methylfolates. And methylfolates occur in nature, but folic acid doesn't occur in nature. Folic acid isn't a thing. And for 60% of white people and something 80%, 85% of black people and Asians, there's no difference. There's no discernible difference between methylfolate and folic acid. But for 40% of white people, your body can't process folic acid. So it just builds up in your kidneys and it causes inflammation throughout your body, which is just general overall poor health. And it's hard to know how much, what things are really a problem with that. And then pregnancy vitamins are prenatal vitamins are full of folic acid. That's wild as hell as someone to say from someone promoting that narrative. I don't know what I missed something. Yeah, I recently completed a workforce training educational program that was provided by the University of South Florida that was funded by a federal grant program. So you stole tax money, you fucking statist piece of shit. No, I'm kidding. I had to apply for it, take a test assessment to get accepted into it, and once I got approved through my interview with the organization, I was accepted. Hell yeah, dude. That's all right, dude. I get money from the government, too. I mean, we all use fucking roads. I mean, there's only so much you can do. Even if you wanted to avoid taking government money, you're going to get a lot of government money. It's kind of incestuous in everything you do. Oh, man, I don't have anything to make the room smell good. This is a problem. I don't have a lighter to light a candle. Saying me too is supremely feminine energy. Well, since you're in chat, do you have a lighter? Can I borrow a lighter from you? Hold on. I'll be right back. We female maxing. We fem maxing up in this bitch. We need some aroma stat. Dude, okay, so listen. First of all, there's nothing gay about liking my shit to smell nice, all right? Number one. Number two, somebody in my apartment building fucking just smokes cigarettes and just exhales it into the ventilation system. Oh, okay. Hold on. And so like my room and everything will just start reeking of cigarettes randomly. But I can go into my bathroom and I can like cut the fan on and it gets rid of most of it. And then it just pumps it into Mark's room. And then he has to cut it on. So first, I like my fucking essential oil diffuser and shit. I just like that shit. Whatever. But also, I do have like somewhat of a good reason to do it. Scott, do you believe if government education was eliminated and free markets took over, would we see better, cheaper opportunities for education to get jobs faster to enhance people's skills more effectively? I mean, I feel like this is a setup question. Like you added so much to that question that's obvious. Obviously, yes. Like, of course, yes, I believe that. Like, I feel like this is the most. This feels like the type of question that if the media loved me the way that they loved Kamala Harris, they would ask me when running for president. They would be like, "So, Mr. Vice President, do you believe if government education was eliminated and free markets took over, we would see better, cheaper opportunities for education to get jobs faster to enhance people's skills more effectively? And for your rebuttal, Mr. Trump, why do you kick puppies?" Yeah, of course I believe that. I mean, like, there's obviously just the economic calculation problem where obviously education would get cheaper, but there's so many laws and regulations that, like, I mean, you see the difference with like kids that are homeschooled. Like, homeschooled kids have way better stats. And even when you control for socioeconomic status, because, like, obviously homeschool kids tend to have more money and they tend to be parents that are, like, later in life and they tend to only have, like, one or two kids. All of the things that, show higher success rate in education. But yeah, I mean, like, you see this, like, with, like, Khan Academy and, like, there are homeschool programs that are cheaper that like basically do the job of educating your kids, and they do it better than a lot of teachers do. And like parental input is only necessary to like make sure you get your homework and assignments done. Like the online programs do the educating for you, but because your child is able to do it individually at their own pace, they're not like forced into a room with like 30 people that, where you have to teach to the dumbest person on every topic, right? So it's like, okay, kids, time to get to math. Okay, the kid that's the worst in math is the one that like the whole classroom has to be taught to. And then kids get antsy, and then boys like act out, and then all of a sudden they're a problem and they need ADHD medication. You know what I mean? Like it's a like public education is just a toxic environment from the ground up in every way. It's the worst way to educate people beyond just not educating them. Like basically every other tried method of education is better than public schools. And that's like before we even add in the uniquely American problems of like federal regulations that are a problem. That's not like uniquely American, but like teachers unions and shit. Yeah, I mean, like, I think AI development is going to come a long way towards educating children and being able to, like, real-time update where your kid needs additional instruction and what things your child is struggling in and what things your child is strong in, so that you can explain it through those things. I think, yeah, I think artificial intelligence is, and individual education at home is just going to continue to outpace public education, no matter how they do public education. That the technology is just way better at dealing with individual kids than it is with, like, dealing with classrooms. I still think there will be teaching tools for classrooms as well, and there will be value to that because of socialization and things like that. So you will see private schools, you know, adopt the technology and use them in interesting ways. But yeah, so I've just been figuring out, you know, what I'm fucking allergic to. Oh, this is an old ass tweet somebody just responded to. Weird. You ever get a notification someone liked a tweet from like a year ago? You're like, what the fuck? How deep down the rabbit hole did you go? But yeah. So I've been busy just, you know, working on a project, which I hope to be done soon. You know, God, it might take me another week or whatever, but put it on the back burner a little bit and just kind of work on it from time to time. If I can get my diet under control and like stop feeling so god awful, which I'm hoping, you know, I'm hoping I'm seeing that right now. If I can do that, man, I might start streaming a lot more, and not just streaming. Just like I might start doing the typical streamer thing. If I can have more energy and feel a lot better instead of constantly feeling like crap, I might do that. Like, you know, oh, tonight's a debate panel, and then the next day it's like I'm gonna react to a couple things, then we're just gonna game for a couple hours or something. We might do a lot more stuff like that. But yeah, what time is it? Oh, it's not quite time. I feel like I had some stuff. Oh yeah, these are all long form reaction stuff I want to get to. Dude, can we you know, every time I watch my own intro video, it's crazy how much in politics has like how quickly it moves on, how the 24-hour news cycle has truly become a real thing. And like it's crazy to me that like we've kind of all memory hold or like just kind of brushed over the fact that like the government clearly hired someone, you know, like clearly like set up a patsy to kill Donald Trump, or somebody did. Like the guy was on the phone with somebody. He was I just feel like we've like kind of just like stopped pushing the fact that like the CIA, like the FBI or Secret Service or somebody on the security detail was, you know, on his own campaign. Somebody orchestrated, you know, multiple people to try and murder Donald Trump. And like we kind of just glaze over it. And then if you bring it back up and you like talk to like lefties about it or something, they'll be like, well, that's because Donald Trump made it all up. Those scars on his ear are fake, and he staged it, and they just killed a couple people shooting near him. And like we all just go like, oh, it's the left. Like, why are we not collectively like y'all are like not still talking about that? Like, I understand new interesting shit comes into the, you know, into the cycle, and we all got to talk about Shiloh Hendricks, or, you know, we'll, you know, talk about Biden and his cancer and stuff, which is another wild one, right? That's just come out. Like, I understand new shit comes out, but it's just crazy to me that like we just kind of forgot to talk about the fact that yeah, and Avril Lavigne got replaced. Look, I don't think Avril Lavigne got replaced, but I will say it sometimes if it's funny. But she did disappear and come back looking not as good and singing less well. You know, I don't know what that's about. I'm just saying, like it's pretty clear some organization either deceived the incompetent Secret Service or the Secret Service and the FBI together worked to fucking murder our current president. And like, I don't know, man. That's just wild to me. It's wild to me that that's happening, and it's wild to me that we talk about the 24-hour news cycle, and yet Pam Bondi and Kash Patel haven't released a goddamn thing of substance about Epstein. Like, Trump's mad at Netanyahu, and he's still not doing it. So clearly, it's not the fucking Jews, like Ian Carroll and all these people believe. Like, it's Mossad. It's like, well, Trump's fucking mad at him and nothing. Dan Bongino's out there saying there's no there. I heard something about him saying that something like that, but I don't know what you mean by quote there because I don't watch Dan Bongino. Yeah, I'd heard something along the lines of him saying that, like, Epstein killed himself. You think they're covering for Trump? I don't know what's going on. I just know that the Epstein situation is, not released. Like, I don't pretend, like, I don't pretend to know the machinations of the fucking state in every domain. I just know that, like, hey man, why are we not pushing for answers for any of this shit? Like, people are like we get like some new thing and then we just hop onto it, and I'm just like, hey man, Epstein didn't kill himself, and like we still don't have any of that information, and someone did try to murder the president, and like it was clearly a cover-up. Like, it has never been more obviously a cover-up than what occurred with the Trump assassination. I mean, like, CNN was randomly there when, like, they didn't give a fuck to have any of his other rallies. Dude just magically gets on the roof. Like he was on the phone with someone else. They went to his house, and his entire house was professionally cleaned before they got there by crime scene people. And all he had was like a plate and 2 forks. We've never found his social media accounts, like, except for some people that found cell phone data that showed that there was somebody that regularly went near his house and then went to the FBI. Like, there's just like, and I'm just like, hey man, did we forget about this? It just feels weird to me. It feels weird that, like, people are not still regularly freaking out about that. It's just crazy how much people will just be led by the nose by, like, whatever 24-hour news cycle shit is going on. And I'm just sitting here like, but we didn't get the answers to, like, other things that I feel like are a bigger deal than some white trash lady calling a fucking 10-year-old thief at the park, the N-word, and we're all supposed to pretend like it was definitely a 5-year-old autistic kid who she bullied. Tax for missing a live for the first time since Twitch. I appreciate it. With that in mind, I always, or, more often than overwhelmingly, I feel like I missed one on, like, somebody had said something. I think Red Tornado had said something about reacting to a Matt Walsh video, and I think I missed that one. That's the only one I've, like, haven't responded to appropriately. But I'm pretty fucking good, especially for a super ADHD person, on answering super chats. So if you want to ask questions, or you want to, comment, and you want to make sure that I see it and I respond to it, definitely super chat. Or you can just, if you just want to give a membership, it's only $3.99. If you want to see the go lives and know when I'm going live, you definitely got to join the Discord, because YouTube's not going to send it to you. YouTube demonetizes like half my shit, and go lives just don't go out that all the time. Follow me on Twitter or Zitter or X if you want to see me be toxic or shit like that. It's all good if you can't get to it. I wasn't expecting it since you were in the middle of a talk with 2 other people. It was you. DM me over Discord, because I know you're on Discord. DM me over Discord, and then, like, when we have time on a stream, I will react to it. Because, I mean, like, him shitting on IP is, like, a timeless thing that I could, like, it's good content for the philosophically minded people anyways. You know what I mean? Just DM me over Discord so that, like, I can put it in my shit, like, in my to-do list, one of my to-do lists, and eventually I'll get to it at some point. I can't promise you it'll happen, like, next stream, but, because I'll be debating on, what am I debating? I'm debating whether or not we should abolish welfare against Big Buckaroo, whoever that person is. I don't know. Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee, whoever that person is. I'll be debating them on Gibbs channel, 8 p.m. tomorrow. And apparently that's what I need to go 3-0 so I can be considered in the group of people for like the next DCS championship series. Which I wasn't even tracking that. But if I do that, then I'll probably be on Biggs on Admiral Gibbs's like championship thing again, which is fun. I think Admiral Gibbs understands. You can say what you want about him being like crazy, or maybe even a patsy a little bit, but he understands the game of entertainment. And I think when he does debates, he does a great entertaining debate. Like he brings on different types of judges. He interrupts appropriately. He moves it on to the topic. He knows how to pick topics to like excite the crowd. Like he knows how to put on a show. I'll give him that. Even though his politics, I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Whenever lefties are pro IP, I just show them Matt Walsh agreeing with them. It's a good tactic, Attack the left from the left and attack the right from the right. This is like, oh, so you agree with Matt Walsh? Here you go. Their fucking right side of history, fucking part of their brain just starts swelling and fucking getting inflamed, and they're getting a subdural hematoma, fucking about to go down to death because they happen to agree with Matt Walsh on something. It's a fucking genius strategy, and I appreciate it, and I implore you to use that strategy more often. Oh, man. I have stuff to react to, but I'm going to be hopping in this debate pretty soon. I am interested in this conversation to see where it goes. I am, because it is, I am interested on how, I don't know where everybody's going to line up on this next topic. I don't know when we'll get to the topic, so you're probably in for a long ride, boys. But when we do get to the topic on Primecayes, I will add it in Discord as well, because I know some of you guys will leave. There's a bit of a 5 or 6 of you will leave when I get there, and then 10 or 15 people will show up because I'm on the panel. And then at some point I'll at you and it'll slowly taper off. And then at some point I'll at you guys in the Discord that the actual topic is starting. And then you guys will come back, you fair weather viewers, as if you couldn't just cut the volume down low and leave me on a tab. How dare you? But no, in all seriousness, when we do get to the topic, I am super interested to see how people line up on this, because I don't know where I must simp for the how's the homelessness situation versus and I hate corporations versus I just don't know how people are going to line up on this issue. I'm going to be kind of more fascinated just to see how other people, when they engage with that cognitive dissonance, where they get to. It should be fun tonight. But yeah, I've been I and also sorry for not putting the stream notification out until right when I was going out live anyways. I've just been busy today with I've just been busy doing other stuff, but also I went to my sister's graduation, and I had to have hoity-toity stuff with all the wealthy family. Which, by the way, my sister, because I have a half sister, right? So my mother-in-law, or I guess my stepmom. I don't know why I said mother-in-law. My stepmom's mother and her husband were there, and they're fucking loaded, which is fine, whatever. I have enough table manners. I'll get through. I learned all the prim and proper stuff that my Southern grandma beat into me, so that I know how to behave around the rich people, and he just starts talking to me, and like I've never really like known him. I don't know anything about him. Nobody really knew what he did. Dude, apparently this dude is a super connected lobbyist. Like he's retired. But apparently he was like friends with JFK's family and was like close friends with the Kennedys for like a long time, and like was friends with Biden. Well, I guess he is friends with Biden, but you know, but known a bunch of presidents. He was a lobbyist for AT&T from like the 70s up until like the late 90s, and was like the main lobbyist for AT&T. And like he's the one that got like certain rectifying bills passed with like the monopoly breakup in like 94. What happened in the 80s, but yeah, and he was just telling me stories and shit, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm sitting next to the evil enemy. But also it was really cool. He was a nice guy. He told me the same thing like 9 times because he's super old. Can you be friends with someone if they can't remember who you are or pooped in their pants? I mean, you can be friends with the memory of the person, I guess, but yeah, I get what you're saying. All right. Let me do this bad boy. Do this bad boy. Yo, this song's kind of fun. You know what's kind of fucked up? Is I can tell when Primecayes pays for like the premium Streamlabs because it lets me use 1080p, and then like when he's like either forgotten or let it lapse or is broke. Like I can tell what his current financial situation is by hopping on a Primecayes and being like, oh, it's 7:20 today. Oh, times must be getting rough for Prime right now. I am gonna mention that when I see him. I should pull a Hassan and leverage these connections. I mean, if he could get me an interview with the Kennedys, with any of the Kennedys, that'd be dope. That would be wild. Hey guys, I left for a week to go golfing. I'm trying to leverage these connections, boy. If I do this, does this look like it's broken? Golfing? Lame? Dude, he does a lot of golfing from what I understand. It's just, apparently that's a thing. That's just like it's mandatory for like people that lobby senators and congressmen. Apparently golfing is just, you must golf. Like you don't get to not golf. Like you can't do that job and not be a golfer. At least it's from the stories that guy was telling today. Because he would not stop talking about politics. And it's actually really fucking funny because like he wouldn't stop talking about politics. And I was just like, yeah, I'm an anarchist. Like some stuff's a little crazy, I told him what I was, and I was like, yeah, so I don't normally talk politics around family, but he just kept wanting to pick my brain and talk about stuff. And then he goes, of the presidents that have been alive since you were alive, which one is your favorite? And I was like, I hate them all. I hate them all. And he was like, really? Like, what do you mean? And I was like, and then I said, I think they are all war criminals that all deserve the death penalty for the crimes that they've committed. And he was like, what? And I was like, yes, like every single president has been the commander in chief in zones of which Congress has not declared war, and we have engaged in extrajudicial murder of people that we've deemed to be terrorists. And sometimes it's just a wedding that we decided to bomb and murder innocent people. I was like, they're more prolific killers than any serial killer that has ever existed in human history, all of them. And then he just picks up a fork and goes, "This is a really nice silverware." And he starts trying to read the back of the silverware. Like, I made him so uncomfortable. And it was like, dude, you kept asking. Like, I was just like, dude, like, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe we should stop drone bombing weddings. Yeah, I'm sorry that I think somebody that murders people at a wedding, which is every one of them, by the way, except for maybe like Clinton. That kind of golfing is mostly about spending the day drinking and being outside. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for sure. How does Kanye feel? How does Prime feel about Kanye's new chart topper? Is it a chart topper? I know it's like super popular in like, I saw it was super popular in like Thailand clubs, and that's just hilarious to me. Like, I love the idea of a bunch of Thai people doing Nazi salutes and saying the N-word all at the same time. I've seen a couple videos of like, I'm obviously not going to show it on stream, but I've seen a couple different videos of like Thai people, and it's like lady boys and Thai people just throwing up Roman salutes and singing the N-word and HH. Like, it's so fucking funny. All right, it is 7:58, and I'm in the Discord with one other person, but they're muted, so I can't even do an audio check or anything. What is happening? I start not doing a couple of these, and then all of a sudden, we everybody starts showing up late. Like what's going on? Was I the glue that was keeping people coming in on time? I'm really just like, I'm all alone. Like, what is happening? Oh, here we go. Corey's in here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Good evening.
I guess it is evening, yeah.
It definitely is.
I don't know why my brain was like, is it evening? I don't know.
Unless you're just, if you just woke up an hour ago, I can understand if you think it's morning.
I was able to get back early enough to take a nap. So I kind of did just wake up like an hour ago. But I had to like go to my sister's graduation and stuff.
Oh, well, congratulations to your sister. Graduating university, high school, something else?
Yeah, she just graduated high school.
Oh, awesome. And is she going to a woke university?
I mean, it doesn't matter for her. Like, she's basically a small L libertarian and is as smart as I am, if not smarter.
Sure. So then she's going to do her own thing? Or I take your point. It doesn't matter in terms of like she'll be successful no matter what.
Oh no, she's going pre-law, but I'm just mean like like I'm not worried about her like getting indoctrinated in college because she was raised by my like critical theorist professor grandma, and like me and her have already I've already had a bunch of conversations and stuff with her. So
hello all.
Hello.
Hey. Hello. So it's just like, yeah, like my sister graduating and going to college, like I don't have to worry about the college being woke. Like I know that like she's way past that. Like, there's no way she could get taken in by that because she's heard it all
they're-
from my grandma before. And
They're powerful tentacles. The universities.
yeah, for sure. But I mean, like I said, she was raised by a critical theorist, feminist, sociologist professor, and then like with me, you know what I mean? Like, and like I helped her. I've already broken her of that when she was like 13, and like then she started reading. She's a libertarian now. So like it doesn't matter where she goes to school. Like she'll be fine.
Switch that stuff real quick.
What? We heard like that real quick.
It probably was to someone else.
It's just Gibbs' native tongue.
Mumbling, yes. Sounds about right.
Is that the microphone or is that just Gibbs?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's like colloquialisms.
Okay, let's bring people up.
Okay. Can I say something to you, Prime? And this is going to be a bit embarrassing for you, but I want you to know that this comes from love. Okay, this comes from love, okay? I can tell what your financial situation is in your personal life by whether or not I can cut my camera on Streamlabs to 1080p or whether or not it goes back down to 720p. I don't know if it's directly correlated with your financial situation, but I can tell when your like lobby subscription goes from like the top premium to like the regular paid version.
It has not changed. I'm sorry.
You don't even have an actual green screen.
Yeah, well, this is true. Yeah, it's,
What?
I never thought there was a purpose to hiding like my situation back there.
I mean, I'm just.
And also, Prime has never
I'm
hidden
saying
his.
Fabian doesn't even have an actual green screen. I don't know why he's talking about certain qualities.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Fabian.
Get fucked.
You have an actual green screen and you just can't light it correctly.
So you just
shy. You kind
so
of.
you just like.
And you just can't
just
light it
immediately
correctly.
come in,
Good to know. So you spent
being a
money on
fucking
something
cunt.
and now you still can't light it correctly.
Whoa! Hey, no, wait a minute.
Whoa!
Yo, I don't know how Twitch would react
That's
to
a big
that.
escalation
You
from
got me
Fabian.
there. Okay, you
Can
did
we
get
not?
me there.
Hey, no, Scott. Seriously, can we not? I don't know how Twitch reacts to that. Please, can we not?
Dude, there are British people and Australians on Twitch.
Yeah. Hold on,
CUNT is used.
It doesn't.
a billion times.
There's black people who use the N-word. It's a little different.
Yeah, well, hold on. It doesn't.
Come in and Lactoid just wanting to use the N-word.
Yeah,
What's
can do
going
it, but
on?
I can't do it. Okay, that's the rules.
Yeah. We
Only
don't know.
you can react to Kanye West's new
all
song.
All that matters
And I
is
do.
that like a Twitch employee
All
will make the
misunderstood on
decision,
Twitter over here.
and
I
then
see.
that's a decision I get to live
All
with.
right, all
that
right,
you
all right.
going. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's fine. I don't like. I'm not going to try and put your channel in harm, brother.
Okay. So we'll just have to move past that. Okay. And we should have a full house today. There's one person I'm waiting for. Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid. Could you go in the group DM? Could you remind me which one I'm waiting for?
I'm here.
Ooh.
Could you go? Yeah, just go in the group DM. Tell
Spam.
One of these faces not like the other.
A proud Caucasian man. I think.
I mean, I account for my airtime always.
Yeah. Well.
Is that one of those exploding Stanley Cups you got there, Sociologic? Embracing your Muslim heritage by having bombs in the house.
Wait, so a quick question. So I was thinking about this. Remember when Samsungs were just blowing up randomly a few years ago?
Yeah, it was like the S8. The S8.
Yeah.
I
What
believe, was the big one.
if that was just Israelis testing out their beepers?
That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I was thinking
Similar
about
injuries
this earlier.
too. Actually, similar injuries.
Yeah,
was the exact same situation. Like S8's just randomly blowing up in people's pockets. I don't know.
I know that the Jewsbergs believe that the Jews control everything, but do the Jewsbergs believe that the Jews control South Korea too? Like, is that a thing?
I mean, do you think they control pagers in Lebanon? I didn't think that. But apparently they do.
You're using the wrong mic, Gibbs. Gibbs, you're using the wrong mic. Also, I don't know. Apple computers were like starting fires like 20 years ago or so.
That was probably them too. Actually,
That's probably them too. Yeah.
All lines up.
Yeah. And they sabotaged like Sony made batteries. I think it was Sony. Sony made batteries. Within the supply chain, but I don't know.
Okay, getting away from the juiceberg. Getting away from the juiceberg for a second. Have you heard
about? I was driving home, and it seemed like every time I got to the light, it just turned red, like right before I got there.
Yeah,
maybe there's some connection.
Did you see the new user agreement for the Nintendo Switch the second Nintendo Switch? Yeah. Where apparently if you modify your Nintendo Switch, Nintendo can remotely brick your Nintendo. And then the new games for the Nintendo Switch 2 will not be local games. They will just have a code on them that allows you to download the game. And so you have to...
Or game key.
You literally... Like, no one on Earth can own a Nintendo Switch 2 other than, I guess, a Nintendo employee or part owner of Nintendo, because you're just renting the console and the game.
Yeah, renting all of it.
That's fucking wild.
It is wild.
Nintendo will never get my money from that. Like, fuck off.
That is pretty.
I mean, to be fair, at least they're upfront about it. It's not like they're one of these music catalogs that like don't tell you, and all of a sudden like you lost 10 of your songs.
By upfront about it, they said, "Hey, we're doing a user agreement thing," and it was buried in it, and then people figured it out from the user agreement because legally they had to. It's not like they were like, "Hey guys, new feature for the Nintendo Switch 2, we'll red ring of death your console if you mess with it."
Yeah, but I think you can still download. Like, wait, hold on. Are you saying there's no physical copies for like any of the Nintendo Switch 2?
The physical copy just has a key on it that allows you to download it.
You're giving some misinformation here. So I've seen a lot of this. Okay, so there's multiple options for when you go into the store and buy a game. All right, there are some that have a regular cartridge, right, and it's a 64 gigabyte cartridge, and for some reason, Nintendo's not offering different sizes to that. So 64 gigabytes, like I think the biggest. Anyway, that has the game, right? If you get one of those, that has the game. Then second option is the game key card that our friend Scott was talking about. In that case, there is a code. It's like a it's not quite a code. It's like a token, right? A token that goes out and it says that this console can download this game, right? And then you have to download the game and use it that way, right? Third option is something they've already been using previously, but is like the worst option, is when you get the box, open the box, and there's just like literally a code there. And you have to type that in, and then that's a one-time download, right? So that's the worst option of the three. So the advantage of the game key card is that you're not buying a 64 gigabyte card. So like for the publishers, it's massively cheaper to do that. And right, the example is not a one-time
right, like I can go to my friend's house and put it in.
You can
and then
give it to them. So it has retrade value there, right? Which is a massive improvement over the download codes. And
is it priced differently?
No, as far as I know. Okay. As far as I know, no. And so yeah, but you don't know which. You have to look it up. Which ones, right? It might have it in the on the box, like on the box card. What you'll get, but so look at the box art, right? Or just like go to forums. They are cataloging all of these things, so keep that in mind. Those are the three options you have. And a lot of publishers, even if they can fit it within the 64 gigabyte version, they're not going to choose that because it's just cheaper.
Can I just clarify something? Because I'm pretty ignorant on consoles. Because the last console I owned was like a Nintendo 64. But so with the cartridges that you brought up, like you can go to like a friend's house and all that stuff. But with the digital stuff, can you like log into your account at your friend's house and then use the game there, or it's like locked to like a specific device?
No, it's not locked to a specific.
Yeah, you can log in.
Card.
You still have to download it though, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I guess you do that. Oh, look who's arrived.
I was here the whole time. Probably had me in the bright background.
But
I stood up for you, Bam.
No, you didn't. You stood up by saying you're a proud white man. What?
Which is obviously a compliment.
A white man was the one that was late, not Bam. Bam was here the whole time.
It's not. Check the VOD.
I recall Corey you being late, actually, now that I think about it.
Who's the one drinking?
I I couldn't tell you.
You forgot already.
Hold on. There's a lot of shit you can say about Corey Campbell, but be careful because he might just bring up a timestamp from a debate 2 years ago.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then
back
be like,
in 2022,
what are you, fucking mentally retarded? You don't remember when you said this on a panel in 2022?
On March 13th at 6:23.
Some of us say more than 16 words in a panel, and we're not just taking fucking notes the entire time while farming content.
I was recollecting your words and Lactoid's words, not just mine. Okay, and if you want me to litigate all of
fucking
other
Corey Campbell is Primecayes' stenographer.
Maybe, but you know what's funny about that? What's really funny about that is that happens all the time. Like on not just Primes, but like on other panels, people are like, "Do you remember what you said on this date at this time?" And I feel like that. What was that movie? The really terrible one. Was it Mortal Kombat? Where he's like, "Yeah, for you, when so and so came to your village, it was whatever, but for me, it was just Tuesday." You know, like I feel like that's a real thing. Like
I think it was Street Fighter. I feel like it was
Street Fighter. That's what it was. Yeah.
I'm about to say, do you guys not have like a strong grasp of like your beliefs in language? Like if somebody quotes me, even if I don't remember it, I can attach myself to it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm like, I probably said that. That sounds like.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
I know that like, nah, that's not me. Like, or if I've said something that was you're probably like in context.
Yeah.
But
if somebody accuses me of saying something sexist, I usually just assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I make a lot of jokes. I don't really care. So, like, if somebody says something, they're like, I could never match what I've said previously in a stream to my ideology because if it doesn't match my ideology, I probably did say it, just fucking around.
You know, among everyone on this screen, Doobie's the one I've known the longest, and matching a quote to Doobie would be the hardest for me. Would actually be the hardest for me. Some things I definitely could, right? But other things, I feel like, I don't know, man. Like, even after all this time, I just kind of, I feel like I'd have the most trouble. Everyone here, I think, is more, I can grasp. Oh, I mean, not Chai Bunny, because she's brand new. But everyone here I can grasp easily. But Doobie, I don't know.
You want to play a game of like Doobie or Hitler?
That's racist.
That
the issue prime is that everybody here is in a box, right? They're like in an ideological box. You can kind of figure out where they stand on most issues. I'm beyond the box. Okay, there is no box for me.
Do you remember those old Sargon of Akkad videos where it was Daily Stormer versus like a feminist, and he would just or it was Daily Stormer versus like someone that was a CRT professor, and so you would just take Nazi quotes and then like something Ibram X Kendi said or and then he would just take out the race and no one could accurately guess whether it was a Nazi or whether or not it was a typical feminist or critical race theorist or something. That shit, I miss those days. I'm old, aren't I?
You can do that today with like Israeli politician and like Nazi. It'll probably work out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you can, for the most part, you could do that with any statist. I don't know. Like if you just take out the identity, you're eventually going to get to identitarian politics in some way, shape, or form. And then so it'll be difficult to tell.
So okay, like regardless of like where you stand, is it not sad that the president of the United States thinks that stage 9 cancer is a thing?
Wait, what?
Did he say that?
Yeah,
is that what he said?
He's like, yeah, Biden's got stage 9.
Oh, I know where that's from. There's like a
think
Gleason
it's
score of 9 or
misunderstanding.
some
Yeah,
shit. He
there's a
probably
Gleason
thought it
score.
meant like stage 9.
I thought it was
Yeah,
a Gleason
it's-
score of 5 though.
No, I think it's
I saw
He
nine
said
today.
actually stage 9, and
I could be
then Trump Jr., Don Jr. said 5.
Yeah, on Yahoo today, the article was what does a stage 9 Gleason score mean or whatever it was. Like,
That's probably what it was referring to.
Oh my God, the grades we give.
That's what it said. That's what it said in the article when I looked it up.
I still think Trump is an idiot, but I can understand the misunderstanding. If I remember correctly, okay, my knowledge of cancer diagnosis is a bit rusty, but from understand, like for that specific score, they take a biopsy from 2 different sites, and pretty much a 5 is the worst score. So from site 1, it's a score of 5, okay, and that's
Gleason 9.
And then on the second site, it's a score of 4. So they added together a score of 9. They pretty much
Fuck
show
you,
that like
Corey.
the cancer is spread like pretty much across the prostate, and that's why it's also in the bone as well.
Wait, how
like-
likely is it that they didn't know this for like the last like
There's
they
no
didn't know this
fucking
like 2 years ago?
Yeah, no,
I think
I
that's
like,
pretty likely.
there's
Why-
no
why-
fucking way.
You think
There's
that like
no-
we just know he
how?
has cancer? Why would they just like, oh, we knew he had cancer?
It's
I feel like
stage
we find
it's
out, like,
stage
hold on,
one
hold on.
apparently.
Hold on,
but
like-
it's like
like-
metastasized to his bones and shit. Like I feel like that
Yeah.
takes a
Stage
while
5.
for that to happen.
Now, like the idea that like so some people are using a doctor on like what was like Good Morning America or something and saying like they knew since 2021 just because the doctor said he likely had it in 2021. But he was probably asymptomatic in 2021, maybe even in.
I mean, don't you get regular physicals though? If you're like,
yeah, but a physical, I mean, if you like physicals don't always catch cancer, man. Like,
Well,
I mean,
I would assume
but they did a physical.
Wait.
So there's a couple.
This is
of
the
things.
president. Wait, this is the president. He's old. Like he's an older. Like I would assume they're screening for that like quite regularly.
You can't-
Like,
you
I
can't-
don't know.
I agree with that. It's not like you're a
You
regular
can't-
guy
you
getting your
can't
fucking colon
screen-
checked. It's the fucking president. Come on, man.
Okay,
Maybe
listen,
I'm
hold
wrong.
on. So listen. You can you can do a colonoscopy, right? But you're not going to find anything problematic until it gets later in, or there's some symptoms and the doctor suspects cancer as a potential thing, and then they might order some type of biopsy if they find something in a colonoscopy, right? But like you can't like do a blood test or like, I mean, like obviously there's mammograms for like breast cancer and things like that, but like it's the idea that we knew about it in 2021 or 2022 even is probably bullshit. But when they were saying he's at his tip-toppy best and he's great,
That's bullshit.
they probably knew he had cancer.
So
like it's
I'm
just
gonna
straight up
go
lied to
lactoid in
American
a second. I just want to add something really quickly, and then to lactoid. So my understanding, this is what I've heard, and I'm not an expert here, so keep that in mind, right? But what I've heard is one, like just if you're there's like regular exams, but like at a certain age, and I heard the age was 70, like they don't even recommend that you do these exams like yearly, right? So some people avoid those exams. Those exams aren't necessarily mandatory, so we don't know if he was taking those exams. That doesn't mean that he might not have. There could have been a reason why he didn't do it, right? Meaning that maybe he suspected he had something and he didn't want
Or
to
he was
get the
getting
answer
treatment in
while
fucking
he was
Delaware.
running. So that's a problem, yeah, right? And I think we should have learned already, or from on both sides, we can't necessarily trust what a doctor says about like the president's health. So putting that out there.
Yeah, dude, Trump is 6'4" and 230 or 240 pounds.
Wild,
according to his
wild,
doctor.
right? Best shape ever, yeah. So like, let's not pretend that we can rely on those things. And yeah, like you actually have to detect it. So like, I don't know when it was actually detected. But there's multiple things. When it was detected by a medical officer, right? A medical person, right? When Biden might have suspected he had it, and then when the public was informed about it, right? Like, those are all three different points, right? And we only know one of those, right? When we were notified. Beyond that, I don't think we necessarily can rely on Biden's statement to tell us about the other two. So I'll put that out there. Back to it.
So my understanding is that his cancer is it's like a type 9 or like on the Gleason score, which is I'm sorry if this already been explained, but basically it's like the most aggressive kind of cancer. But I don't think it's like a stage 9. I think it's like stage 5 or stage 4, something along those. It's metastasized into his bones, which is a big deal. But because it's the most aggressive kind of cancer, we don't know. I mean, it could have happened quickly. It could have happened over the course of a couple of years. We just don't know. And we know that Biden has continuously, and the people around him have continuously lied about his health condition. So there's just no way to trust that he didn't know. It's very possible that he did know going back several years. There's just no way we can possibly know at this point.
I feel like, what does it mean we know people have been lying about his health condition? Like,
they intentionally withheld.
Let him say.
Just let me give this thing. Like I understand that there may be something that you're about to say that like we can look back in 2020, like hindsight 2020, and say they're like, oh okay, this should have been given more perspective. But like what 99.999% of people mean when they say that is like, look how we did in that debate. Look, he didn't do good in that debate. That's not what
I'm referring to. I agree he
bro.
did terrible, and I'm not referring to the fact that Democrats were lying to themselves. I'm referring to two instances in which I think they were lying to the people, like the actual people in charge were lying to the voter base. The first one was withholding the Her Report audio and trying to withhold the Her Report transcript. Now, the Her Report audio just leaked. It is awful, as we knew it was, and there was a reason why they were hiding it, and Congress literally subpoenaed that, and the administration refused. And there was a conversation about whether or not that should lead to contempt of Congress. There was a whole fiasco about that. They intentionally withheld that because it looked so bad for Biden's health. There's a second one was staffers. Basically, as soon as he got into office in 2021, there were staffers saying that they began to notice mental declines as early as 2021, like significant mental declines from 2020 to 2021, and that did not make it to the press, right? They did not go out and talk about that, despite the fact that they knew. So, I mean, those are two instances in which it was like deliberately being held from the public.
Well, in addition to that, right? We don't have to go into all dive into all the nitty gritty of this, but this brings into question all the auto pen stuff and all that good jazz. And I get the care. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. And we can get to this, but it seems like this is almost a far-reaching. And I don't want to use the word conspiracy, but it almost seems like that. Whenever we're sitting here, and I remember distinctly, like the first guy that came out, and I'm not the big was George Clooney. He goes, I had some questions about Biden. This was a while back, way back, before any of the debating about his mental stuff started. If I remember, he was early on. And then Morning Joe, the next day after Clooney said that, came out and was yelling and saying, I've known Biden 20 years or some bullshit. And he's like, he's in the best shape. This is the best Biden we've ever had. Now, all right, listen, I'm not saying Morning Joe speaks for the Democratic Party, but it does seem like collusion when Morning Joe comes out the next day after that, and then it seems like across the board, across all mainstream media, and I use mainstream media referring to the left of the station, and since I'm not going to pretend Fox is a part of them, but on the left side of the mainstream media market, they all were a unified front saying, hey, his mental acuity is fantastic. And then we also had the staffers covering up the fact that he was not doing good. Also, it seems like there is smoke, and maybe we should look and see if there's a fire.
Wait a minute. I want you to drink this up, Gibbs. All right. I want you to imbibe this. Right. Gibbs is absolutely correct. All right. He's absolutely correct on this. 100%. That it wasn't like just Morning Joe, right? It was across the board in terms of left-wing mainstream media, right? Who were offended. How could you, right? You've heard the office of the presidency, and it was also streamers on this platform who did the exact same thing, right? Who pretended and made and questioned your motives. If you have questions about Biden, right? They were like, well, why is it this is one president that you feel that this is a problem with, right? It seems weird that you're just questioning this one president. You mean the really fucking old president that we're talking about? This president, the oldest president we've ever had? That president? Yeah, that's the one I'm questioning. But yeah, so this was I wouldn't say, I don't know, I don't need to use the word conspiracy, right? I don't need to use that word because this is just like how the machine works, right? There doesn't have to be any planning involved of it. It's just a machine.
To piggyback on that, like that's just true of any current story, right? Like any current story that makes the Republicans look bad, you're gonna get like lambasted by everyone on X for like daring to like talk about it. Or like, not toe the fucking MAGA line. And anything that makes Democrats look bad, that's going to happen on Twitch, and obviously to varying degrees in your echo chambers on different social media platforms, right? Like, but I mean, like, I think that's just the tribalistic nature of our current political landscape where the lines are drawn. Now, obviously there are certain issues that break through that, especially when it is like, liberal issue, liberals versus like communists and, far left socialists and things of that nature, where there is still, a kind of back and forth that goes on there. But I mean, in general, that's just the political landscape we're in. Like if you tried to say something bad about Biden, it doesn't matter what it was. Like if you were a lefty leaning streamer and you looked at the infrastructure bill and said, hey man, there's like 17 steps that you have to go through. And this is going to take like 4 years, and not a single state is going to get through this. And this is literally just $1 trillion towards lawyers and NGOs, and nothing is going to get built by this Biden infrastructure bill because it's not actually going to build any infrastructure. Everyone on Twitch would be like, how fucking dare you? Give me your progressive card back. Right? Like, I think that's just kind of like the nature of the beast.
Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, I'm
It's
just
still
curious.
happening now.
I'm
It's still
just
happening now.
curious.
People still blame the people who didn't vote for not voting for Kamala, rather than blaming like the administration for kind of like shoving it and forcing it down our throat. And it's like you can't blame the voters for not wanting to vote for like. I'm just saying the administration applies like what like Scott was saying.
I do. I will continue to blame the people that didn't vote for Kamala. It's absolutely every single one of their faults, 100%. But I like
Not true, but okay.
But I'm just curious. Like that, I'm not making the argument that Biden's the best Biden we've ever been. Like I'm not saying that he is equivalent. I'm saying at any point in the president that he's as equivalent to the person he was at 45 years old. But what we say, what the thing you're saying,
When he really loves saying the N-word.
No, what you're saying without saying whenever you're making these arguments is that like you're putting all these words out there, but the question we're not dealing with is like, okay, is this person unfit to hold office? Is he a danger to America by being president? And if your answer is yes on that, is like, do you honestly believe that there's any test on mental clarity that Joe Biden would fail that you believe Donald Trump would pass?
Wait, of course. What are you talking about?
No, I don't want to answer that question. Now, I'm about to say, hold on.
I
want to answer
I would say,
that question.
Listen, I would be willing to put them down in the same room and give them, I don't know, a fucking SAT, whatever test you want, and I would wager that Donald Trump would come out probably able to at least understand the concepts presented to a passable degree versus Biden, who would be needing a coloring book. Like,
No, hold on. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Ben, I'm gonna back you up.
Joe Biden's not a coloring book. Like he came out,
he's a vegetable, bro.
speeches. He always tried to quote stats. The reason like Trump gets to say retarded shit every single day, but he only.
But then it ends up being right.
So
then
he
it ends
thinks
up
it's
being
okay.
right.
No,
Hold on, bam. All right, I will never forget on the stage against Kamala. I'm in a panel with, we're watching it live, me, and he goes. And yeah, we transgender immigrant surgeries in prison. And I laughed. Ha ha, what a crazy Donald Trump to say. Then I Googled it. And it turns out there was basis, in fact, for this statement. It was something she supported to the ACLU. So, like, you're sitting here going, hey, these things sound crazy until we look them up, and they end up being true. Or they have a kernel of truth, and he's speaking hyperbolically.
That's a little different from saying, like, he's never right, to saying that he's always, like, it's different to say that, like, all his statements are crazy, have nothing and based in fact to, well, a lot of the things he says, right? He didn't make the statement that like
a smaller proportion of things are actually
everything that he says is wrong. But go ahead.
Let me olive branch this, right? Like I would say this, Bam. I'll answer your question by saying this: is that Biden on his worst day would absolutely be crushed by Trump, and Biden on his best day would absolutely crush Trump. Like if you give them a math exam or you give them certain things that require like, that might be more representative of G factor, I think Biden would probably more often than not do better. But I think the issue is it was very, very obvious even in 2021 that there were days where like Biden could not be trusted to be in charge, to be the commander in chief. I'm not saying every day was like that. He would have days where he would have a speech and he'd be like, holy shit, Biden's really making sense. He's lucid. He seems to understand all the issues, right? And then there were days where he was given cue cards with photos of the journalists and the questions they were going to ask. And we were pretending like he was doing a press conference because he wasn't mentally capable of doing a press conference. And even then he was fucking it up. So there are days where he was on a good cocktail of drugs or he had a good day or a lucid day where like he was without a doubt more cogent and better than Donald Trump is.
There's a volume difference, Fabian.
But Donald Trump, weirdly enough, was more stable.
Hold on. Let's argue with this thing you just said right here. Like, so part of the reason why we brought up all the stuff with Biden here is because they hit him, right? They hit him. He didn't give the. Trump does like 6 hours of television time a day or more during the campaign. Hold on.
Trump had way more exposure.
I hate that argument about like it's out in the public.
Let Gibbs finish.
Hold on. He goes out there for 6-8 hours every day during the campaign, is on multiple things, getting on a jet. What I gotta say, if I'm on stream 8 hours straight, there's going to be slip-ups at some point throughout shit going on. You're going to say something, you're going to go on, you're going to, like, drive somewhere, you got to find a stat, like, you're going to have, like, oh, I remember XYZ. Like, you're on for 8 hours, you're going to have more time to get clip shipped. It's just going to be, like, easy peasy. Versus Biden would go out there 1 hour, and within 1 hour, we'd have 10 clips every time. You can't tell me that it's the same. I would attribute most of what, like, what Trump had as to, like, tiredness and, like, oh, I've been on camera 8 hours, as opposed to, like, hey, this guy can't give a single speech without 30% of it or more being a literal word salad.
Oh, man, there's a lot of stats here. Go ahead, Bam.
Brother, Trump.
I just don't like the
most
argument.
A third.
I hate the argument of like, oh well, Trump's out in the open. So like, but if like we still have to judge what he's doing out in the open. Like they're saying that like
which he seems totally in control. I mean, do you argue that Trump?
No, wait, Bam. That's
very simple question. Very simple question.
You see Trump. They're saying that like you see Trump do like 6-hour podcasts or 3 or 4 hour podcasts, and he's at least lucid. Versus like Biden, who only
could Biden ever do one?
Wait, why are we judging him?
Could Biden do a Joe Rogan podcast?
Well, because he is lucid. He's
you
there,
really think that?
Right?
Then like at what point?
Come on, bro.
Like the examples that people bring up is like, oh God, Biden's a vegetable. Like the interview that released like 2 days ago, it came out and he said Bo died was it 2014, 2015? And they're like, golly,
I don't get why this is a hill you want to die on.
And I'm like,
you really think that him fucking up, you think that him fucking up only a little bit in a scripted interview where they make edits and cuts and where they pre-screen the questions is the same thing as like a hour and a half sit down with like Theo Vaughn talking about fucking cocaine will make you be an owl outside with the street lights on, and you have to like navigate what the fuck Theo Vaughn just said, right?
But if you're saying that, like I said, I don't believe that. I don't think there's any reason to believe that he couldn't sit down and have a lucid.
I think there's literally every reason to believe by any reasonable person that he could not do that.
Every reason. Yeah.
Then why didn't he do it?
I'm trying to answer you. The biggest thing that the biggest reason that people see Biden the way he did is actually it's a Democrat
because he was that way.
No, it's a Democrat thing.
Go ahead, Bam.
It's a Democrat thing of legitimately trying to be, I guess, quote unquote, too smart. When you watch Biden make statements, he's quoting statistics, he's quoting specific things, he's going into detail about the things he talks about, and then Trump goes on every single interview and says, "We're gonna make America great. The people are I'm the best. They said I'm the best that ever did it. They said that,
This is just bullshit. Have you ever watched a full Trump like podcast?
Yes, I've watched.
Well then, okay, so you're just lying. So you're just lying.
Slogans.
So let's go to. I'm gonna let Corey. Let's let Corey in for a second.
Well, I definitely haven't watched every single interview with Trump, but I did watch, I think, the first hour of the Joe Rogan Trump interview. But sort of to balance, what I would also highlight that, at least from what I can tell, and this might be true of Biden as well, but it's all the same. Trump doesn't have to remember anything because it's all the same talking points over and over again. And also, just keep it in mind that I believe in one of Trump's deposition, he did not recognize his own ex-wife, Marla Maples.
That's right. I forgot about that one.
Or rather, he recognized E. Jean Carroll as Marla Maples, or vice versa. But either way, there was clearly someone from his past that he should have recognized that he never actually recognized. And now he could have been lying. I don't know.
Can't recognize half the people I know now. I mean, what is that supposed to mean?
Okay, well, yeah, but
we have done that for Biden. That's what I'm saying. Golly, Biden's a retard. He didn't recognize his wife.
And
yes, how is he supposed to remember his wife, man? People happen.
Well, if you pull
wait, I think you're being disingenuous there.
I just want to sort of try to bolster Bam's point as well in terms of In the debate, like, yes, everyone recognizes that Biden stumbled horrifically and didn't overall perform well, but he was actually attempting to cite numbers and actually bring facts as opposed to just the same old talking points that Trump uses over and over and over again. And
That's just not true.
that just goes through the overall information. Like, how many times does Trump still tout, probably even to this day, that Canada has 200% tariffs, and it just gets everything factually on that. What is it that? The U.S. has funded Ukraine to whatever $400-300 billion. That number is just factually incorrect.
Mexico will build the wall. Let's go to Doobie, Lactoid, and Ali.
Wait, on the Trump thing, I mean,
I thought you were going to say something there. If not,
yeah, so I think that it's kind of the issue with Biden isn't that he couldn't remember specific figures, whatever, on the debate stage. I mean, there were like months leading up to that and after that. It was clear in all his public appearances that he just could not finish a sentence. He needed help getting off stage or finding the right way, right path to walk. He needed handlers to walk him off a lot of time to get him to the fucking car. Like, it was way beyond just he like overstudied for a debate and he couldn't remember the figures or whatever the fuck. Like, I think that's like hardcore cope. No, Trump, I think I wouldn't call him an idiot, but it's true that he just like talks shit a lot. He lies, talks a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit that he doesn't understand fully, doesn't know. He just kind of rambles on and on, right? But that's like far and away from what we're looking at with Biden, which is a guy who genuinely seemed to like need help getting around, especially like toward the end of the campaign. I mean, there's a book. What's his name? The
Jake Tapper.
The Jake Tapper book, right? He describes in there that
Original Sin.
Now, to be clear, I haven't read the book yet. I've read excerpts, right? And I've read articles about it. But he describes in there how, like, toward the end of the campaign, they made a big deal of him having staffers on hand to walk beside him, so that people wouldn't notice how much trouble he was having walking, and so that they could guide him, toward the exit off the stage, right? Because he was having trouble, just kind of standing there rambling on and on, not really understanding when he was supposed to stop talking or what he was supposed to do after the speech was over. Like, it was really bad, right? So it's
like
way beyond
where the
just one debate.
sidewalk is at the White House.
It's way
Been
beyond
at
that.
for like 12 years.
It'd be super obvious too, though. It's obvious. It was obvious in their face is the big thing.
Again, like we're saying that he can't walk, but he's taking 10-mile bike rides twice a week.
Come on, bro.
If you believe that, you're fucking high. I'm sorry. That's
no, like, hold on. You know what?
Dude couldn't walk. I mean, yeah, I understand they said this. Right? I understand they said this, but you should believe.
Hold on, man. Let me guess where you're at.
The same way that fucking Trump says that he could run a mile or whatever the fuck.
No, Trump doesn't do it. I'm saying that we have video of Biden doing this every single week, and they keep pointing back to the one time 2 years
Thanks
ago.
to the sub.
Didn't he have a bike accident like 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
Even high, I don't believe it. Sorry.
Maya
Still, it's fake news, bro.
Appreciate the sub.
Even Stone, I don't believe it.
And Ali.
Don't believe it. Fake news.
So
fake
Pam,
news.
here's the question that I asked
Come on, man.
at her report debate. So you're caught in a little bit of a catch-22 if you want to defend Biden's mental capacity, because the whole reason why charges weren't recommended to be brought by Robert Hur was because he was mentally incapacitated. If he wasn't mentally incapacitated, there would have been charges recommended for his improper handling of documents, and he would be potentially currently being like charged and prosecuted for doing that. And so my question to you is, I mean, is he incapacitated mentally, or is he a criminal that deserves to be charged? One or the other.
I disagree with your framing. The thing with the documents thing was really the Biden administration actually ended up reporting the documents themselves. It's not a crime to have the documents. It's a crime to conceal the documents.
The investigator found, Robert Hur found that, like, the reason why he didn't think Biden was concealing, that if he was mentally cognizant, a lot of the stuff he was doing would have been concealing. But the reason why he didn't think that Biden was concealing was because he came across. I've read it. I can literally. No. The audio leaked. They literally tried to hide the audio, and Robert Hur wrote a report on it, and quite literally, Robert Hur, the person tasked with this investigation, wrote the reason why we're not going to pursue charges, and the reason why I don't think that Biden is actually concealing this shit, because if anybody else was doing it, this would be obviously concealing. But the reason why was because, I mean, look at him. He can't remember when Bo died. He can't remember all this shit. He's all over the place. Obviously, this is a memory problem.
They said he would be sympathetic, right, on the jury stand,
a sympathetic old man. Is how Robert Hur characterized.
If Robert Hur went to court on that case, he would lose because the documents weren't requested by anyone. The the administrative team literally made aware, like, oh, we ended up finding some documents in this garage, blah blah blah. You're more than welcome to come get them. You're more welcome to openly search the house. Like they made every effort to return them. That, like I said, Robert Hur can say that was his reason, but if he went to court,
you're mischaracterizing the Hur report. There were elements of that for some of the documents, but there was also elements of that, like where Biden had improperly stored documents and had provided them illegally because they were classified to his ghostwriter for his book. And again, you can't do that. But Robert Hur believed Biden may have not thought these were classified because he was so forgetful, because he was a feeble old guy, right? It wasn't just that he was improperly storing them. It's that he improperly shared them with his ghostwriter for his book. And Robert Hur wrote about that in his report. Biden was fucking up and doing shit that he was not supposed to be doing with those documents. And Robert Hur said, the reason why I'm not recommending charges is because the jury's going to believe that his brain's pudding. They're not going to believe that he actually intended to do anything bad because he's so disabled, essentially. And if you don't think that he is, if you think he's not disabled, then answer me. Why did he provide those classified documents to his ghostwriter for his book? Why did he do that? If he's not like mentally disabled at this point.
I believe there's a lot. I'm probably most of the documents that touch the president's hand. Like I don't know if you can necessarily always think about like, oh, this is or isn't classified. Again, I think it's a part of a broader administration, and I think once they realize their mistakes, they literally made every effort to pursue them. What, like, if you think that it's like, oh, okay, Biden kept these documents because he was unfit. What is your argument for why Donald Trump hid his boxes for almost a year?
You're not dealing with what Lactoid's saying.
No, let me say what he's saying. What he's saying.
Well, you're not. I've criticized.
I'm saying that
I've criticized Trump.
Lawyers.
I'll explain, right? I've criticized Trump. I actually thought the Florida documents case was like the one case. I didn't think the Georgia phone call case was all that big of a deal, actually. I think that he had a strong defense there. But the Florida documents case, I thought was like the one case where Trump actually did fuck up. And I think that he did fuck up. And I think that the recommendation of charges was because, unlike Biden, Trump was found to be mentally cognizant enough to hold some level of culpability for that. And Biden, who was doing similar things, right, was found to not be culpable, or Hur didn't recommend pursuing charges because he thought that a jury wouldn't find him culpable, because this was the specific reason Robert Hur cited, was because he was mentally deficient, because his memory was going, because he was an old, forgetful man, because he couldn't follow sentences, because he forgot when his son died. These were all specifically cited things by Robert Hur.
Wait, were those? I want to attempt to be clear. Like, were the terms used, mentally deficient, used in the Hur report?
I don't know if it was those specific words. But it was everything. It was like forgetful. He couldn't remember when his son died. Forgetful old man, sympathetic forgetful old man.
Well, yeah,
all those terms.
That is part of aging. That's part of cognitive decline, and that's where. And you also just now, believe just a minute ago, used the term mentally disabled, and it's like, is that a fair characterization of Biden? You would actually say he's mentally disabled, and is some sort of like diagnosis? Like, if you're I don't know what specific diagnosis he has, but if you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed,
yeah,
this is a little bit.
I can't deal with the argument, so I'll just fucking dunk on you because you used the wrong word.
If you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed, I would consider this to be highly problematic for the president of the United States.
I think the lawyer was literally trying to save his ass because he had no case. He's like,
I can agree.
Biden's just an old retard, so it is what it is. Like, I think that I just don't buy that position.
He literally shared classified documents with his ghostwriter.
But what I'm saying is, whenever you say that, like, oh, Trump and Biden did a similar thing, it started and stopped with there being documents. Nothing about how they behaved was similar. Trump wasn't seen cognitively aware of what he was doing just because of the way he does his speeches. He was seen intent, like they were seen intent behind what he was doing, because there's recordings of him telling people to move the boxes from room to room, that he's aware of them, and he's like literally telling his staff to hide them.
I gotta give me some of your weed.
That's why it's seen as intentional versus the Biden administration reporting that they have the documents that no one even knew. Like, we can't don't. So like I
already said, the thing you're talking about, this was a section of the Hur report that was referring to certain documents that Biden was illegitimately keeping, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the arguments was made that Biden was more forthcoming about these specific documents than Trump was about his. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that applies to one subsection of what Biden was doing, when Biden was doing a lot more. He was sharing classified documents with his ghostwriter. He was holding documents improperly, even after they were asked for. There's all sorts of things that he was doing, right? And what Robert Hur specifically said was, like, the reason why I'm not recommending.
What you're saying.
Sure. And so again, if he's not mentally cognizant,
I think he
if
would
he's
have
not,
those grounds.
you think you were right. So at the very least, you think that he should have gone to court over it.
No, I don't think he should have went to court over it. But if that's his reasoning, then sure, but he would have lost. I think he was bullshitting himself.
You would have lost, but you think he should have gone to court and have a jury decide?
No, I don't think he should have went to court. But I'm saying if that's his reasoning, then he should. But I'm saying I don't think that was his reasoning. Like, now we're talking about reasoning of what. Now we're talking about the value of what was actually important. I think the forthrightness of coming forward and.
Yeah.
I think
This is just TDS, man. This is fun.
Hey guys, I just want let me get money. And it only took me 3 minutes.
There we go.
3 minutes. I hope. No, not even 3 minutes. Excuse me. That was 1 minute. Oh, I'll take that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a
yeah. How about that? Alexander Wynn, who's been sponsoring our streams, honestly, $20 says this is patently false. Her found Biden mishandled classified files but didn't charge him, citing weak evidence and his poor memory, making conviction unlikely. There was no evidence of criminal intent either. So that's what he says. I don't know.
And a poor memory is like important for establishing criminal intent, because if you don't remember all the shit of what you were doing, then that's a strong argument that you didn't have criminal intent, right? Yes.
But we have plenty other reasons why there was.
I'm back.
If that's like the overall message of the Hur report, like, I don't know that explicitly establishes that he's mentally deficient or disabled. Like, that's just part of.
Corey, have you listened to it?
I know.
If the argument is that we can't hold him responsible because we can't establish criminal intent because his memory's so fucking bad that he doesn't know anything.
Well, no, is that what it says, or that he just comes across that way, as in he has that impression? Because I think everyone.
Why the fuck are we in 2025 and pretending like Joe Biden
comes across that
wasn't fucking mentally deficient towards the end of the presidency? Like, why are we even living in this fucking fantasy la la land of like Democrats losing?
Yes.
Well, maybe there's a reason why. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. It's because they don't want to suffer from the lawfare that they know they're going to have to get. Because if he was mentally fucking incapacitated, that means who knows who was running the government. All sorts of crazy shit's going down. Pardons, who signed these executive orders, like who's really doing all sorts of this. Now, hold on. All they're doing is hold on. They're over here. What we're doing is we're finally lifting up the nasty little layers. And there's been something rotten and festering underneath the whole time, and now we're getting a look at it. And the reason why the Dems are fighting so hard on this issue, or so many of them are, is because they know that it's going to delegitimize a lot of his presidency. I think in the long run, I think it's going to be a huge scandal.
The idea that the president runs all this shit has always been a myth, right? Like, you don't need a conspiracy theory when like interests align. Every fucking president that gets in has a team. Okay, like you have like a slightly above average IQ president, right? Like, I don't think we've had a genius president for fucking 60 years, right? Like, I think like the last genius president was probably Abraham Lincoln. Is Bill Clinton a genius? Because he seems intelligent, but he doesn't seem a genius.
I think Bill Clinton has like the highest IQ recorded in the president.
Okay, I found my.
I don't know that I trust that, but fair enough. Maybe Bill Clinton is. But I'm just saying, like every president has handlers. It's just that Biden clearly his handlers were doing more.
There's a difference
than
when
any
one of
other
them is
president.
a puppet master, bro. It's a difference when it's industrial light magic and they're literally moving his arms up and down like fucking Yoda.
Oh yeah, Kennedy was pretty fucking smart.
Let's go to Corey. I know you got stuff. Corey and Ali, and then let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so just like you, Scott, whether you acknowledge it or not, I think language matters and the words that you use matter. Just like it matters so much to you that you label Lactoid a socialist, okay? And that means that words matter to you a lot. And so labeling someone as mentally deficient, to me, that is loaded language. I think it's clear to recognize cognitive decline that happens with aging, okay? But I would say it's unfair, as in, if I were to label what happened a few weeks ago, if like both you and Lactoid couldn't remember an event a year ago, that means you're mentally deficient. I think that would be unfair.
never sent me. You never sent me any evidence of that. But fair enough. Like,
I know. Whoa,
whatever.
what? You want to litigate this? We can litigate this. I would love it.
Please don't litigate it, please.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No. Chai only likes
no, we can litigate it. The specific thing you're referring to was a conversation about originalism, not an actual conversation as to my beliefs on the when it comes to like the legality of sexual intercourse because of a person being conceived or born on a particular day. We're specifically talking about the legal interpretation as an originalist would understand it, not my personal moral belief, which is what the conversation we were having on the second time around.
But you didn't use any of the same arguments that you did a year ago. None of those same arguments came up again.
They weren't relevant because we're talking about my moral position the second time around. The first time around, we're talking about originalism. So no, I was not using the same arguments because originalism is a particular time of legal framework as opposed to my moral position, which is very different. Go ahead.
I actually don't want to litigate this right now. 1 second. $5 for Sir Bobbles. It says Trump during all his depositions, quote, I don't remember, even when asking about his name, age, and the color. I remember his depositions. I actually don't remember what how they look like. I mean, if you're saying that he was like saying I don't recall, well then that's just a standard thing you do to avoid culpability. But
that's
whether
not what Biden was saying.
Yeah, I know that wasn't.
All I can think of is the ASAP Rocky trial, where like one of the witnesses was asked how old they were, and he eventually just responds with an adult.
Yeah, that's right. That's all that fucking matters. But yeah, I'd have to try to like someone have to jog my memory as to like what his depositions look like. I don't remember if they were like really bad.
Doesn't surprise me that he was just like not. That he was a pompous ass and not answering questions in a deposition. That sounds so Trump.
We grade Trump on a pole. Like I mean, not on a curve. I mean, like if you take a quote, if it comes out of Trump's mouth and you put it in Biden's, everyone would immediately call it an idiot out of quote. But like Trump always says things like that. So
there's a reason for that though.
Because he always says things like that.
I mean, kind of. The dude came in as the dude comes in as a celebrity and not a politician. So yeah, he kind of just gets to talk out of his ass, and people are more likely to accept it because they don't see him as someone who's supposed to be polished, who's supposed to be like a representative of state, so on and so forth. But then Biden, who is a president who's been in politics for 50 years, right? He doesn't get that same like leeway. So it's like this idea that like Trump gets to talk out of his ass, and he like if Biden said he was an idiot, yeah, like I'm not saying Trump isn't smart. But like in like what would it take? Because outside of like we've watched how Biden like handles himself in interviews, we watched him in like hold press. He dropped the presidency 9 months or 10 months before the election came around. Like what else is it that you?
It's like
I believe
3 months.
he legitimately was slowing down. But like I believe he was legitimately slowing down in the way that most 82-year-olds are slowing down. Like if you ask me if there was a sharp 82-year-old out there, I would say that.
Yeah, but there's a problem when the 82-year-old that's declining is declining. You tell the entire country that he's doing great. You have him saying that he's going to run for president for the second term in 2024. Like that's a lot. That is a lot baked in that you're telling the people, and then 3 months before, you go actually probably not, and then we find out like 8 months after that like
dude probably had cancer. Yeah.
It's a lot. And you're kind of over here dying on a hill that like he didn't lie. He wasn't on a mental decline. He was fine. Like you're kind of making it like he was great. When compared to Trump, unfortunately, man, like Trump can hold his own for 3 to 6 hours, just kind of chilling, hanging out, taking like that. That's like to Gibbs's point. He's kind of just doing his thing. We have media and eyes on him all the time, and he's not at the same decline. He's not stuttering. He's not wavering. He's saying whatever he wants, but that's just because that's who he is.
He says incoherent sentences constantly, but we just accept it.
But Biden gets lost when he says an incompetent sentence. He goes, oh, and then
Trump just rotates into the next thing. Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Latwood, and then I want to say something really quick.
He's a professional.
All right, so I
agree to that. I agree that Trump is a professional retard.
He's a professional retard. Yeah.
But I found my notes. I found my notes regarding the analysis of the Her report, And so I cannot possibly go through all this because I have literally dozens of pages notated where Her specifically talks about Biden's memory. But I'm going to talk about a few things here as early as page 8 of the PDF. He's forgetting stuff. Page 9 mentions his memory is going. Page 10, Biden specifically refers to classified stuff. But then for some reason, Biden believes that it was non-classified stuff erroneously. Quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory was how he thinks that he would come across to the jury, and that he'd have a difficult time showing a mental state of willfulness. Remember, the standard here is not just intent, but you should show willfulness. Willfulness is a higher standard. It means that you knew it was illegal and you intended to break the law, as opposed to intent, which is, even if you don't know what the law is, you can still get in trouble for intentionally breaking the law, but willfulness is even higher standard than that. He knew the notebooks that he had were classified. The evidence demonstrated he read that classified information to a ghostwriter verbatim for his book that he wasn't supposed to have. He thought that he was not required to turn in his note cards to the National Archives, which he was mistaken. The law requires that he does. More evidence, page 14. Bad. What he did was bad, but we declined to prosecute. We will likely decline to prosecute because a jury may sympathize with him. Page 49, failed to return documents as early as 2010 that were requested back from the executive secretary team. 53, more stuff that Biden refused to return. 61, Her determined that his motivation was for writing his book with his ghostwriter. For page 98, Biden is refusing to cooperate with Robert Her, refused to answer questions as to whether or not he believed the notes contained classified information, refused to answer whether or not he was authorized to possess the information after his vice presidency. There was a couple more things here that I think are really relevant. Well, there's one more thing that I really want to list because, right here. Okay, page 212. He did not recall when he was vice president. He thought he stopped being vice president in 2013. Asked if he was still vice president in 2009. He did not recall within several years when Bo died. Forgot that the Afghanistan debate was important. Said that he disagreed with General Eikenberry, despite the fact that he actually agreed with General Eikenberry. The whole time he was consistently misrepresenting everything. And what Her found, and if any of you want to, I can give you specific numbers for each and every page of the Her report in which this is mentioned. There's dozens. I can't get into all of it. But this is the important phrase, and this goes to your point, Corey. He didn't say mental disability. He said diminished faculties in advanced age. That was the term that Robert Her used to describe Biden, that he had diminished faculties in advanced age.
That seems reasonable.
I think that's pretty fucking bad.
That's consistent with aging.
You don't think Donald Trump has faculties in present with age?
Not to the point to not be held responsible for crime.
No, that's not. Again, if he would have went to court on that, he would have lost on that.
No, he would not have. He literally was keeping classified information that he shouldn't have had, and he was reading it verbatim to his ghostwriter for his book, so he could personally profit off of it.
Actually,
he would have lost that case.
He might
hands down.
He might He might have won the case because he would have argued that he didn't have the mental faculty to be able to determine.
Well, that's what he would have argued. Yes,
right.
He would have argued.
That's how he would have won the case if he won the case, which would clearly disqualify him from being, having the fucking red phone in his office.
So hold on, can we try to be it? I don't know. Maybe I'm the most nuanced person here, which is usually the case, I guess. But except maybe for Lactude on this one, and Scott. I don't know. Whatever.
I said they're both retarded for a lot of reasons. That's my nuance.
Yeah, I think that both can be true. I don't we don't have to pick good guys and bad guys here. Both can be true. It can both be the case that Biden has diminished capacity, which is clear, right? I don't think anyone argued. Well, some people did actually argue. I'm not even gonna say that, right? The people in the White House who thought he was just as sharp, and I couldn't keep up with them. That's a quote someone said. When we got to meetings, I couldn't keep up with Biden. He was running circles around us. That was some bullshit thing that he said. Nonsense.
I would say looking for the exit, though.
Yeah, so looking right, wandering around slowly. They meant
it literally, right? They didn't mean it. Yeah. They didn't mean it figuratively. Just running circles around one trick pony boy.
So I mean, there was rampant lying about the situation from the White House specifically, and then Democratic establishment. That can all be true. that I'm lying about so many things, but it could also be the case that, well, one, that he could have diminished capacity, but not necessarily to the point that he's a quote unquote danger to the country. Right now, here's the problem is when you use the danger standard. Well, in what way? Right? Are you saying that, well, him being in the office is not a danger because he has handlers? Right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that we can rely on his mental judgment in critical moments, right? Him being the final word with his diminished capacity. Is that what you're saying? These are different things, right?
I think that's
so it's weird to make.
Mean, though.
Yeah, well,
can
I think. Hold on. Let me finish. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No worries, friend. So, like, one, I think different people mean different things. I think they mean lots of different things. And I think it even shifts depending on the argument on this one. And then also it can be true that Trump, right, like our friend Ali says, has a lowered standard, right? People will accept a lot of crazy. Trump talks with a third grade vocabulary, right? In fact, it's kind of one of his strengths because he can keep things so simple when he's like presenting them to people and just like repeating the same lines over again. This is what the Corey's example previously, right? The talking points that he uses are actually quite limited, but they're all in fact effective. They're impactful, and he can just use those over again in slightly different variations. What we expect to come out of Trump's mouth, we expect nonsense, craziness comes out of his mouth all the goddamn time. That happens as well, but is that diminished capacity to the point where he's a problem where he can't run the office? What is he actually running? What if there's a president, let's say a completely competent president, whoever you like, right? If you like Reagan, if you like Obama, whoever it is, right? If that person decides to Grover Cleveland, thank you. If that person decides to completely offload their responsibilities to the people around him, right? His cabinet, his chief of staff, and all that. If he barely does anything but like sets an agenda, right? If he just does that, is that person not fit for office, right? Like what that standard actually means, and what the consequences of that are actually much more difficult to define, right? For everyone. Right. And I think we all use whatever is most beneficial for us in that moment. So all I'm asking, I'll wrap it up here. All I'm saying is that, hey, guys, all these things can be true to different varying degrees and at different points in time and in different contexts. Right. There could be, hey, maybe this person isn't reliable to like deal with like Putin. Right. A person who's clearly on top of his game. Right? Maybe that would be a national security a weakness or whatever, right? If he was dealing directly with an adversary, right, and who could obviously see like a diminished capacity in either Biden or Trump, right? Or maybe it's fine where all he's doing is like talking to allies, or when he's like dealing with just his party members, right? Maybe it's fine. So like define these things is extremely difficult, and all of it can be true in different ways. Scott.
So I think there's a couple of things going on here. If we really want to get into like why we have these feelings and opinions about these two different presidents. So first and foremost, I think there are some people that view the presidency as like a pseudo king that is really in charge of the entirety of the executive branch, when the truth is you're more correct in your example of like they set an agenda. Right. And the buck does kind of stop with them. They do have final say in some way. But then there's also a lot of regulations and there's a lot of like procedure. Like Trump can't just fire every judge. Right. Or fire every person in a branch. Like he can't. Like he can do a methodical process, but then there's an appointee kind of system that has to be approved through Congress, right? So even Trump, if he wants to like, quote unquote drain the swamp or something, can't just like fire the entire executive branch and like put all his people in. Like it's just not possible. And so I think that says something to do, because I think that falls into contradiction with like the concept of a representative democracy that people have. And so people unfairly or maybe even blind themselves to how the presidency actually works, where they're so much more concerned with the mental faculties, et cetera, of the person there. But to your point, there is that kind of, SEAL Team 6 has the target in their sights. What do we do? And like, you know, can we trust the person in that room, be it Trump or Biden? I think the answer is probably no for both of them. But then I think the other thing here is that because, you know, there's the Thomas principle, right? Like just because something doesn't exist in reality, you know, if its consequences exist in reality, then it is a part of reality, right? So like there's no honor tree. Like, but we have a concept of honor and we hold each other accountable, you know, to some degree, depending on our culture, for how honorable someone is. And so therefore the effects of honor are real, even if there is no material honor that exists. And so I think where there's a huge stark dichotomy between the left and the right is the symbolic behavior of the figurehead of the country. It's probably one of the biggest differences than people that vote left wing and people that vote right wing. Because people that vote right wing, what they care about is, you know, establishing order-based politics. They care that they have a strong man. They care that somebody looks like they're in charge, that they're captain of the ship. The people on the right believe in the iron law of oligarchy from Michaels, right? The sociologist. Right? They believe that if you have a weak figurehead with handlers, that the iron law of oligarchy shows that there will be a small group of elites that you know, corrupt that system. And the left doesn't necessarily view it there. There's teleological differences and things like that. But this even comes to a head when we look at like Eastern politics versus European politics. Somebody like Biden, and especially Obama, was so much more accepted by Europe because he was a liberal, because, you know, they believe in, you know, there's all these same kind of visions. They don't like that strong man. It's about, you know, mutual respect and having some level of humility. But if we look at East Asia, right? East Asia is all about strength, about not being bitched out. That's why Trump was so much better with North Korea. That's why Trump, you know, despite constantly attacking China, is more successful in being able to do things in East Asia. And that's because there's a cultural difference there. And so I think what is occurring is the way that we symbolically view the role of presidency, both literally and in many people's lack of understanding of what's going on, but also symbolically. The left, Trump is everything the left could hate about the symbolic representation of the president and the way that he behaves. And I think in similar fashion, Biden is the worst fucking thing the right could have as a symbolic president, you know, because not strong, not because he seems weak, because he seems handled, because he doesn't look like he can control the iron law of oligarchy, because he's, you know, more focused on humility and, you know, like he's the nerd in the room. And so I'm not even trying. I want you to understand, I'm not saying one thing is good or the other. I'm just trying to describe it descriptively from a sociological perspective as like maybe why there's so much anathema that people have for Biden's sickness and what they feel is corruption, right? And versus Trump's brashness and in crazy things that he says.
Yeah, but okay.
Go ahead.
The smartest thing I've heard you say, Scott.
Well, here's what's crazy about that. I think maybe some of what Fabian's saying is true, and there might be some truth to that on like a psychological or societal level. But I think there's also the much more basic level, right? I do you remember, Prime, whenever we invited y'all to the Cute Bot and like Political Royale, and I told everybody, I mean, I don't know if I told everybody, but I told several people when they were asking about it, I said, hey, this will be where a lot of normies are. We're all debate bros. If you want to actually convince some people, this is where. And one of my biggest arguments I've ever had about this is people coming on here and they want to sound too uppity and too smart because they think that makes them look cool. And we just talked about what level, grade level Trump speaks at. Well, the average reading level in the United States is the 8th grade reading level. I think our speaking level is a little lower. So is it really that intelligent to come on all these shows or come everywhere you go and only speak in this highfalutin fashion, only the societal, the best can understand, the super intellectual? No, you're actually retarded for doing that. You're stupid as fuck, and it's actually very intelligent to dumb it down and try to use smaller words to speak to everybody. And I think this actually shows Trump's intelligence by going out and speaking to the masses. Now, y'all can sit here and project and say, oh, he's bad, but it's very clear to me that this is bad faith and disingenuous. It's clear as day to to anybody that's had any family member that's like had dementia or Alzheimer's that Biden was suffering. Like, honestly, I've said even before he ran that I felt bad for Biden in some regards because I think that he really feels that he has to stop Trump. Now, whether or not I agree with his policies, I truly believe he felt like he had to stop Trump. He had to be the guy. And I think that he probably wasn't good then. And he ran, he was president, and he got in there, and it deteriorated quickly. And now, yeah, I think there is something to be said for, hey, who the fuck was running this country? What were they doing in the president's name? And I think there's a lot of justifiable outrage on the Republican side when they're saying we should investigate this shit. And then for us to be sitting here and told, oh, this is the same as Trump, who we've had on television for decades. And we've seen him. If I take Trump's interview where they asked him originally, if I take Trump's interview where they had him talk about like running for president originally back in the late 80s, early 90s, he looks very similar. Maybe there's some decline, but he speaks in modern terms. I would even say,
go off an edge,
hold on.
You were doing
I'm not
so
going
good.
off edge. Hold on. There's maybe some decline, but he's within the same ballpark, bro. Like, you're acting like he's not even playing the same game.
Doing it to test your faith.
Yeah, no, I don't even think it's that. Like, he's saying the same kind of stuff. Whenever you're saying, oh, he's different. Yeah, he's different when he gives a 3-hour speech and he goes off on some tangent, comes back, versus he's in an interview where it's bang, bang, bang. Even now when he does interviews, some of them are better than the ones back in the day. I don't know how you can even argue that.
Okay, so I think you're the only one who feels like
you just sounded like Bam defending Biden.
I'll say.
To
be fair,
it's not in the same ballpark.
To be fair, Bam were both sides of the horseshoe.
No. This is what the average person. Hold on.
No,
this is the problem you're having right now. Is y'all are engaging in this like only online planisphere where y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, we're so much more intelligent. We can see this clear decline in Trump." When I'm saying he sounds to me like
literally never said I was intelligent.
He sounds to me like any guy at the bar that's sitting here talking about politics and he's trying to relate to people. And half the people that vote, remember the age-old thing people used to vote on? When I get a beer with the president, that was a thing that came up in polls all the time. And this is exactly what Trump is doing. He's speaking in a way that the people at a bar would understand, or the average person. And y'all are going, "This is clear decline."
I said that.
In my defense,
he sounds like a drunk person. So
it's purposeful and intentional is the reason.
So
you're just throwing your own rope, man.
I don't.
I'm not throwing my own rope. I know I'm right.
It's weird. It's weird. Okay. I think you're half right, at least with your original comment, in that it is smart not to talk above people's levels. That's a good thing. Like I said, it's a strength of
especially
Trump's,
for a populist.
He talks. They talk.
He's doing that on purpose.
High
jargon.
Previously,
y'all called it decline now.
It is an example, an advantage to not speak at a collegiate level when talking to the American people, right? Fair enough, right? Average reading level is 8th grade. I've heard that before. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I can believe it. I can believe it.
That's what the AI says.
That's fine. I believe that, right?
Are you reading the AI gives? What's your reading level?
That is different from
I don't know what the AI's reading level is.
3rd grade but vocabulary. 3rd grade is filled with 8-year-olds, but it's not an 8th grade reading level, right? Like it's true that his vocabulary is lower than what you'll find in others, right? It doesn't mean it's at the right level. And it doesn't mean that
vernacular.
necessarily
I don't know what his vocabulary
vernacular. But yeah, vernacular maybe is what I want to say. Well, even vocabulary to a certain extent too, but whatever. In any case, that doesn't mean that just because he's speaking simpler doesn't mean that he isn't speaking so simply, right? That it implies that there is some sort of a lack of or cognitive deficiency. Those both can be true at the same time. It can both be an advantage for him, and also could be that it's a sign of some level of cognitive deficiency, right? So we can just do that.
I think there's a great example in history, which is like
something so good. I just want to respond because I think you made one of the smart, like what you piggybacked off the prime, and honestly, you said one of the smartest things I ever heard you say on here. I think it is actually super. I think it does matter what your expectations and what you actually expect from the presidency. I think that your breakdown of it was actually super on point, and it made me think about like what are my expectations of the presidency, and it probably informs my argument on why I feel the way I do about this, because I do more or less believe that Biden's I believe Biden, like if I sat down with him for an hour and I went on any issue, I believe that I legitimately believe I can have a really intelligent conversation with him. Like I said, you people may disagree, but I think that like if you talk on an issue, I believe he has thoughts and opinions he's been doing a long time that he could engage, that he can engage on a really high level. But that's not necessarily like I value that, but that's not necessarily the most important thing. The most important thing I value with Biden is with his experience, with his decades and decades of experience, comes connections. And I believe that the United States presidency is a position.
Well, what if he's dead in 6 months? Where's his connections then?
Okay, let me finish.
I mean, or if his connections don't think he has like
get right.
I mean, but really though, like you sound like y'all laugh, but Steve Bannon reported that six. I'm sorry, but Steve. Steve Bannon reported that, like right back in the day, that within 6 months of him being elected, he would be dead. That was the thing, and people laughed and called it conspiracy theory. Now we're hearing he's got this high level of. Hold on, we haven't said 6 months passed in yet, so we're at 3 months in. Hold on, he's got extremely high level. Extremely high level of cancer, high level of cancer, and you're laughing when I say he could be dead. If he's dead, those connections don't fucking matter, do they?
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to Bam right quickly. Sir Bobbles $1 super chat. He said, "Gibbs, please do next week in Trump cosplay." Apparently, he would like to see that. So okay, let's go Bam.
Yeah, I believe I believe that the most important part of a presidency is the connections, and I believe that there's I think it's nice to come out and give a speech and have make people aware of your intentions and the spirit of your agenda. But I think the more important part of a president is to know that okay, who are the people who understand the systems of government and the aspects of the economy and the global government. That I believe can carry out good things, not just necessarily my agenda, but can carry out good things for those areas, irregardless of what I personally believe. I think that it's I think there's a lot of value, and I think that's the most important job of a presidency. I think the thing that people come on was the auto pen or Biden didn't know what the executive orders is. There's a lot of things I'll get on Trump about. One of the things I don't really care to get on, even though a lot of people do, is is the fact that whenever Donald Trump gets the executive orders, he has to have it explained to him in real time. What is this I'm about to sign? Because the reality is presidents don't, most presidents don't actually write their own executive orders. They just have a spirit of things that they want to address, and they have teams and teams of people that go and write out the specific legislation. And so I believe that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, which is something I usually say, whenever I talk about Biden, I usually say administration, is because I do believe he had the country, he surrounded the country with people who were generally really, really good at their jobs. I think it was actually an honest thing. The reason, even though Trump appointed, oh God, what's his name to the Fed? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Powell?
Yes. Even though Trump appointed Powell to the Fed, I think it was a honorable thing that even though Biden could have came in and replaced Powell, he realized actually, you know what? During Trump's presidency, there was actually a pretty significant amount of growth. It seems like Powell does have a strong grasp of what he's doing, and I'm not gonna rip him out just to have do my guy or my thing. I actually want people competent in positions. Donald Trump in this second presidency, which is very different from his first, doesn't value competence, and I think he'll even come out and more or less say it himself. His number one value is loyalty to him and ability to push through his whims. Donald Trump is he wants to be a part of every single piece of I'm right done now, and I want Chai to go because I feel like we're using a lot of magic energy over.
Actually, so what I want to do is I want to let Scott, because Scott wanted to say something, but then I actually want to switch slightly, change the topic, right? Slightly shift it, and I think a lot of people are going to be able to be a part of this conversation when I move it. But yeah, finish your point.
Okay,
and
yeah.
then...
I'm sorry. Yeah. Just wrapping up. Yeah. I believe that Donald Trump truly does. I don't think he understands what the role of the presidency is, and I think he does believe he has to be hands on and put his fingerprints on every single part of the presidency. Even when it came through with the deal with the UK, which already is a nothing kind of deal. Whenever Ludwig approached him with it, Donald Trump said, "How can I make it better? Let me make a phone call. Let me be in on it." And it's like it's the way like you let the little kid drive. Like,
can you answer my question, though, man? Can you
Go,
answer my question?
sorry,
Well, no,
I do
answer my question because his whole thesis is prefaced it on Biden's going to use his connections. He's better. Steve Bannon, like I said, hold on. If he gets elected, if he got elected now, like Joe said, and he was dead in, I don't know, July because of cancer. If he dies in July of cancer, right? Hey, guess what? Are you saying that we're benefiting from his connections to the rest of that presidency?
Yes.
All right, that's the greatest I've ever heard.
That's the point of connections. It's an entire.
Well, what if the connections don't think he's mentally like he has mental like how many people still believe?
I'm just saying that Gibbs' point was like countered, like the opposite of everything.
If he's dead, how are you using those connections?
If you believe that Donald Trump is the most important part of his presidency and none of his cabinet members matter, if he dies,
you just like
everything falls apart. No. Directly.
Tell me how you put a picture of his connections exactly if he's dead.
Respond to Bam. Bam, I agree with you basically wholeheartedly on everything you just said. Albeit for me to tell you what you believe, Biden's mental. I can't say, just because I believe someone is mentally deficient in some way, I can't say that you believe that. But I think you've done a great job of describing how liberal democracies actually work, and I'm sitting here just completely disgusted that that's how the system works. And that's just a fundamental difference between us, is that it's about connections and it's about agenda, and that it's it's about it's not actually about people representing, having a representative democracy of a person that comes in with their vision and shapes the government completely to their whims, but that they need all these connections in order for the government to work in that regard.
Yeah, the bureaucratic state is real. I believe in it, but I think it's a good thing.
I think it's a terrible thing. But I will say this, just kind of a counterpoint to this idea that Trump is, I think often the left looks at the way Trump speaks and because he doesn't speak to them, he sounds dumber than he actually is. As much as I do think Trump says a lot of fucking stupid things, I think maybe a good example for the left, if they really believe this, is to go watch two interviews simultaneously. And those two interviews are by the same group, which was, I can't remember the exact name of it. Someone will remind me in chat or something, were the Black Journalists Association. Right. And when you saw Trump go in there, this is the most hostile environment to Trump. Everyone there believes Trump is a racist and Trump is an idiot, and they're ready to get him on the gotchas. And he had that room of these people that absolutely despise him laughing consistently.
These people.
Yeah, the blacks with the hard R.
But if you a Trump administration, like a Fox News, I can't think of her name.
But then you can see Kamala. You can see Kamala attempt to do the same thing, and it completely backfires on her. And so maybe it's idiocy, maybe it's decline, whatever. But you can't deny that Trump's ability to get into a room and have those people comfortable and open and change their ability from being really angry to kind of laughing about it. He's a clear charismatic force that does that. I think you see the same thing with Bill Maher when he went there. It's Bill Maher is flabbergasted by how disarmed he was by him.
Yeah, that's a mischaracterization of that the Trump specific. I don't remember what it looked like for Harris, but for Trump, he was literally attacking one of the journalists out of left field. Now I don't know if there were laughs. I can believe there were laughs later on. I remember watching the interviews. Yeah, I watched I remember watching the whole thing, but I just, it's been months, so I just don't remember. But I know there was plenty of hostility within that, and I think a lot of the hostility was deserved. But that doesn't. That also, but
the hostility was doesn't take your point.
I know. I agree with you. There was hostility on both sides. But I'm saying that like I do agree with you specifically on the narrow point of his charisma, that he has a level of charisma that Kamala Harris did not have at all.
And Joe Biden used to have it, but he didn't have it in his 80s.
And Joe Biden used to have it, indeed. Yeah, I agree with you there. And I also agree with I think it's a really interesting what you talk about, this line of oligarchy. I had never heard that before, but it helps explain like the whole thing with the swamp, right? And and the right's thinking on that.
It's like it's one of distributist nine points of what defines right wing. I think it's really important.
I actually want to look into more of that because I think that's actually quite instructive and helps explain the disconnect between the left and the right when we're talking about these things. All right, and I do want to shift the conversation just a little bit, right? And maybe something this is more that everyone can bite into. All right.
We do the topic too. I kind of started this. I'm sorry for messing things up.
No, that's fine.
I'm excited the next Republican candidate is going to be Solomon Grundy. You're dead having those connections.
I just kind of, well, I mean, you can use connections can be inherited, right? Like,
George Washington for president, 2020, whatever.
My father can die, and then I could use his connections, and they become my connections.
Oh yeah, because that's the same. Yeah, totally the same.
Exactly, that is the same.
How often do they not do business?
I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I'm going to move on. Right. So,
it's dumb. I agree.
Great, thank you. Moving on. So I wanted the last time I did this, I had explosive reaction. Let's see what happens this time. So President Biden has been diagnosed with cancer. And what comes the regular thing happens. And that there are pouring sentiments of we pray for his family, we're thinking of him, and he's in our hearts and whatever the fuck, right? Also there are especially because I'd watched MSNBC specifically while that, and like, well, yes, the people have had recent policy differences. In fact, he's been under scrutiny in recent months. But we can all understand, we can put that aside now, right? Now his family is going through this tragedy of cancer, right? Okay. I'm going to ask, is it okay? Or should it be allowed within public to root for someone's misfortune, right? In this moment, I think there are plenty of people who have reasons to dislike Biden, and I think it's actually quite human and literally the most logical thing to say, actually, fuck you, kind of deserve this, and we wish the worst on you. Should that be allowed to spread within the public sphere, or does it just work better? Does our system work better when we say these niceties, when we say to each other, oh, well, of course we don't wish badly on our political enemies, right? We don't do that much, but because that brings in a level of brutality or impoliteness into the system that degrades it. So what are your thoughts on this? Hopefully I was clear.
I think
I'm on the latter.
I think it's nuanced in terms of I don't think you're obligated to extend sympathy, but I do think it's wrong, or at least in very poor taste, to cheer it on or to express satisfaction with it. You could just remain like neutral and just keep your mouth shut. I think that's totally fair. But to actually celebrate it, I think that's probably overall a reflection of poor character.
Okay.
I think Brown celebrated Herman Cain's death, so. Where'd you?
Yeah, I did. I thought that was hilarious. But let's go to Ali.
I don't know if I wouldn't do it just out of my own personal, like, I'm not gonna sit here and tweet like thank God, all these things. But no, I think people should be able to, and if you want to do it, sure, it can be in poor taste. But like when the Queen died and everyone was making all the tweets and jokes and shit, I thought that shit was hilarious. I can understand why people would not give an iota of a fuck, right? Netanyahu dies, I'm not going to sit here and be any form of sympathetic or, empathetic to that. So no, I mean, I think it's fine that people want to do it. And I think that, like, I think it's kind of virtue signally. Like it's nice and all, like to have some sympathy and empathy, but like to go out of your way and tweet about it, it just like I don't know what you're doing. Like just forget everything. That doesn't make sense. Dude was a president. Policy affects a lot of people. I don't know if you can just forget that because you're sick.
Let's go to Lactoid.
I don't know if it's. I mean, under some people's definitions, it could be virtue signaling, but I think that political polarization is a problem, and kind of this partisan hatred that's occurring. And I agree with Corey. I think that it's a better society if we are able to show sympathy and to express humanity for our political opponents. Because, and everybody always wants to justify this when the shoe's on one foot. But if the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden it's a different game, right?
No, okay, sorry. I'm going to jump in here because I was going to wait, but I do it now because
Explosion starts now.
Explosion is coming.
Prime's doing it.
Explosion's coming, right? No. Hey, we have a ex-president now who helped sponsor a genocide, an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like the conflict that's happening right now, that's happened because of President Joe Biden. That's why that's happening right now. It wouldn't have happened. Trump wouldn't have had the opportunity to exacerbate the situation if Biden hadn't put us in this moment. Right? It was Biden's decision to help support this ethnic cleansing campaign. Right? I get reports every fucking day, every day, of deaths in Gaza, right? And the number goes up and down. 30 deaths, 40 deaths, 80 deaths, 100 deaths, right? A report was, I think it was the day, I want to say the day before, maybe, it was a few days before, where we got the news about Biden, right? That there was, I think it was the restaurant that got down, a former restaurant, that dropped, a bomb dropped, and there was like 100 people. There was a recent bombing, had 100 people dead, right? They called it a sea of blood. A sea of blood. Men, women, and children. A starvation campaign by the Israelis onto these people. Tens of thousands of deaths officially, right? Hundreds of thousands of deaths unofficially. And then we do this thing, right? Where, we don't want to be unkind. We don't want to be unkind here. We don't want to be, we don't have bad manners. And we say, well, of course, we wish the best for the family. Well, of course, right? In fact, or maybe we just, we don't have anything nice to say. We shouldn't say anything at all. No, actually, we should actually point out in this moment that there are people in Gaza who also have cancer diagnoses who lost their access to healthcare, right? And oftentimes lost their life because the Israelis bombed the shit out of them, right? Or they're covered in rubble. Like it's weird that we don't scale our responses according to the actual person, right? Like I think maybe this is a more appropriate response. We were talking about private citizens who don't have any power, right? Who might just be assholes and maybe like, oh, okay, maybe I just won't say anything about that, especially if they've done nothing to hurt me or anything or anyone that I know of, right? But maybe they're just unpleasant. What'd you say?
What if somebody who voted for Biden and put him in power helped put him in power? What if they get cancer?
What if they? I
don't hold voters morally responsible.
I see what you're saying.
If they do that fully understanding the brutal, disgusting shit he supported, then yeah, fuck them. Like I don't understand why we need to like play nice and sanitize like the disgusting shit these people do. Like it makes no sense to me.
Well, do you also support then the statements and the feelings made towards Corey Compertor at the Butler shooting?
Yeah, so again, like I said before, so if Corey Compertor fully understood that Trump is a traitorous, rapist piece of shit who should be executed, actually, and shouldn't be eligible to run for president ever, if he fully understood this and voted for him anyway and wanted to support him anyway, then yeah, fuck him. Like, why the fuck? This is like saying, oh, well, should we celebrate the death of a Nazi, at Hitler's political rally? No, fuck that. Of course we should.
Yeah. Fuck these people. So, let's before you do that, and I know you're gonna go on. I just want to hear from Chai because we haven't heard from you. Chai, just like what's your general opinion about these types of things? Wishing ill on your political opponents.
I mean, I don't even think it has to be about that. I think there's a genuine level of like atmosphere on the internet where it's just okay to say edgy things and not really care. Because I've been seeing things online too that are also misinformed about him having cancer. Like, oh, why should we care that you have cancer when you literally held us from seeing our family during COVID? But then COVID started with the lockdown with Trump, so that's also misinformed. So how genuine can your critic be if you don't even know what you're talking about? Which is why I don't actually speak a lot, because I like to be genuine and I like to know what I'm talking about. And this is very vibe based, where you should care about your fellow human. You should care that they're doing okay. But you should also be allowed to say certain edgy things anyway with the freedom of speech, because why should I be punished for telling Gibbs I hope he trips over a fucking rock? I shouldn't have to be punished for that. And at that extent, yeah, you should punish me for that if you're going to punish them for whatever the fuck they just said. I care about people that have cancer. My dad had cancer. I can relate. Do I think Biden did shitty things? Yeah, but he's also somebody who was a president. So does my, I hope you get better from cancer, do anything for him? No, but if I have a religious faith, maybe I could say a prayer. Maybe that would be kind of me.
Like the reality is,
On
friend,
ways
every
to
time
prayer.
I saw Biden on the campaign trail walking up those fucking stairs to a plane, I prayed for like a strong wind. Like, to be honest with you, I pray that he fucking fall over and fall all the way down.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
and I
same,
think
same
that's
with Trump.
true with most
every
politicians
time
anyways. I don't think
Trump
anyone
is like
holds them in regard.
fucking walking up Air Force One, I hope he fucking falls down the thing. Okay, I hope he fucking breaks his neck. I just do. Like, he's a fucking terrible person.
No,
Same with
sure.
Netanyahu.
I don't think anyone holds
whole
the
gaggle
president
or
or a
he's
politician
fucking
in
animal.
high
Less of
regard.
Booby as a person? No, because Biden chose to run for president and make himself this public person too. So I don't think less of Doobie for saying those things.
Not just a public person advocating for, covering for evil, disgusting things that's leading to the deaths and suffering like thousands of people. So yeah, it's great. There's no reason to sanitize this person because he has cancer.
So from a strategy perspective of like quote unquote healing the nation or whatever, I think this is one of the few times the Trump administration handled something perfectly so far anyways, which is that Trump went out of his way to offer condolences and prayers, and then he had JD Vance kind of asking the tough questions on Air Force 2, where JD Vance was saying, look, I think this leads to serious questions about his mental faculty and what they knew, and the people were lying to us. And at some point, maybe now is not the right time to do it, but we need some type of investigation from like a strategic perspective. But from like a moral perspective, so my step, I guess you could say, grandfather, right, was a like one of the big wig corporate lobbyists for a telecommunications company. He's known like 8 presidents, like personally. He's the reason the red phone exists in the White House. Good friends with the Kennedys still. And he asked me, recently, like, out of all the presidents that have been alive since you were alive, which one's your favorite? And I told him, I was basically like, hey, I was trying to tell him before this conversation, you don't want my opinions, please stop. And then so he asked me again, and I was like, well, I think all of them should be publicly executed and hanged for the murders that they've committed, and that they're all war criminals. And he was like, what the fuck? And I was like, listen, every single president that has been alive since I've been alive has engaged in extrajudiciary murders of people, usually in the Middle East, without Congress declaring war, and killed tons of innocent bystanders, supposedly to get some terrorist. Sometimes it's just because of like a misallocation. And every single one of those people has a higher body count than any serial killer that has ever existed in human history. And so I think there is this really fucked up thing in our society where we have this false, I think it's statism, in my opinion. I think most of you would probably disagree because you're not libertarians, but there is this false morality that is placed to people that are like public servants or politicians or something, that they're doing like this supposedly good job when they're murdering people, when Obama and Trump and Biden and Bush are drone striking weddings. We're like supposed to be like, well, give them your thoughts and prayers. Like, no, fuck these people. These people are monsters. These people are some of the most evil people to ever walk the face of the fucking planet. But for some reason, everybody has this blind side where the other guy that represents the different letter next to their name is the real evil guy, and my guy deserves thoughts and prayers and things like that. Like, look, for example, I hate fucking Hassan. like with a fucking passion. I hate a lot of these, but like when he came out and said like, we deserved 9/11 or like, made fun of Dan Crenshaw.
He's right.
I was like, yeah, that's what blowback is. What the fuck are you talking about? Or when like Frogan,
He's just right.
or like when like we have these streamers come out and then they cross the line, and it's like, for some reason Hassan can be in a phone call or a Discord call, and even though his mother is a landlord, scream that he wants the streets to run red with the blood of landlords, and everyone's like based. But then when he's like, fuck Dan Crenshaw, I hope some jihadi fucks his eye socket, everyone's like, oh, that's too far, how dare you. And it's we've placed this false sense of righteousness on truly evil acts of the state, and then we just simp for these fuck these politicians. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? I don't mean like
So we're
you
gonna
specifically here, but just all of you.
We'll go to Gibbs, Lactoid, and Bam. Anyone else?
Okay.
I'd like to go.
Yeah.
Doobie.
So I want to say, I think that first we gotta differentiate a couple of things. One, I think there's a drastic difference between wishing like ill upon somebody and like, I don't know, advocating for violence, right? Like I want to make
one's
that real
TOS
clear.
and the other isn't.
Sure. Well, yeah,
that's the only fucking difference to me.
Now, okay, that's fair. But I actually think there is a fundamental difference, and like to this, right? Like I think if I'm actively saying, "Oh, go hurt XYZ," or I hope that someone does something to you, XYZ, that's bad. Versus if I'm like, I hope you catch Ebola, like obviously nobody thinks that I'm going to go get Ebola from like wherever they have Ebola and bring it and give it to you, right? Like, it's like, that's not what people are thinking.
The Ebola store?
Yeah, the Ebola store. They don't think I got weapons of mass destruction or disease on hand. They're like, they basically know it's a stand-in for like karma. Like, or if I wish somebody would stub their toe.
Black and Vetch is building labs.
Yeah, every time it's about to be healed.
That's where Ebola is.
I hope you stub your toe, and every time it's about to be healed, you stub it again. Like, yeah, I'm just wishing bad karma on you. Now, I do think there is some like nuance that we need to have here, right? I think that people should be able to say, like, whatever Hassan said, about, hey, we deserve 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Do I think it's like bad taste? Probably. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
However, Sure. If I'm saying over here though, like I think there's something we consider, like, and I think this is maybe something we don't consider. Like I get Prime's argument, like, oh, I don't like Jihadi John, or I don't like fucking whatever, Genocide Joe, all this bullshit. And hey, they bombed that wedding, and terrorists go to weddings. We had to get them. That's bad. Like, I'm sorry. I want the terrorists dead, I guess. And I'm also sorry that like all this shit's bad going down. But like I can definitely understand where someone's like, oh, well, because this happened, fuck those people. Well, I'm also sympathetic to when people that were caught in that terrorist explosion whenever we bombed them. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to their families, and I'm sympathetic to their times, and I get it. And I'm like, okay, maybe we don't wish ill on these people. I'm also sympathetic to maybe the members of the Biden family that had nothing to fucking do with Grandpa, that they don't know other than Grandpa, like sitting here going, oh, he's got cancer. Someone that's been important in my life is gonna die. I get the sympathy, and I maybe don't think like it's a good thing that we're going and saying, hey, fuck all these other people. Like I get like wishing the bad things on that guy, and I think you should be able to say that. Is that the society we really want, where we're like, oh, well, I hope you're further down the line, your family, fuck you, I hope everybody in your family gets
fuck
cancer.
your lineage,
fuck
you in your house.
You fuck my lineage, I'm gonna fuck your lineage,
because like you'll say that, and then it's like at the same time you're like, well, we want to rectify these generational wrongs. We're like, okay, cool, you want to rectify the generational wrong, maybe don't wish ill upon that.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm just saying.
Did anyone wish ill on the Biden line?
Hold on. Well, yeah, I've seen they're over here like, well, I hope that they're getting what they deserve. Nobody should care that they're sad about this.
Who did that?
Nobody mainstream. I'm just seeing on Twitter. Don't worry. I'm just I'm not arguing. I'm just saying people are saying wild shit. People are edgy just to be edgy. Like just like Chai was saying. I'm just saying I advocate for manifest destiny, and I absolutely totally understand when someone's like, Gibbs, you're a piece of shit. I don't expect it. But if they were like, well, Gibbs' family all needs to catch cancer because Gibbs believes in manifest destiny, well, you're also an asshole. That's cool. That's where I stand. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as hard as people are making it out.
Let's go to Lactoid. I think I said Bam and then DB.
Before this panel, me and Gibbs were in a panel where we're talking about left-wing violence and what the left wing does to perpetuate violence, how they justify it, how they talk about it, and of course we talked a lot about right-wing violence as well. And I think Scott was right when you said that really the difference is one's TOS and one's not, when we're talking about being super grateful when somebody has something bad happen to them as opposed to going and doing the thing. In that there is a line, but oftentimes there's not. Oftentimes the line is artificially enforced, or people are a very, very small push away from crossing that very thin line from one end to the other. We live in a country that's continuously getting more and more polarized, where people are starting to hate each other more, where people are less likely to have friends of the opposite side. And when you talk to them about that, when you talk to them about it, they'll say the exact same thing that's being said, the exact same things that are being said in this panel. How can I be friends with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How could I even care about the life of somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How could I even want to be around or have any respect whatsoever, or have any kind of connection, or have any kind of nation with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? The further this continues, I think you're going to see a further deterioration of society. You're going to see the chance of actual conflict rise. And I think it's just generally not a good country to be in. I think I think it is a good thing that Trump wished him condolences for his cancer. And I wish him condolences for his cancer. And I think I would like to live in a country where we do that. And I don't want to live in a country where not only are we having this sort of team sports of death to the elected politicians to their side, but there's some people who are going so far as this team sports of death to voters of the other side. I don't want to live in that kind of fragmented society. We currently have streamers rooting for and celebrating the deaths of people merely because of the way they vote in this country for one of the two major parties. And I don't know. I don't like things that go towards that. I think it's a bad life, it's a bad society.
The solution,
I reject that. Maybe this is polite politics or whatever, but I reject it, and I think we should do a better job of rejecting it.
The solution to that, though, isn't that like you judge the people. Once again, like you judge people judging the voters for the president losing, or judging the voters for the actions. The presidents are taking these actions. The voters are recognizing these actions and then judging the people according to these actions. The solution isn't to hinder the judgment of the person, of the voter. It's to hinder the action of the president. And so it's like when you do have people that are voting for these like unprincipled things, right? If you do have people that are voting for genocide, right? Like right now, I didn't vote this year. Bam blames me for not voting for Kamala for Trump. Like that's not how that works. That's not how this works. We have to take the we have to take and hold the candidate accountable, not the voters. So like no, like the way you do this is by like holding the candidate accountable.
I mean, I appreciate that you don't take it that far, but there's a lot of people that do.
So
it should be taken that far, right? So I think that we can use the hold on. I'm just really quick, okay? I'm sorry, Bam. Just
you're past.
I just got to say something to that, just really quick. So the Israel thing is like easy, right? So like we have this thing currently happening. It's fucking terrible. If you want to call it I think it is a genocide. But if you don't feel comfortable calling that, I think bare minimum is a fucking ethnic cleansing, obviously. But this is happening, right? And then we have politicians who are advocating for more of this. Trump was on the campaign trail. He was saying he's going to get out of the way, let them do whatever they want to finish a job, blah, blah, blah. On the fucking debate stage, he and Biden were arguing about which was going to support Israel more, right? While Israel is doing all this crazy, fucked up shit, right? So if somebody sees that and they choose to support this person anyway, I feel totally comfortable in wishing bad things on them. I think that they're a morally fucked up person for advocating for anybody to vote for this guy who is telling us that he's going to vote he's going to continue a thing that is killing thousands of people.
They're competing with who's going to support it more.
So, yeah, like during fucking 9/11, right? Osama bin Laden, through his hijackers or whatever, kills 3,000 people, 4,000 people, something around there. Israel killed that many civilians, just civilians, in the first fucking month of the conflict, right? That's insane, right? And when Osama bin Laden died, you had people I remember my father getting a fucking American flag out the side of this car, driving down the street, going, "Ooh, America, America!" Like people did this all over the fucking country. So it's okay to vote to be happy that this piece of shit died. But Trump and Biden, who support and arm and fund through their party this thing that's fucking 10 times, 30 times worse, fuck that. Why the fuck shouldn't I celebrate when they die? Like it's so ridiculous.
I want to stay.
Let's go on. Let's get. We gotta get Bam.
Relax. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll let you go. You're good. The floor is yours, brother.
I appreciate it. So I am pretty close to lactoid. I believe that the practicality of
Who's close to me?
of the okay, you too, Corey. You're right. Yeah. The practicality of the long term like divisiveness and like the ways that we wish things on people. I don't believe that I believe that this only leads to bad consequences in the long term. Like and I don't think anyone can think farther than their nose when it comes to these situations. And the thing about it is I don't believe the people who say otherwise or try to hold like, oh, you know, like it's okay because these politicians, the presidents are like have done these awful things. Like I don't even know if that's a position you can hold consistently. Like for example, if you heard tomorrow that something that due to one of the rockets coming out of Gaza or whatever, that it ended up somehow landing on Netanyahu's house that was full of him, his wife, and his grandchildren. Like, and Palestinians were like dancing in the street happy. I don't think any of you that have this position on like, golly, he bombed the wedding will come out trying to shame like, how dare these Palestinians dance? What about the children? What about you would just be like, oh, okay, like I understand this is a concept of war. Like, that this was the only way they could have reasonably got to him, and we would. That's what your focus would be on.
Are you saying we would be happy or wouldn't be happy? I'm a little confused.
You would be happy. I think you would be happy if something happened to if they ended up getting to what's his name, Netanyahu somehow. But like you don't bring up the details that he happened to be with his wife and grandchildren at the same time.
Wait a minute, what? That's a lot to load that, right? Like I was saying specifically, hey, I'm okay, and I think Ali said, hey, I'm okay.
Focus on that. Like,
No. But you're loading this.
Of course, I'm loading.
With like, oh, you're like, hold on, no. But that doesn't. So I bring up
we didn't
Biden.
say we're okay with like, families
cancer.
getting affected by.
Yeah, I didn't say, hey, I wish the Biden clan to have cancer, right?
Okay with it.
I would be. No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be okay with like innocent people who didn't do anything. Like, no, I wouldn't be okay. Jill Biden might be something, right? I think she has. I think Jill Biden has. I think Jill Biden has a lot of culpability.
No, I wouldn't be okay if his grandkids were in the building with his wife. Maybe I don't give a fuck. But his grandkids, no.
Yeah.
So you would immediately switch to like shaming Hamas and say that they wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't shame Hamas. I'd be like, yeah, it was fucked up, but like, what do you want me to do?
Exactly, you would be okay with it. It would just be like, oh, okay, that's.
No. We can do two things at once, right?
Yes,
I can. If no, listen. You can do two things at once. One, if in that situation that you're loading, right, with other casualties, okay, but I can do that, right? If in that situation Netanyahu dies, right? Yeah, I can praise Hamas for like killing, right, a genocidal bastard being Netanyahu. Fuck yeah. Right, but at the same time, I can actually mourn the deaths of Netanyahu's children. I mourn. I have big problems. I had big problems. I think
spend my time
so
doing
many,
it, but you would
I
say
think
like,
so many. Hold on, guys. Let me finish my sentence.
Praising
I think so many. I think so many. You know what? After almost 2 years, of slaughter. Actually, I think I can. Actually, you could do that, right? Because the IDF terrorists who've been slaughtering so many more people, like tens more people than died during October 7th. Yeah, at some point you can say people can fight back. So anyway, if they fought back and killed the target, right? I could say that in that instance, well, good work on aiming that rocket and getting past the Iron Dome and all that, right? But secondly, I can also say, hey, it's a tragedy that Netanyahu's grandchildren died. They were innocent individuals, and I wouldn't be okay with that, right? That is an itself a tragedy. You can feel both things at the same goddamn time.
Sure, and people can feel, and you can feel 100 things, but that's not what you would talk about. And you
What do you mean? Why
wouldn't that be the focus of our conversation? If we see a genocide happening, if we see a genocide happening and we see the leader of a country, a prime minister of a country that's leading the genocide, why would we sit here and then focus on the death of his kids that happened when an attack happened? That would be a weird focus.
Exactly. I don't understand why anybody's responding to me then, because that's exactly what I said. You wouldn't make it a focus. You would be okay with it. You would be like, oh,
no,
being okay with it.
Yeah. Try to sneak that in, being a fucking weasel, Bam, right? Saying that like that wouldn't be our focus of conversation because this is a political show, right?
It wouldn't be addressed.
No. Hold on. Stop being a fucking weasel, Bam. I see what you're doing. It's not gonna fucking work. Stop. Excuse me. Shut up. Stop being a weasel. Right? Because what you just said first is like, hey, you want to focus on it, and then you snuck in, oh, you would be okay with it. That the deaths of those children, you'd be fine with it. No one would be fine with the deaths of I wouldn't be fine with the deaths of any Zionist children. Actually, those children are innocent. Actually, I hope I want them to live because that gives them a chance to make better decisions than their parents, right? The same thing with conservative children here, right? Who might be the children of actual fucking fascists, right? Like I don't hope for the deaths of the children of fascists because I have hope for them that they can be better than their parents. They're innocent individuals, so I can distinguish those two things, right? Stephen Miller, piece of shit, absolute fucking fascist within our government, an actual factual fascist within our government, right? As far as I know, he doesn't have kids, but if he did, right? No, I wouldn't hope for the death of his children, right? For Stephen Miller, it wouldn't be a sad day if he disappeared, in my opinion, right? But you can make those distinctions, and don't try to be a fucking weasel and put that in there.
Exactly.
You're a fucking weasel.
And I stand by what you're saying. You would be okay with it. And I want to know when I can have a.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar trying to twist people's words.
Wait. What is okay? What is okay with it mean? What does okay with it mean?
I'm trying to explain. What I want to have a conversation with adults in the room that say because guess what? When you think that Biden is okay with Palestinian children dying, you think that?
Yes, actually, I do 100%.
You're the fucking liar. You
know, no, hold on. He has been told
consequence of Fabi Hamas, but you think
hold on. Okay, two things.
You're a fucking liar.
You know, okay. Try to pretend like you're actually offended here, Bam. Yeah, nice try. I see through you. But anyway, hold on. I just got to read the super chat. $20 from Alexander Wynn. He said the reason we call it on the rhetoric when someone is terminally ill is because these people didn't do anything alone, and they aren't actually evil. They often just did the best they could or what they thought was right. So this is towards Bam's point, I think. So this came in later, where
they were just doing their job, you know? They were just doing their job to the best of their ability.
No, fuck that. Right? No, fuck that. Each people have actual agency, right? Like there was a
APAC money, baby.
There was APAC money. Oh my god, that's another thing. But let's ignore that for now, right? That's another part of this. I see your hand, Scott. There was a group of doctors who have been working in Palestine. They during the bombings, right? They go back to America, talk about the scale of the death and destruction that they had seen, right? They were doing the rounds in the media. They end up getting invited to the White House, right? One of the doctors like, yeah, Mr. President, like trying to appeal to his heart, right? The one that Bam thinks exists. They tried to appeal to his heart. Hey, Mr. President, there's so many children have died, right? Have died horribly, been blown apart by this. Right? I have pictures. I like to show you these pictures. Biden goes, no, excuse me. I've already seen those. Don't bother me with those pictures. I've already seen those pictures. Literally not even possible. Literally not even possible because that doctor took those pictures himself, right? Those were his pictures. Biden didn't even want him to be bothered to see it, right? We see him, Biden, we see the people in the DNC who, like, literally during the DNC proceedings, right? As people were walking walking in and out of the convention, they had protesters reading the names of the dead guys and children, right? And then them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by. You can find the footage of this. Them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by and yelling, "I don't care, I don't care," right? This is the brutality that Biden has instilled within our society, right? And it's reflected in himself, right? When he was okay with the endless bombings in himself, but also with the starving of the children, right? When he made token pleas to the Israeli government to actually start letting aid back in, right? Remember the whole port incident where he says we're gonna, instead of like just making the Israelis let the food trucks in, we're gonna build a makeshift port, right? It's gonna take us months to build this port. We're gonna build a port, then we're gonna put the food in that way because we don't want to break a nail of the Israelis to just let trucks into Palestine, and then the port broke apart. It just collapsed, right? And then I guess that's it. I guess that's all the pressure we'll put on this destructive force. So hey, I've watched this. I've seen the type of man he is. If he had compassion in his heart, he would have ended it long ago. He would have seen that death and destruction. I think you can actually make the completely logical leap that he doesn't mind the death of these kids. Whether he revels in it, whether he, let's say, he revels in the deaths of these kids, I guess I can't say, right? If I applied that before, then I do take that back because I don't know if he revels in the deaths of these kids, but I know he doesn't seem to give a fuck about
I think the money soothes his sadness. The money soothes his sadness.
Both of y'all were coming up twice. Like, just
trying to frown on a wave.
The reason why I'm saying that what you're answering these questions like children is because you don't because you're like so afraid to hold on to your moral purity, even though the outcomes are the same. I'm gonna ground in an example and I'm gonna apply it to myself because I'm the only person here with fucking honesty. The reality is, I believe that I'm talking in the conversation with Prime right now. I'm not applying this to all of you guys. Sorry about that. But I'm saying that I believe that in the Ukrainian war, I believe the Ukrainians have a moral right to defend themselves. And to push the Russians all the way out. Do I understand that the individual Russian soldiers are probably a lot of them are honorable men looking to serve their country and just trying to follow in with with what they were told to defend their homeland? Absolutely. I bet these are honorable, like normal young people just like me and you and everybody else in this conversation. But I believe my general moral ought is with the Ukrainians. So and I want the Ukrainians to push back the Russians. Like, even though I'm not individually, personally okay with innocent Russians
and killing the Russians that are against.
The reality is, I have in practice, I'm okay with Russians dying. I'm okay with these people I just called honorable dying. That is me being okay with it. I can come in virtue signals like, no, I'm not okay with it. But if you understand that the desires of your heart lead to that,
are you talking about Russian soldiers or Russian civilians?
Are you talking about kids? Are you talking about kids and grandkids?
We were talking about deaths of civilians. I'm a little confused.
I'm saying, do you believe that any of the Russian soldiers are good people?
Sure. I don't. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. I'm positive.
Sure. Okay, that's what some of them are. Now, you would say that you're not okay with good people dying, but in practice, if you believe in the what's called ability to defend themselves, you end up practically being okay with them dying.
Wait,
those are two different things.
Wait, we can separate the soldiers. I think there's multiple things. One, there could be good soldiers like within a force that's doing bad.
I'm sure
things,
there are nice
right?
guys in the Nazi army.
Nice Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, does it apply to the Nazis too?
There were actually factually like kind Nazis who literally helped some Jews escape, right?
Exactly.
But whatever. But whatever. That doesn't vindicate the entire force, right, and what they're doing, right? It doesn't vindicate, even if they do a good thing, like letting some Jews escape. Does that mean that vindicates some of all the other things they might have done? No, actually, maybe not. I don't know. Depends on the situation, right? But all that is separate, right, from the politicians, the ones I identified, right, specifically. I said, right, the when we're talking about politicians who make these decisions, right, the people who I named, right, were all politicians, and I said, hey, these people who have power, right, power above what a soldier does, right, who make these decisions, and then does it make sense to revel in their misfortune? That's the thing that I was talking about.
Sure,
So now,
that's what I said. Now, do you believe it's okay for the good people to die?
it's no, it's not okay. No, it's not okay.
That's
It's not
a
okay.
bitch move. Stand on it. Stand on business.
What are you talking about? No, it's not.
You do believe it's okay?
No, it's not okay. What are you talking about? No, it's not okay.
You're a child because you have to believe it's okay if you believe that there's one side that has vindication.
No, hold on, say you are being loose with your language here, right? You're saying okay. Hold on, listen. You're saying okay, right? As if like acceptable. I say it's unacceptable but I'm not sure what you mean good people here. But at least what I mean innocence, right? No, it's not acceptable that innocent people die. As a practical matter, they do die, which is really unfortunate as a practical matter. But no, I am not okay with innocent people being bombed to death. Of course not. Why would I be?
I didn't say innocent. I said good people.
Okay, then I don't.
Can I say something?
Good soldiers we're dying. Isn't him being okay with people dying? It's circumstantially, like they're in war. It's not that he's okay with it. It's that's the circumstance that they're in. He's not saying that he's okay with good people dying.
You're saying it is you're holding on to like your moral purity. Like drop your balls.
What moral purity are you talking about?
I
don't care. Wait, here. I don't care if soldiers die. I don't care if soldiers die, whether you're good, bad, evil. I don't really give a fuck. You're in war. That's completely different than saying I don't care that if a grandchild dies as means of a bombing, right? Like when the beeper attacks happened in Lebanon, when there were kids that were affected and died. Yeah, that's shitty. But there were a bunch of people who were defending it, being like, "Oh no, we attacked the you shouldn't have been around the pager. You're around terrorists. If you're around the pager, you're the son of a terrorist. That's your fault." That's kind of the issue. Like when you have people who are blaming.
I still stand by that. By the way, listen. It's acceptable. Acceptable losses.
Pager bombs.
So it's a wartime. Hold on. This is kind of what I want.
You and Misfit. Hold
on. You actually were right earlier about asking this question.
Sorry, guys.
I've been waiting for like 45 minutes.
Hold on, 1 second, guys. I'm going to give you the choice, right? Because we've already run past the time where you just start our topic. Okay. So we can continue on with this for a little bit, or we can just switch to the topic.
This is more fun.
That's what you guys all are.
I mean, we're heated.
Right?
We're heated. So whatever.
Motion's already started. So might as well.
Okay, so I'll let few people go,
but I just want to be,
and then we'll reassess from there because that's what people came here for. I want to give them a shot, right?
But
so let's. All right, Ali, finish what you're going to say, and then I'm going to go to Scott. I'm going to go to Gibbs, and I'll finish out with Doobie, and then maybe we'll move on.
Like in the conversation, ma'am, you keep moving the goalposts. It started with grandchildren, then now is like Russian soldiers that are good people. Are you okay with them? Like the goalpost keeps moving because at a certain point, it comes to you. Was like Hitler a bad person, or was he just trying to defend his country? Were the Nazis bad, or were they just doing their jobs? And people who believe that their country was being overtaken, it's like every person can be a good person with your level of like charity.
Hitler was with his wife. It's okay that she died. Like,
what about his grandkids? What about his grandkids?
I'm only talking about what actually happened.
What about Nazi soldiers that were just kind of good people, but they fell into like? Is it okay if they died?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying in practicality, yes.
Yeah, that's what Prime's saying too.
I think the point that Bam is making is there's a difference between celebration and stoic resolve, right? Like if you celebrate for example, if you celebrate the deaths of the Palestinian children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of like Israeli children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of the children in the Donbass who were blown up by Ukrainian cluster bombs, right, that we never talked about, right?
What about the leaders of Hamas or IDF or something like that?
Sure, yeah. For all those like things, you can say that's tragedies and we shouldn't celebrate that. But
no, I'm saying you could celebrate leaders.
Well, we're talking about specific acts versus specific people. like when it comes to the pager bombs, right? That was brought up. You can say this was like a very in a military action, a relatively responsible attack, right? For how you're going to engage in warfare. And to the extent that civilians were involved, that's a tragedy. We shouldn't celebrate that. We should like mourn that, right? And that's, I think, what Bam is saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Like you don't have to discount all action to say that you shouldn't celebrate the collateral damage that comes with military action.
No, and
but what people are doing right now is celebrating.
But that's
the
what Prime
cancer
was
that
saying.
Biden
That's what
has.
that's what me and Prime were saying, is that we wouldn't celebrate the children that just happened to be part of the attack, because the original example was if Netanyahu got bombed with his wife and his grandkids, we would, and then he tried to insinuate that we would be okay with it because we would be cheering on the fact that Netanyahu got bombed, and we would overlook it in a conversation, and we wouldn't even talk about it because we would care so much. And he's trying to pin that on us. That's not like.
But he's kind of right there, though. If this is what I
let's
was
go Scott Gibbs and then Doobie.
So I think Bam is right descriptively. I just think he is right and I think to Lactoid's point, right, there's a difference between celebration and you're okay with it. I think what Bam was trying to, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Bam, so much as you were getting bogged down and them yelling at you, right? So I'm just outside perspective. It's like
break it up,
when we're talking about like what is going on in Gaza and whether or not Biden is receptive to it. I think there is, at least from Biden's perspective, is that like there's no right answer here, and every answer is going to lead to death. And so his political position is this middle fence thing. Now, obviously, I'm more cynical in terms of like money and politics and things of that nature. But if you believe that the war is, that any war is justified, then you're going to have to be, at the very least, baseline willing to accept. Maybe okay is the bad word because it's coded to be almost mean morally good, but you're willing to accept the death of innocents that have nothing to do with this, because the alternative is you don't fight back. The alternative is you don't get to kill those people, right? And so I think this whole conversation actually goes much earlier to a point Lactoid made, which was this concept of like polite politics. And I think this is really the big problem, is that people are vibing out their political hatred, and they're vibing out, why they dislike someone because one political issue seems to really affect them. And I think Gaza and what occurs there in the photographs there are a guttural kind of like thing, but politics is violence. Unless it's libertarian, it's violence. That it is stealing money from people. Every time you say we want to increase a tax, you're saying less job opportunity, less promotions, lower page for lower salaries for workers. Like someone somewhere, instead of getting a promotion and staying with their family, goes back to those drugs that they were hooked on before. Right? Like there are deaths with every single policy where you are regulating an industry or taking taxes or involved in a war is causing death. And so this entire concept of like of I hate this politician specifically is the problem, as far as I can tell. It is this, we have this veneer of moral good for politicians that steal, that take from us, that regulate our lives, that enslave us, and that cause deaths regularly with everything because 52% of people agree with whatever this fucking policy is. And I think it's a contradiction in our logic that leads towards us praising or, having this false sense of sympathy for monsters. But in terms of the overall discussion, I just wanted to add this really quickly. Everybody should go to Amazon Kindle if you want to listen to audiobook, or just buy it somewhere else and get the book Ordinary Men and the Reserve Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland, right? Because I think far too often we view things so that our moral compass can feel good. We view things in very black and white scenarios, and I think that is a amazing book at showcasing how some of the most well-meaning people, right, police officers in Poland who only chose to work for the Nazis because someone else would do it, and they thought that if they did it, it wouldn't be that bad, can eventually be moved into taking pregnant women and blowing their brains out and throwing them into the mass body graves, right? Like, and those are normal men that started off with good intentions. That's what war does to us all.
I would agree. Lottie, put your hand down. I need to move on to get through this.
Okay.
So, Gibbs and then Doobie.
Yeah, so I kind of want to come back to something that sociologic that you brought up about 20 minutes ago, and you said like, what is okay, right? And I was kind of going to try to interject with when we talked about the pager attacks, and they're like, oh, there was some collateral damage. It's kind of like okay, I would say I'm more Israel than Palestine or Hamas in this argument, right? But really, I don't care. I'm pretty neutral. Doesn't affect me too much on my day to day. Doesn't affect my bottom line. That's how I vote. So guess what? If I was a Houthi rebel over in Yemen or whatever, and I somehow got into Israel, and I saw Netanyahu with his wife and kids and 15 grandkids and all their cousins and there was 50 people there, and it was just not Netanyahu is the only one, I would take the shot and I would blow the whole place up, right? Like that would be the strategic sense. Why? Because that's the acceptable loss. Now, at the same time, I wouldn't turn around and be like, oh, Bin Laden is in Karachi and I don't know, on the India-Pakistan border. You know what we're going to do? Let's go drop a nuke on it and take out the whole city just to get one man. That's not acceptable loss, right? I think so when we're saying, when Bam says, oh, y'all are okay with this, y'all are going to say, yeah, it's sad that little Timmy and their nephews all got blown up, but y'all are absolutely not going to dwell on that fact for more than to say that, and y'all are going to go, well, it's good because Netanyahu had it coming. And so I gotta say, when y'all are sitting here going, oh, hey, we would stand on this tall, moral, reprehensible, it would be bad. Yeah, I don't think y'all are bad people for saying there's an acceptable amount of collateral damage that you're willing to accept. I also don't think you're rooting for, oh, little Timmy to get killed, but I think you're perfectly okay with a certain amount of people getting killed to get the guy y'all want out gone in certain situations. I think every human is at some level. I think that's a primal thing, and for y'all to deny that, I think is bullshit. If we're being real.
Let's go to Doobie.
Dang, me and Gibbs agree. That's probably
yeah, I think, I don't know. I find this very strange, to be honest with you. I think this feels like sanitizing, and it feels like you're kind of whitewashing and building a mythology around this person that, oh, it's such a great public servant. And I can agree with Scott that we have to accept, some level of violence in politics, right? When I vote for higher taxes, right, I'm accepting that if somebody doesn't pay those taxes, they might end up in a cage or dead, right? I accept this, right? Mm-hmm. So we all do this, right? This is just how the world works, right? So, but there's a point beyond that. Obviously, advocating for supporting what I believe is a genocidal ethno-state while it's committing a genocide, while its politicians are going on in fucking public giving speeches in support of this genocide.
There's no space between those things. Those are practically synonymous.
Yeah, and while they are, we have people within this country who are funding terrorists in the West Bank, who are stealing land, attacking people, murdering people, with not only the support of that people in our country, but the support of the Israeli government, right? They're doing this into Palestinians in the West Bank. I think that's a level beyond, just accepting that taxation and, the requirement to pay your taxes exists. I think that's like supporting intentional fucking evil. I consider this to be evil, right? The clear picture of evil in the modern day is what's happening there. Right, so if this guy, for whatever reasons, right, whatever philosophical reason, maybe he thinks it's in the end of the day it's going to be better for the United States if Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants there. Maybe he's just getting a lot of money, right, and it's better for him and his family, right, if he supports them. Whatever the fuck his reasons are, right, he's supporting evil. So I get to say, hey, if I hope you fucking die. I hope your cancer hurts. I hope it drags on for a very long time and every moment's painful. Right, fuck you. Right, I think it's fine.
Oh, okay. Can I respond?
No, go for it.
I'll try to be quick, but
you're only
I
trying
agree.
to be quick.
Hold on. I'll be quick. I will be quick. I agree with you that there's a substantive difference between supporting a war or supporting a genocide somewhere and taxation. The problem is that the difference is a vibe difference. It's a difference of feelings. It's a difference of, you don't have a grounded philosophical argument here other than it crosses some threshold that makes me feel real bad. Only the libertarian has the thing that says these are both aggression, and I can say the other is a worse form of aggression, but I because of property damage, or because of, you know, the amount of damages, or the amount of, but when you just talk about these vague notions of human suffering, they come down to subjective assessments. And this is exactly why people can view one side of the political camp as evil and their side as justified, because their level of aggression, they believe, amounts to a better world, and vice versa.
You could find anything. Any political side could find something. Of course.
No, yeah.
Hold on.
This is. Oh, sorry. You go, Doobie.
You don't think pro-lifers could find a reason to like hate all of you?
Of course.
400,000 dead babies.
But calling
is
this
way worse
calling
than
this
Gaza is.
way worse.
Calling
than
this
Gaza.
hold on, calling this like a vibes thing. I mean, I guess people have feelings. When I see a news story about somebody being like tortured to death in Israel or anywhere, yeah, I don't like that. And when I find out that my tax money is going to fund that torture, or going to fund a bomb that just set a bunch of children on fire, yeah, I don't like this. It makes me feel bad. So I'm going to say, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be supporting the person who's letting that happen. Yeah, that's vibes, I guess. Like, not wanting people to be impaled on a fucking spike is a vibe, I guess. It's a feeling that I have. But
yeah,
you know, like
sorry,
but like I think there's like there's an intent and there's like a function, right? So like, what is the intent of taxation? Right? What is the intent of sending that bomb over to have those children set on fire? I mean, I think we're still like very far away from each other. And I can understand from the libertarian's perspective, it's all aggression, it's all whatever. But I think from my perspective, and I think from the vast majority of people's perspectives, you're like worlds apart here.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna use my privilege to do the last word on this and then move on. So to get to the topic at hand before we lose too much time. Yeah, vibes, sure, but like that's okay because that's how most human beings operate. Yes, it would be great if everyone had a grounded philosophical understanding for why they feel the way they feel, right? Or to make, to find an exact line of the sand where one amount of aggression is too much, another amount is just under, right? Yeah, that would be better. But like, I don't know, that's not how society works. We can, if you want, like, put more funding into philosophy training so more people can reach that level of enlightenment. But like, whatever, right? Like, whether I agree with Gibbs or not, right? His assessment that like, yeah, bombing Netanyahu is one thing, right? And his family is one thing. And then nuking Pakistan/Afghanistan to kill Osama bin Laden is another thing, right? Yeah. Yes, it's vibes, right? That's what he described as vibes, right? But we can understand on a very human level that there is a scale here that's involved. And yes, it's vague and it's messy because we don't know where that line is, and then it invites contradictions within our conversations. But okay, we can manage that. We manage to do that all the time. Like, that's just how that is. So it's okay.
We live in a society that's also
that,
like a vibes thing. I disagree with policy on vibes.
I would love policy to be strictly on facts and hard numbers and data. I wish that was the case. That's not the society that we live in, unfortunately. But we can society that could push for it. It's something we can definitely push for. I think it would be better if we push for it. To your point, Scott. But like, that's not the way it is. And then living in this real world, we can still manage. I
don't want to distract, but you're not. Both aren't really addressing it, but it would derail.
Okay, so that's fine. Biden, horrible individual. We can so to be clear, everyone can decide for themselves like where they land on this. Like, I can't impose that everyone should feel the way I feel about this. Clearly not, right? But I think it's silly when but as I can't impose and I can't decide for you, right? I just want the same courtesy on the other end, right? Because we see people trying to shame others for saying, yeah, fuck Biden, fuck him and his cancer, right? Hope it's painful if someone says that. Yeah, that's actually a valid response. Just like saying, hey, I've best wishes to the family, right? That's also a valid response if that's what they want to do. But like, I won't be shamed. To be clear, I won't be shamed for recognizing the harm that this man has done, the direct harm that this man has done in the world, right? He's an awful human being, and for the rest of my life, the rest of my fucking life, right? I would drag his name through the mud. I would drag, if I have a chance to shit on his grave, to actually drop my pants and shit on his grave, I'll do that. I'll do that. Because
I have a real compromise. Here we go. If you are a family member, if you are a family member of a famous person, just get off of the fucking internet when they die or they get sick for a couple days.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah,
True.
I agree with that.
No matter what, it's not going to be good for you, no matter where you are.
On him. And I would also shit on Trump's in case I was with Biden. I would absolutely.
Well, yeah. See that. Why is that? Why? I don't just want to change the topic.
My focus being on Biden because Biden was the one who had the cancer. Fuck Biden. And
not even that. Biden was like the Democrat that technically is supposed to be your side. So if your side affected you more and hurt you more, you expect the other side to be like repugnant and not like hold to your values. Yeah, so obviously you would hate the person that affected your side from the inside more.
And to be clear, Lactoid said that like, when it comes to the other person's side, to the other side, well, we don't accept this. Yeah, to be clear, Biden was ostensibly on the left, right? And I say fuck Biden. I say fuck Trump too. I say fuck them all.
What I'm saying
is that I'm gonna use my privilege because we got.
Well, you said that I said something that seems a little bit mischaracterized.
Yeah, no, whatever. No, I'm saying
this is a better conversation.
We do have to go on because we have like an hour long. This is what people came for, so I gotta actually.
All right. Well, just be clear. I reject that characterization. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Well, then bring it up after, right? And write it down. No, write it down. So if you have
I mean, people can come to their own conclusions. What I said.
No. I'm saying
I reject that.
I'm saying write it down, and then after or the topic, we can discuss it, whatever your objection is. But I just got to move on because now we only have an hour left. Hello all. This is a Reverie Roundtable. What do you do? My name's HME. All right. And we got a lot to discuss here. A lot to talk about. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that conversation, consider supporting the channel. We haven't got any support this month, so support the channel. On Twitch, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you got a resub, please use your resub. We do need your help. So if you want to support this channel, help us out. We don't have any support this month, but if you like what we're doing, right, come through, support the channel. We do need your help. All right, so we're gonna run through the topic. I'll run through our openings. We're gonna do it quickly. The topic is the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, LAHSA, 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 has come under fire for having poor accounting practices and apparently poor performance in completing its mandate to house the homeless. This comes as the California state government cannot account for billions in taxpayer dollars that was sent to address the homeless issue. Do you think these efforts to address the homeless problem are worth it? If the corruption allegations are true, does that invalidate the compassionate reasoning behind these policies? If the allegations are true, is this a reflection of failings of the left? And how would you suggest these towns and cities handle homelessness? Okay, so just quickly, if you haven't been following at all, California has put literally billions of dollars into addressing its massive homeless issue, and for very little result. Right? There's like certain stats on this, but like basically the amount of money like per homeless person that's actually been housed or actually have received services like wildly skewed, right? Like per millions, like for one individual. And it implies, right? Well, this will have to be proven in court or whatever, right? But it implies that there's some sketchy shit happening. That people may have been taking money off the top, right? That is simply the implication of what's and worse yet, California just cannot account for the money, right? The money has gone out the door and they don't know where it went, right? So, I mean, what is this, the Pentagon, right? It's the only place that's acceptable. We're trying to see, does this have wide implications? One on like, democratic policies, right? And the people who advocated for these things? Are these policies themselves, are they the thing that's flawed really? Or is it maybe the way they've been implemented, right? Because there's a large cluster of nonprofits that administers this money. It goes out from the government, but the government mostly doesn't actually do it themselves. They hire nonprofits, a whole constellation of nonprofits to actually do the work, right? And then the money just kind of disappeared. So maybe that's the problem. So let's just discuss that. Guys, keep it quick. Lactoid.
All right. So the whole thing's a scam to begin with, but like leaving that aside, to address something I think a problem that I think is really narrowly tailored to this being a government program in the first place. Because I mean, fraud does happen in private industry as well. But in the public, one of the differences here is that there is no end point in the same way there is for a private business. The reason why you have these massive pension funding obligation shortfalls in Illinois and these other states, where per household, every average household owes $26,000 to the state just for pensions that they're never gonna really never gonna get funded, is because when fraud and scams happen in the government, the solution is just raise more taxes. We can always just take more from the people, and you can bleed a large amount of people for a much longer period of time, as opposed to in the private system where if one company experiences fraud, they may go bankrupt. And the problem is now, the problem has a rational endpoint. So I think this is kind of a problem with the kind of general system. And here we see it on full display, where you see widespread fraud, and it's costing tremendous amounts of money. And it's not going to solve. Nothing's going to be solved here. They're just going to keep raising taxes on people to pay for it.
Scott.
Yeah. Since I'm Fabian Liberty, you can find me. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you find me. Yeah, this is just how government works. This isn't a unique scam or scandal. This is just how government works. Like when you see children of rich kids and they're like, I'm a philanthropist. Like this is what they're talking about, right? It's just funneling money to wealthy donors and NGOs. Like this is how several billionaires have made their billions, is just utilizing government funds through NGOs. And it's exactly as Lactoid described. The government is bad, taxation is bad, but the government isn't that bad at just doling out money, right? It's not that difficult. But when the government starts trying to do projects and infrastructure and starts hiring out corporate contracts, and then charity and like empathy and all these bleeding heart, high ideals get involved, it is a recipe for just rampant corruption and rampant waste. That's just how government operates. It's nothing special.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I would, I guess, essentially agree that it seems to be an example of bad government. Now, whether good government actually exists, I guess, is maybe a different question. But to what I extracted from the article and the videos, and also like in the prompt, it's like, at least as far as I can tell, just, a large sum of money has disappeared, and that an investigation is underway to determine what happened. But if that money was actually allocated in the end in a good way, and not inherently a bad thing. So I guess, I sort of reserving judgment to see what the outcome is. But I'd be mistaken about that. But that being said, if in fact, money was essentially, lost and unaccounted for, and it's just gone into the void, yes, that is bad, not good. And let's say that wouldn't surprise me coming out of California. At least from what I understand, overall, California is inefficient and has, sort of a regulation problem. And they can't even get, high-speed rail done. So solving homelessness, probably not in the cards right now. So, but all that being said, to wrap it up, I think the intentions are good. I'm in favor of policies that address homelessness, but probably California is probably doing it in a poor way, and I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel bad that my libertarian counterparts here didn't say do the thing and say, hey, all taxation's going to shit is theft and this is all corruption in the end. Because I mean, I actually kind of echo that sentiment on this. Anytime we spend welfare or homeless money, I don't see any fundamental difference between Joe, the child of whatever philanthropist person, steal the money, and the hobo getting it and wasting it on crack. Oh, the money just disappeared either way. It's total bullshit. So when we're gonna cry about it, yeah, whatever. However, I do think this is a prime example for like people that are in the camp of we should have some government being able to point and saying, hey, the Dems have gotten together and they've gotten in cahoots and we got corruption, and this is exactly the kind of shit that Doge is supposed to be cleaning out. We got over here looking like what we have with USAID, where they were just doing all the same sort of shit. That's the same kind of thing that's happening in California. California is basically the third world now at this point. It's terrible. It's a shithole. I'll say it right now. Every time I go to California, I almost get stabbed. Sometimes I have been stabbed. It's amazing. I live here in Texas, and I don't have that problem. And there's hobos outside my house. I bitch about literally days, every day. I say I'll talk about it. I've never been stabbed. You know why? Because they know what happens when you do that here. And it's just crazy that in this third world shithole, they can't figure out homelessness. And then Trump goes, hey, let's take some of this USAID money, or well, no, not USAID money. It was the money for some of the illegal migrant housing, and we're going to house some U.S. vets. And now they're screaming how bad that is and all this shit. At the same time, we have Prime giving us a panel today about how there's probable corruption within the own homelessness thing. And it's just, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of my tax dollars going to what's obviously a fleece. And we just need to gut the whole welfare system in general, I think, at this point. That's what I think.
Thank you so much, Chai.
We know that's because it doesn't benefit you in any way, Gibbs. We know that's why you think that, by the way.
That's true.
I give my change to the homeless people. I will take them into the store and I will let them build their own sub. I will spread kindness to them. I think caring about people, even though there is corruption in every field you look in, is still good. It's nice to put that out in the world. But I also do think that California has made itself in a way where it is its own little system, where it just takes advantage of this and implements its own hidden objectives behind some of the legalities of the way that they work, where they're like controlling the number of homeless people, but also not really helping them. Like they're in these certain stipulations when it comes to, oh, well, you can't kick people out if you don't have anywhere to house them, but you're not utilizing these empty housing. And you're like, oh, well, building new ones would be expensive. Utilize the empty ones then, so you could get them off the street and help them. I think helping homeless people is good, but I definitely think they're taking advantage.
Let's go to our friend Doobie. I know he has very strong opinions about this.
I think they should be executed, actually, after a trial. But I think that if there's anybody who's using this program to benefit themselves, their donors, whatever the
I
fuck.
thought you meant the homeless. Sorry.
I 100%. No,
That's what I thought.
Yeah, me too. I was like, are you pro-homeless?
Okay,
genocide? Like, genocide for homeless?
Any of these like corrupt fucking
Doobie or Hitler, let's
politicians
do it.
lobbyists, like they 100% should be like given the death penalty. Like it's fucking disgusting, right? And these programs like Scott's right, unfortunately. Right, in California especially, I'm sure it's similar in other states, but throughout my life, every time we have one of these fucking programs, right, they get everybody behind it, holding hands. We're gonna end homelessness in California. We're gonna give the kids iPads and fucking music courses and shit like this. Every single time, right? There's no bid contracts for politically connected lobbyists through their fucking construction companies or their nonprofits, quote unquote. And we find out these people are making $400,000-$500,000 a year, and all the money is getting eaten up in the administration. And then at the end of the day, nothing fucking happens. It just fucking goes nowhere. And then 4 years later, another big thing. Oh God, the homeless problem. We gotta get more tax money for these fucking kids, for these fucking homeless people. It just cycles over and over and over again. It's never ending, right? So I looked into this. I was aware of this before, but I looked into it again. Right, leading up to this to make myself angry. Some of these fucking people, it was like in some cases like $800,000 per homeless person, right? That to like house them, $800,000. Like they should have just fucking given the guy a check for $200,000. It would have been fine, okay? Like it would have maybe overdosed in a week, but that's better than $800,000 going to fucking nothing.
Amen.
Like they had these fucking units, and they had these fucking units in near downtown LA, right? Very nice units. Very fancy. It was like a brand new building that they built, right? Just like fucking high end as fuck. 15 people lived in there. The fucking building cost millions of dollars to make. I think it was like $20 million or something like this. 15 people. It's fucking crazy. There's no excuse for that. I think obviously this money's being eaten up by lobbyists and donors and all these politically connected people, and they 100% should be given the death penalty. I hope they're destroyed. I hope they're ruined forever. I hope all their families are ruined. I hope everybody who benefited from this is ruined, because the homeless situation in California is really fucking bad. Like really, really bad. Like, I mean, I've told you guys that my wife and I, before her pregnancy progressed, we'd go to Skid Row, right, and we'd pass out food, water bottles, clothing, blankets, things like this, and it's like, I don't even know how to describe it in a way that's like makes sense, right? It's like it feels like you're walking into like a medieval village where it's just like muck and trash and just fucking, it's awful, right? It's really, really bad. So if people understanding that this is the situation and they chose to use this money to enrich themselves anyway, then yeah, I can't. I hope they die. Okay.
Got it. So looking at this policy in particular, yeah, it seems that there was corruption and people taking money, but I don't believe that that's legitimately necessarily the main problem. Homelessness in particular in the United States, California especially, but across the United States, has been one of the issues that people get attached to their method more than the actual outcomes and what practically works. And it seems, unfortunately, left, right, center, however you want to draw it up, we don't have, at least as far as like major positions, there doesn't seem to be a great solution for homelessness. If you ask someone generally on the left, and this was a position I even believed at a point in time until you do a little bit of research, that it's like, oh, there's just rich people who are holding all the houses, and if they're just sitting on empty houses that the homeless people could live in. If you actually look at the vacancy rates in these communities, it's extremely low. These are some of the most sought after rents in the country, or on the planet actually. They're really, really aggressive. If there's a vacancy open today, it's probably gone tomorrow. That's like there isn't enough housing out there. But the other thing that doesn't seem to work, I actually was recently watching a debate between Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein talking about abundance and the issues of dealing with housing. Like there is truth to, maybe like Toy was saying it, or no, Doobie was saying it, that the cost per unit is just unfeasible because people are expecting like there's negative externalities with building cheaper housing, but like, quality of health and things like that people want to factor in and care about homeless people. But what people don't understand is that it's going to be like monumentally better than being homeless. And then there's the perspective of like, we actually tried to do even the center left option on homelessness of just building houses for homeless people. In the past, under LBJ and the public housing project, it pretty much placed specifically the Black community, but all poor people into the quote unquote projects, and it created a community for impoverished people, and it didn't seem to actually help our situations in a lot of cases. It just seemed to insulate, create a community of poverty. Like it just put all the poor people together, and but it didn't actually improve people's situations. So the unfortunate reality is we just have to keep doing research into what the data shows, and you're probably going to need pretty aggressive policy. There's I'm almost done because I know we got to be quick. There's in California in particular, the vast majority of homeless people probably will never be in a position, just because of the cost of rents, to ever like climb out of homelessness to a position where they can afford $3,000, $3,500, $4,000 a month rent. Like probably 85% of them, they just can't. So they probably need to be moved to other more cost-effective places. And then there's probably, of that, another 40% that, regardless of financial situation, aren't mentally able to be taken care of by themselves. They probably need to be some form of institutionalized, and that's a really uncomfortable conversation to have too. But I don't know. I can't solve homelessness. I wish I could.
Ali.
Yeah, everything Doobie said. I think these politicians can claim, or these like corporations or companies or NGOs or whatever, they can claim they care all they want, but at the end of the day, it's just it costs too much. It takes too much work. There isn't enough resource, whatever it may be. I mean, to me, it's really fucking simple. We have abandoned housing and apartment buildings all over this country. You fix them up a little bit. You make them cheap. You make cheap rent. You stop automating so many jobs. You pay people a little bit more of a living wage, and there we go. We solve that solves homelessness. Maybe some mental health, right? Tackle some mental health, some drug issues, but yeah, I feel like it's simple, which probably means it's not. And but I just don't think people actually care. I'm kind of getting more and more to like an anarcho-capitalist standpoint. I'm like, fuck all these people, because it's like it doesn't seem like anything's benefiting. It just doesn't seem like we're putting our trust. I don't trust any charities. I don't trust any NGOs. I don't trust like that the government necessarily cares for like any interests outside of like whoever's funding their pockets the most, like lining their pockets. I don't know. I've lost trust in these institutions. It's at this point like it feels like the country is forcing you to fend for yourself, right? And so it's just like I don't know why I would. Yeah, it seems like they want you to fend for yourself because they want everyone they funded for themselves and they don't care. So it's like it's tough. It's tough.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, but LBJ, and I guess we're open now. LBJ tried to do the just build more housing route. Like
it's not just build more housing. We have rent shouldn't be. I'm sorry, like in a regular suburb in like it shouldn't be $1,700 to $2,000 to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. It rents just we have the housing. It's just too expensive. We have the jobs, but they just don't pay enough. And it's just like we look around and we like wonder why people are on drugs in the streets. Is because they can't afford fucking much else.
But it's the markets. Like my rent's not $1,700. My rent is actually $725. But I also live in the state of Alabama. And that's I was about to say, and everybody can't live in LA, New York.
Yeah, but how many people can move to Alabama and get a job and maintain $750 rent, right? Like how much jobs do you guys have in your area?
These homeless people don't have jobs to begin with.
That's what
Wait.
They don't have jobs. That's why they're living in California. That's why they're living in warm states, so they don't deal with the fucking environment, on and so forth.
If you have a population influx to a state, the jobs will come. Jobs will follow.
So first, I want to try. If you want to say something, I'll give you the space, and we'll go to Scott and then Doobie.
Like, as a normal person, if you can understand how hard it is to pay rent, how do you think it is for them in California of all places? It must be horrible. And I can't afford to just pick up, because I've looked at the demographic of where I can really get a place that's worth good money with my specific person, and it's in the middle of the country. I can't afford to just pick up and move. I don't have anybody out there. I don't have any family.
So who wants to live in the middle of the country?
Like,
middle America's rough, man.
I don't have any connections out there. How would I just pick up and move to begin with as a normal person that isn't homeless?
I hear people do this all the time though. How many? Hold on, I know women all the time. I specifically who will just move across the country to like live with a random dude. I'm sorry if they can do that. Hold on. These guys don't have jobs half the time. They're just doing it on a whim. And I see this all the time. And if those people can do it all the time, like regularly, like at least once a week. Like it's crazy. It's crazy that like this demographic of people that exist can do this.
Are you saying give homeless people makeovers and give them Discord accounts?
Somehow these people with no resources can do it.
A good Tinder account.
Can we just start looking for attractive homeless people and make a dating website?
This is the most ridiculous thing ever. Y'all are acting like a person of legal age and that's sane can't spend the minimum of just like, go on their phone and start looking for jobs somewhere.
You can. It is doable.
What phone? They're homeless. What phone?
Oh, yo, bro, stop.
homeless people have
Phones are
phones.
cheap. Most
Okay.
people have phones. You can jump on a Greyhound almost anywhere in the country for less than $100. Usually it's like $50. Like
That's still a lot of money. What if they need to eat?
Hold on, the average hobo.
What if they
look it
need
up,
their
Hold on, the
cocaine?
average homeless person with like makes over $50K a year if they're off begging. Nationwide is what I looked up. Between $40 and $50K on begging.
Let homeless people do drugs,
All that. A lot of them are
That's
spending their wages on drugs. Are
Just
you
a
telling
vast
me
disproportionate amount,
if
dude.
you're telling me they
let
can't
them.
earn over a course of 3 or 4 days enough to go get fucking a Greyhound ticket? Give me a break, bro. I've seen
Yes.
So
like, it's
Orange,
ridiculous.
okay,
They can do. They can't do this.
It's weird. So I was gonna jump in later, but I just gotta address this really quickly. Like, all right, physically moving, like Chai, right? I don't know what her bank account looks like, right? But I'm sure she has enough to physically move her body, right, from point A to point B.
Yes.
Right? Wherever that place was, right? Let's say it was Kansas. I don't know where she lives, but like, let's say it was Kansas, right? I'm sure she can actually manage to move her body from one spot to the other, right? That's different from planting yourself there, having a life, having a social infrastructure that allows you to live about spending on other things. That's, I don't know if, like, let's say Chai had children. I don't know if she does, but if she did, right? Like, well, if you no longer have your mother and your father around to help with you with daycare, all of a sudden your living expenses go way up, even though maybe your housing expenses went down, right? All these things factor into this, right? To say, hey, well, like, I know some like hobo women who abandoned everything to meet broke ass guys, right? That happens every week. That according to Gibbs, right? Every week, like hobo women do these things, right? Move across the country for some broke ass guy.
Hobos seem to
sure,
surround your
I'm
life,
sure they
man.
can physically do that, right?
should
But wouldn't that be a good
It's literally called
idea?
that.
An actual good idea, a feasible way to live your life, right? For Chai Bunny and like normal people, like you said previously, right? Maybe that's a different thing. Let's go to our friend.
Well, then you have to hope that North Dakota or wherever they're moving them to have the stability to even house them there too.
North Dakota isn't a good place to be
So-
homeless. It's too cold. But like further
So,
south, yeah.
Houses are cheap
there's-
as fuck, though.
When we were talking about homelessness, right? Because we've kind of gotten off of, I think everybody kind of agrees, I guess, at this point, that this is just how government and NGOs work with this bullshit. I thought I'd have.
Well,
my
I
pushback
don't
on that.
agree. I don't agree. I haven't gotten my chance to push
All
back.
right,
But go ahead.
all right, we'll get to that later. Then I'll follow the vibe, if you will, of the conversation. So we're really kind of talking about two things when we're talking about homelessness. So one is available housing and the cost of housing, and when we're specifically talking about homelessness, the absolute wrong answer is to give corporations and kids of millionaires and billionaires with, Harvard degrees that they use for philanthropy, millions of our tax dollars to solve this problem. As we see, it doesn't fucking work. The right answer is twofold. One is we need to abolish localized welfare. Even if you are pro welfare, right, and I can't win you on this bullshit welfare, at the very least, we need to nationalize those welfare programs as opposed to localizing them. Because what often happens with the homeless population is they will get to an area, they have all of these issues, they finally get into a shelter, and then they get the quote unquote help that they presumably need in. And what the problem is once they get that help and they become kind of like dependent upon that help to survive in that area, they can't leave that area for job opportunities. So even though, we talked about moving from point A to point B with your body isn't that big of a deal, it often means losing all of the programs that might have taken you 6 months of paperwork in order to get to go somewhere where a job is. And what we really want is we want someone living in one state that has nothing but the clothes on their back to be able to move to another state very quickly if there's a job opportunity in a cheap house, right? We don't want them stuck in an area like LA where there is no affordable housing and there isn't a job opportunity for them. They ought to be able to move across the state or even to another state if they get a job. But a lot of times these localized welfare programs keep them locked where they're at. The second is I think an obvious one that most people understand, which is, NIMBY laws, land use restrictions, things of that nature. When you have these laws of not in my backyard, for those that are uninitiated, I guess, right, where you can only build, high-rise apartment buildings, which is cheap housing in certain areas of the city, what does this do? Well, one, it artificially inflates the price of housing because there's plenty of places that we could build apartment buildings, but because rich people have decided they don't want that anywhere near their neighborhood, they made it illegal. But also it puts a massive constraint on public transit and a massive constraint on the ability of poor people to be able to work, right? Because if I have to, if you have a car, it's not really a big deal to commute 20 or 30 minutes in your car from your suburb to go, to where a job is. But if you can only afford rent in like downtown area, but you get a job that's a 20-minute car drive away, well, you have to, but you don't have a car. Well, you have to take a bus, and hopefully the bus is there, or you have to walk, or you have to ride your bicycle. It massively limits the ability of poor people to be able to actually work a job by not having apartment buildings in all of the suburbs, in all of the city, so that there is affordable housing somewhere nearby where their actual job is, where they don't necessarily need a car. And of course, this also puts a strain on services like congestion things. So that's one problem, which is getting housing down. That's not even talking about the way our Federal Reserve and quantitative easing and how the rich intentionally inflate property values because that's how their wealth is based, because they don't pay taxes on income. They actually pay like capital gains, all of the really evil shit, right? But that's the simple shit. The other portion that we have to talk about is what is the root cause of homelessness? Beyond the fact that some people will always be homeless, because some people, that's just a reality of like, you can give them everything, they're not going to take that opportunity. But if we look at the data, what do we see? Depending on the study you're looking at, 31 to 50% of all homeless people have been in the foster care system. 20 to 25% of homeless people have a severe mental illness, like bipolar disorder, paranoid schizophrenia, not like, I have depression. And then somewhere between 20 to 35% have substance abuse disorder. So when we were talking about the homeless population, we were talking about people who have been in the foster care system, many of whom have been molested, beaten, treated horribly. The day that they were treated as a paycheck, and the day they turned 18, they got kicked out with nothing on their back, and they've gone through a traumatic life. Or we were talking about substance abuse disorder, drug addiction, or we were talking about severe mental health issues. So if we're going to tackle homelessness, we have to talk about what is the breakdown of the family, why are so many kids in foster care, look at how horrible our foster care system is and how can we reform that, and what are we doing about the war on drugs, are we actually helping people in that regard, and what are we doing mental health wise? Because if you don't solve those problems, it doesn't matter how fucking cheap housing is, you're still going to have the streets littered with homeless people.
Quickly, Sir Bobbles, give a tier 1 remembership, I guess, on YouTube. He says the majority of homeless are employed. I was going to say that as well. You just don't care about them. I guess this is talking Lagwood. I recommend getting involved to hear from them directly, I guess. Or are you selfish? He didn't say who he was talking to, but Lagwood seems to be always a good bet.
Yeah. So homeless, a couple things. Homelessness is categorized various different ways. The general definition of homeless could actually, if we're talking about just general, broad spectrum, it could include people who live on their in their grandmother's house, or live couch surf or something along those lines. I wouldn't consider that to be homeless. Normally, the kind of actual street urchin kind of chronic homelessness that we're referring to when we think about homeless person, Skid Row, the example that Doobie brought up, this is a different kind of homeless person. This is the kind of homeless person that has been living on the street for an extended period of time, that doesn't actually live within residential housing really significantly, and has disproportionately has mental health issues, drug addiction issues, et cetera, et cetera. One thing, this group of people is dramatically underemployed, obviously. The very, very few jobs do these group of people have, which is generally what we think about with the problematic homeless people. And to push back on, maybe this is pushback, I don't even know if this is a pushback, but Scott, I mean, you might call this NIMBYism, but I don't want to live by these people, and I don't think I should have to. And if I can't do it through zoning laws, I'm going to do it through an HOA, because I'm sorry, as Doobie was talking about, going down into what essentially is a third world hellhole, digging through muck and garbage and destruction and crime. I mean, would you want to live around that? You have your kid around that?
Yeah, so
I don't think you would, right?
So I think there's a substantive difference between an HOA or a neighborhood or a wealthy gated community, right? Like not having an apartment building in the middle of their gated community versus wealthy, affluent people in LA making laws that end up applying to like large swaths of the entire county, right? Or an entire county. Like, I don't disagree with you that like I might want to spend the extra money to live in a very specific neighborhood or something.
The rich people
aren't
would.
around. Right. I why not? Like, I'm all for it. But like, I do think it's a problem when zoning laws are so layered and there's so many of them that effectively there's like one area of a giant city is the only area you can legally build an apartment building. And specifically when we're talking about places, especially like LA, where it can take millions of dollars just to get through the bureaucratic red tape that has nothing to do with you even building the building to begin with.
So that's why you repurpose.
Expand on that, and then I'll go to Doobie.
Like, why not just go back to repurposing office buildings and make each cubicle its own like room, and then you could have a common area for the kitchens and the bathrooms and everything else. That's a way to avoid that.
I mean, I don't know that it always avoids that. I mean, like,
you can still NIMBY them out, right? You can still say that, like, well, you know, when
zoning
they are
laws,
deciding.
Yeah, zoning laws have like fuck tons of little things that are like legally necessary. Like, you're actually supporting my position when I say getting rid of NIMBY laws, because one of the reasons you can't do that is because, you know, for it to be in a housing, it has to have a certain amount of plugs per this or a certain amount of this per that. And a lot of times when when an apartment building is built, it's built to an entirely different set of codes than an office building is. And I agree with you that you ought to be able to repurpose old office buildings, but those projects can take millions of dollars and require all kinds of inspections that they can still fail because of like bullshit tedium line item things that are part of like NIMBY laws as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say residential and public, residential and commercial housing. I mean, residential and commercial buildings are just dramatically different in build and scale. Like, I don't like even taking on the project of trying to convert one to the other. Like, it would it would just sound insane. Like, you probably
sometimes it's more
in most cases it would be more
build a new
expensive to just build another
Exactly.
building.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Doobie, and then I want to say some things afterwards. Doobie.
So Scott touched on almost everything I was going to say, because I think he's right, and Lactoid did too. I think some of these people need way more than a house, right? They need like long-term, maybe lifelong fucking support. Some of these people just, I don't think will ever be able to live a normal functioning life, right? Like as a functional person. So I think, and I've been thinking, this isn't like off the cuff, right? I've been thinking about this a lot. I think we need like re-education camps or something, like the Chinese were doing to the Uyghurs, the Uyghur Muslims, the Uyghur Muslims. Okay, like the Chinese were doing to them, you know, something like that, but like not without the organ harvesting and shit, obviously, but something like where they can go, you know, get healthy, you know, put very strictly monitored so they're not doing drugs and shit and murdering each other and making sure they're taking their fucking pills to keep their schizophrenia or whatever they're under control. And I think long term, I think this is like the only way really to handle these people. And I think there's plenty of land in the Midwest where you could do this. Right? You could
what politicians
set up some camps,
survive that?
Set up some camps, right? Build up some housing there.
Sheriff Arpaio.
Yeah. We're gonna like
I think that's like realistically like that. Okay, I know that camp sounds bad. Okay, I know that camp sounds bad, but I'm talking about like facilities, okay?
Oh,
these people were like facilities where they're re-educated, reintroduced to society over time. Because the reality is that these people do need something like this. Like a lot of these people do need something like this.
Would it be like mental health vibes?
Summer
or like
camp. Yeah, like mental health and addiction. We have something sort of like this. We have something sort of like this in California already. It's called Project Home Key. In California, we have they repurpose like motels and hotels, like old motels and hotels. And they'll buy them, and then they like renovate them and make them into like housing. And these it's called Project Home Key. Like these developments, they have like staff on hand, typically volunteers, right? Who provide like mental health, care, like therapists and drug addiction counselors that come by, And this is like a long-term thing, right? They provide like job training, and I think people need this. And I don't think you can really do this in California. I think it'd be way too expensive. I think there's way too many lactoids out there that'll fuck with them. I think you need to do it in the Midwest. There's plenty of open land. Just fucking build something out there.
All I can think of is a scanner darkly.
I think we should conscript them to go fight for Ukraine.
Why don't we just build one big
Just
city
sell
and
them to
take them
Ukraine.
all there?
Going. So
The
okay.
homeless people
Let
don't
me-
want to go there though. What if they don't consent to moving?
Oh,
Don't be homeless. Then. Don't be homeless anymore.
Yeah,
Then we
use
should
the power of the
abolish
state against
public
them.
property. Problem solved. Physical
Yeah.
removal.
Okay, so I want to say things. It was to multiple people. And I didn't even write down who said what. So you know who you are. Different types of homeless people. Lactowit said that, right? Yes, there are different types of homeless people, and I agree with you on that. But I disagree with you on that is the way that you are trying to disaggregate them. That we can understand these different people have different needs. That part's important, right? But we should be thinking about all the homeless. We understand that there's different solutions, but like when we think of the homeless, we think of this type of person. Well, if that's the case, well, then that means you're not actually looking at the entire problem, right? If you want to give them different names, maybe that would be helpful. But in any case, these people don't have their own housing. They are maybe reliant on others.
Also move. People
but,
move from one
neither does
state
a
to the
child.
other, right? Like
Exactly,
sometimes
yeah.
they're in grandma's couch, but like if we don't fix the problem on grandma's couch, they become that other group.
Exactly. So that's important, right? Because they are the street urchins, the way he said it, like he's like fucking Aladdin, right? Like street urchins, like talking about
Aladdin was a
the
villain.
kids from
I will
Aladdin.
stand by this. Fuck that piece of
Prime,
shit.
just
He's a
clarify,
liar
you just
and a
got
thief.
rated, as long as you know.
I got what? Sorry?
Sure.
Rated.
Rated by who? Thank you, Visora official. Hello, hi. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate you. I don't know who you are, but introduce yourself. Everyone go check out Visora official. I don't know who this person is, but I'm sure they're great. Thank you so much for the kind raid. We're talking about to the people who just came in. We're talking about the homeless industrial complex, right? Talking about how in California, a lot of money has been put to this problem. They literally can't keep track of it. Like billions have gone out the door, out of taxpayers' coffers, and they don't know where that money is went. And it is either barely helped the homeless problem, or some cases is like negatively helped that, and that like the homeless population has increased, right? Yeah, like negatively, like it's so bad, right? And so that's what we're discussing now, like
fucking
understanding the terms
quantum
of all
mechanics of homelessness. Negative health.
So,
is
like,
hilarious.
in this perfect world, would they take these factories that they want to do for U.S.-made things and then give those jobs to the homeless people and then just build all of that in the same area, right? Like, wouldn't that be ideal?
1 second. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're just coming in,
factories in the U.S.
we would love to have you. I got to write down that factory thing because I got to deal with that later on. But just guys, if you just came in, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. If this interests you, if this sounds like a fun, consider supporting the channel, or at least following the channel. Thank you so much for support. All right. But as I was saying, yes, there's different types of homeless people, but we need to have to look at this problem and like not ignore different sections of it, especially since, just like Irvin Scott implied, people can move between these different levels, right? You can start off as just like living in your car, right? Because you missed a paycheck, right? Or you got fired or something, right? An emergency happened in your life. You got evicted from your housing, and just right now you're in a car just until you get back on your feet, right? That's a fixable problem, but that can turn into a very difficult problem if you don't actually get the help that you need very quickly, right?
Or you don't have car insurance, and then you get caught.
I still wouldn't put
this.
Well, hold on. But Polo, you could make the exact argument. You could make the exact same argument for people with a house. You could lose your house and become homeless. That doesn't mean you're homeless now. Like if you live with your grandma.
Hold on, but you are homeless. Hold on, but we could say that you are homeless if you don't have a home, right? If you are reliant on others, you have tenuous housing.
Is a child who lives with their parents homeless?
As a child, no, their housing is tenuous.
They're reliant. They're reliant on their parents.
But their housing, I said tenuous housing, right? Tenuous housing could mean that, hey, I'm going to crash with you for a few days. And Lactoid's a good guy. He's like, yeah, sure, right? But Lactoid, being a libertarian, is like, you got to pull yourself by your own bootstraps, Prime. So now I got to get the fuck out of my house, right? In 5 days.
Grandma?
So maybe their grandma too. You don't know the situation with their grandma.
Yeah, if their grandma says like a couple days,
housing could include family housing. Of course it does. Of course it can. Right?
Maybe the government uses eminent domain to take your house from you.
You could lose your house in 5 days. You could lose.
Yes, one. Yeah, one. You're right. Everyone is a bad day away from something awful happening. Great, but when we're talking about this problem, we have people who have actually studied this, looked at this. Yes, we can identify people who are on the edge. There are some people who will suddenly be perfectly secure and then all of a sudden be completely insecure, right? Because of one bad day. That's something that can happen. But when we're looking at these problems, right, we can identify people on the border, right? Usually low-income individuals, usually those with maybe contract work, right? Things of that nature that aren't stable. And that they can lose their housing, or their alliance with others, and that relationship.
I'm not denying. I'm not denying that these people exist. This might be like a little bit semantics. I just don't think like they're homeless, and I don't think that when we're talking about homeless people, maybe we can figure out some other name, right? Because when I'm thinking about homeless people, I think there's a telling that Doobie brought up Skid Row, because that's what I think of when I think of homeless people.
I know that's
the person that comes up to you and panhandles you on the street, right? That's the kind of.
Can I bridge
because those are the problematic homeless people.
I know.
Those are the problematic homeless people. Those are the people I don't want to live with.
Problematic because they still have hope.
That's the issue. So there's no more like debate, right? Like I think there is a recognition that homelessness as an issue can go beyond the scope of those people on Skid Row, and that like we have to understand the underlying causes and like what leads to that. And at the same time, Lactoid, I agree with you that especially NGOs that are trying to get money will pump up numbers and will skew data and will like take things that aren't like, because they invoke a certain image, just the same way, you know, like when you talk to someone about like pro-choice debate, they'll like constantly bring up like rape and incest. And it's like, yeah, but that's like a small percentage of what we're actually talking about here. And I think you both have good points, but you're just like looking at it from different worries. And I think they're both valid worries here.
I move past it to all right. I think I was going to say, homeless people work. Depends on which category you're in. Like again, like our friend Lactoid said, is that different ones have different access to employment, and that also complicates the issue. They have access to some things, right? Most homeless people have, cell phones, right? You can get a cheap cell phone service and use that, or there could be some sort of welfare program that can put one of those in your pocket, but that doesn't necessarily imply that they're in a good spot, right? Just one way or the other. But okay, so I will say that the projects were a good starting point. A pushback against BAM originally, right? Projects were a good starting point. The idea, building housing, we should absolutely either build housing for individuals or put them in existing housing. What the problems with the projects was multiple things. But the two I'll focus on is one, they did concentrated poverty, and that like they didn't do mixed housing. They weren't. This government housing wasn't encouraging others of more resources to also move in there. We see this in other countries. Other countries have done exactly this. Public housing can be attractive and can be desirable, where you can have people who college degrees, right, who are just starting off and are looking for a good starter home, right, starter apartment, right, and they go to public housing. They fight for them. Because those spaces are so great, you can actually just do both. But in this country,
we probably shouldn't.
The second point, in this country, we specifically chose not to do that. The policies were undermined.
We tried it in Chicago,
right? The policies were undermined completely. Were undermined completely from the start, right? By people on the other side of the aisle, honestly, right? But also, they were denied. The people living in these projects. Denied access to good paying jobs. Lots of times they didn't have good public transportation to take them outside of this situation, so they're stuck in this situation, stuck surrounded by poverty, stuck surrounded by poor jobs prospects, stuck surrounded by bad schools, right? And so it just festered the issue rather than actually addressing the issue. But the idea itself of building that low income housing in itself is a bad thing.
We have to. You have to stop talking about ideas, and we have to deal with like how things play out. Like I said, because ideas
out perfect in other places. That's what I'm saying.
No, but other places aren't the United States of America. And
yeah, I know. And what I'm addressing, and I actually did address it, right? So I addressed. So I understand.
Doing it like them would have been just as bad or worse. I'm saying that you can't say this worked in this other country this way, so it would have had success. I'm saying the United States has a unique issue with homelessness. Like you like people have tried your idea of like, oh, we just need to make the public housing nicer, and then like rich people will move there. Actually, it's way too we like it's too expensive to make nice public housing. Like we're spending too much per unit. It's not feasible for the number of homeless people.
I don't agree that's necessarily. I think no. So I don't think so. One, I don't. I also this is another
private
thing.
housing is far more affordable.
One is a separate thing. I think we should actually be willing to throw a lot of money, even if it's an unreasonable amount of money, at this issue. So let's give you that it is super expensive. I think that's okay, right? Even if that was the case. No,
return on investment.
Yeah, we can understand. No, I don't know. I'm not looking at it necessarily a return on investment. If we necessarily care about this issue, right? We can be inefficient if we want to. Now, I don't suggest that we do, right? I think there's plenty of ways we can save money, but I'm okay if we are being inefficient, but actually trying to address.
It's not addressing you're just trying to make you've decided that you like a square peg and you want to keep pushing it through the round hole and you're
I'm not.
No, push it harder.
I'm not. I'm looking at
this issue works.
No, of course I do. I've looked at this issue plenty of, right? So I actually do know a lot about this issue, right? I'm saying that it's a complicated issue. I'm saying that projects
did not work. They were failure.
Yes, they were an abject failure. Absolutely, they were an abject failure for the things that I just said. Right?
No, that's
if we actually address those issues, of course, because that means you don't know fuck about all this. So I got to move past. Hold on, I got to move past this. I got plenty of other things. Well, I literally have other points here, and I got other people back in. We have a limited amount of time. But if you want to wait till afterwards, we can have a deeper conversation about how wrong you are. But in any case, so there's what else is going to say? What's important is that when we're dealing with housing, we should use it to provide services. What Doobie was talking about, I hadn't heard about this specific program, right? Well, not the re-education camps. No, no, thank you. But like when we put people in those housing, right? We have to use that opportunity if they are, especially the worst type of homeless, right? The most problematic type of homeless individuals. We have to use that opportunity to actually help these people. If we're not delivering mental health services, if we're not delivering job finding services, if we're not building, social service, all kinds of things, right? We aren't delivering them. So access to financial services. If we aren't delivering all those things, then we're failing them, right? Then we're just temporarily housing a problematic person who's probably going to freak the fuck out, destroy the property, and then leave, right? That is not actually helpful. For all these different levels of homelessness, and it's a spectrum, right? Because everything's a spectrum. You guys already know. There's a different level of solution, different level of intervention, right? And the more disastrous their situation is, the more intense that intervention is. As a society, we should absolutely be willing to put out that expense for our most vulnerable. Absolutely. That makes sense, right? Rather than billions that go off to foreign wars, I would rather billions go to addressing this issue with the understanding, though, of not necessarily lining people's pockets. If the money is actually going to the problem, right? If it's expensive just because we're lining people's pockets, then I agree with Scott, then that's a disastrous project. Last thing I'll say for now is that, of course, government can handle these issues. Of course it can, right? The problem is when we let in these other third-party actors, when we let in the private industry, right, specifically, or the or NGOs. These individuals, that all they have is their bottom line, right, or necessarily like enriching themselves. They don't have a reason to solve the issue. Within the government, we can give the government a mandate. We can check if they are fulfilling that mandate, and then we can have them execute that problem. If we cut out those NGOs, right, specifically talking about California, if we cut out that constellation of NGOs, we could have accountability as to where the money goes. We do that all the time within government, except for the Pentagon. We can have accountability for where that money goes, and we can use the data that gets back to us, the data that we decide on, that we collect, to decide what is actually the most effective interventions and continue those, and then discontinue the least effective ones. The government can absolutely solve this issue. It's just a matter of political will. Now I'm done.
Prom, what's an issue that you had a strong belief in, and then data showed you that, like, oh, contrary to the moral good I thought it was doing, the outcomes don't seem to be matching up, and you moved on? Because it seems
I don't know. There's definitely some. I mean, it's happening.
Let's say, are you in favor of rent control? Do you believe rent control can work as a policy?
I'm told no, but I haven't really looked into it. But I'm told no.
Okay, yeah, because that's something that, like, a lot of people advocate for, like, that they see one side of the issue, but then, like, contrary to what the outcomes show you, they become so, like, attached politically to buy into it that, like, the opposing, like, saying that it's not giving you the results that we actually seek seems to be, like, judging them as a person. Something that like one of the aspects of NIMBYism that a lot of people have an uncomfortable time talking about is gentrification. Gentrification, like, we talk about, like, people coming in are gentrifying neighborhoods, but in reality there's a form of NIMBYism. That's the people that are living there saying that they're upset that their property taxes are raising. They're upset that aspects of their neighborhood or community are changing from the way they grew up, because people feel like they have a right, because their parents live there, to all live there in perpetuity and live there with the exact same situation as they had. And we defend it. We push back against gentrification. But in reality, if we want to solve homelessness, we probably should want, like, we should want areas to we should want property taxes to increase in areas, and then that wealth to be and capital be redistributed to these communities. And then some people who, have had a house 3 generations, unfortunately hit a point where they can no longer necessarily afford to live there, and they should probably have to sell their house for a 200-300% profit and move on. But we push back.
Thank you for explaining why I'm pro gentrification.
So for I was going to say something else in terms of, and I'll say it very quickly in terms of NIMBYism. Our friend Scott talked about it within affluent terms, but I want to push back and closest to your point, Bam, and that it can be people of all, like, levels of income, as long as they have some sort of buy-in to the community, right, and access to the halls of power. Even just, like, going to city council and saying no to, like, a new zoning law or whatever the fuck, right?
Or another thing they'll do is they'll abuse what is considered a historical site, right? So they will abuse government power to, like, protect their community from gentrification or from some influx by using the state to stop the market, which would allow for cheaper housing and less homelessness, because they want their neighborhood to remain. So they'll get buildings, protected from property taxes and things like that by being a historical site. And then you have all these other factions of the government that are like, oh my God, we need to protect the community and the culture. And this is why we got into politics.
NIMBYism is a really tough issue to handle, especially when you're not talking about, like, just the affluent, right? If you're understanding that people have a certain character to their neighborhood that they want to maintain, well, you can say that's really that makes sense. But then what if it's a racial character to the neighborhood? Is that okay, right? Is it okay when white people want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood? Or is it okay when black people say they want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood, right? Like, these things all get tied up into it, and it's a very complicated situation. So I agree with you on that point, Bam. Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, I actually have been thinking since Doobie brought this up about the camps thing. I think that maybe we should go. I think Admiral Lib's about to make an appearance here. Yeah, and I think I figured out the solution. And we're gonna base it on Saudi Arabia. I think is what we're gonna do, because we're gonna just combine all the leftist ideas in one here. What we should do is we should buy Greenland, and then we should buy Greenland. We should move all the homeless to camps around the resources there, specifically the rare earth minerals, and then we can tell them we're going to give them free housing, and mental treatment and all the things they want, paid for by the newly nationalized rare earth mineral mines that are being paid for with the homeless working hours. I think that's what we should do. All the profits. Well, if it's not going to work. And if it's not gonna work,
in Gibbs's world, he'll give them the meth they need to feel sustained.
Why not? Yeah,
okay?
give them the
He'll
meth.
give them the meth and the housing.
Not like that.
No, hold on. I know a lot of
They're
meth
gonna
heads.
steal
If they
all the
work-
copper
Hold
from
on,
the mining
Blackfoot,
facility.
I hate to
okay?
break
And
it to
they're
you.
gonna sell it.
I hate to break it to you.
Not if you-
Blackfoot.
wait, why would they sell it? They already have the meth and the housing.
Hold on. Meth heads work a lot. I don't know if you've gone to the oil industry ever, but the reason why all them fuckers are out there working those hours is because they're methed out of their minds and they're making money, and they use meth so they can pass the drug test because it's out of your system for a piss test quick. If you think that's not true, that's absolutely happening on a wide scale.
I know.
Sir,
you're wrong.
I'll go to
as both the Bible and Lennon have said, work shall set you free.
Sir Bobbles, $20.
Yeah, let it do on that one, I guess.
Sir Bobbles, $20 super chat. They say, I can tell none of you have spent any time understanding the homeless. I got involved and reading multiple books about homelessness that work. Get involved. You are selfish. You don't care. Be active. Otherwise, ugh. Eugene.
Virtue signal king.
They know anybody about homelessness.
He might have got involved, but nobody's been more involved than me. I've been stabbed by a hobo. I don't want to hear I'm not involved with the goddamn hobo.
Gibbs has been the most involved.
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
I can one up you, Admiral Gibbs, which is I've been homeless. Like, fuck off.
And he stabbed Admiral Gibbs. Yeah,
Did you stab me? It was his fault. Guess what?
Circle.
Did you become unhomeless through work and perseverance?
Also, I would like to say two things. One, I've been homeless. Two, well, actually three things. Two, I do get involved, but I do direct action. And three, yes, I am selfish. Selfishness is a virtue. Altruism is part of the giant fucking problem we have here because you are this idea that we are supposed to sacrifice to the homeless and just help them because they're homeless is one of the biggest causes amongst all the other data points that I reference that we have homelessness, right? Like there is no value whatsoever in helping the homeless because they're homeless, because that is just subsidizing homelessness. That's what it is. Like when you help the homeless just because they're homeless, then all you're doing is paying the homeless to be homeless. You are incentivizing the very behavior you're presuming to stop. If you want to stop homelessness, what you have to do
you should
is you have to
disincentivize it, steal them, steal from them.
The way that you ethically actually solve homelessness in your community is that you solve things because there is a value to you. This is the problem with the government getting involved, is that it takes your paycheck and then just gives it to a random homeless person, when in actuality you should be involved in local charities and local things where the homeless can give you value in some way. In some way, that value can be just getting them off of your street shop, right? Like if there's homeless people in front of your business, then it behooves you to help solve the homeless towards those people that you know so that those people aren't there. But now it has become a personal and local issue. Every community is different, right? Like if we want to solve homelessness in Richmond City, or if we want to go to Appalachia, these are going to look like two totally different things, because homelessness in Richmond City is about population density. It's about housing. It's about, the cost of living. But if we go out into Appalachia, it's about pills, right? Like, and these are two totally different people with totally different strategies on how we can solve this. But when you demand that we just give up a portion of our paycheck so that we can throw money at the poor, it never solves the problem. The only way that it solves the problem is when you have an equal value of exchange, where I'm helping you because I want to help my community, or because I want to help my business, or because I want my neighborhood to be better for my children in some way. It becomes personal. You know these people. You can actually, like, this happens at an individual level. This idea that you solve, we've had a war on poverty since Lyndon B. Johnson, and we have been losing that war since then. And nobody in chat was alive when Lyndon B. Johnson was president, okay? And so, like, you can laugh at me all you want, but we've been failing.
I will, because it's ridiculous. Look, yes, we had a war on poverty. I don't know enough about like the beginnings of that and like the policies that were in place at the very start, so it's hard for me to comment on that in of itself, right? But I know that whatever policies were put in place were degraded years after the fact. That efforts there, one, there were efforts that were just ineffective, but that we didn't actually just like recalibrate, right? It's okay that our starting efforts were ineffective. We can recalibrate. We just didn't. Or even if they were effective, those were degraded. Those were defunded year after year. And yes, like local charities simply don't have the power. They don't have the resources to handle this big issue. I agree with you that homelessness looks different in different areas, right? I mean, it matches up with what I was saying previously, right? Homelessness is a big, complex issue, and that requires different solutions. Of course, that's the case. While those charities can help, actually having a sustained amount of money to tackle this issue, since there's more people being born, more people being put in unfortunate circumstances, right? To do that on a national scale, of course we need the government to be involved, right? That is the most effective tool that we have, but actually it takes political will. Simply putting government dollars behind the problem, simply putting government dollars behind the problem doesn't work, right? It has to be effective policies followed by effective accounting of those issues and effective action.
Like you're saying,
because other
countries
a
lot of nice
things,
but you haven't given me a single reason why the government would be better at it. And I have given you evidence why the government sucks at it, which is that they've been trying and failing for 7 years.
Because I think
I'm about to say Social Security was a government program, and I'm about to say it's one of the biggest things to save the elderly. Like
Social Security.
He might not like it, but
did not save the elderly in any way, shape, or form. That's just false.
Every point of data prior to the 1930s would disagree with you.
No, it's absolutely the exact opposite.
It's the exact opposite.
Data absolutely agrees with me that mutual aid societies and the lodge system.
I'm not talking about society. I'm talking about Social Security. I don't care about what happened in 1430.
Yeah, I know you want to I know when you want to interrupt once you're about to get cooked by real history, but it was wildly more successful. The reason that we do not have great data on the 1890s and the early 1900s is because most economic data didn't start getting collected until 1913 with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. But even still, when we look at what limited data we have available, mutual aid societies and fraternities were wildly more successful. 25% or more of all American men were a part of these, and they were so effective.
Like 6 people.
They were so effective at providing housing, at providing unemployment insurance, at providing health insurance to people that doctors associations like the APA and other corporations had to step in and lobby the government to regulate them out of existence and make them illegal and their argument was primarily that healthcare was too cheap and it was a threat to doctors' jobs because they were reducing the cost of healthcare throughout the entire country to too much of a degree. Social Security comes in after they had almost destroyed the entire system that we used in mutual aid and fraternal societies, regulated it to death. And when it came in, its great claim to fame is that it didn't reach numbers of parity in terms of poverty for the elderly until the 1990s. It took them 60 fucking years to get back to the Great Depression era levels of poverty rates amongst the elderly. It is wildly unsuccessful, and on top of that, it is the overwhelming Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is the overwhelming majority of our taxes, and it's the reason we're $37 trillion in debt, and it's the reason young people can't afford houses because of what the policies that we have done to inflate housing and inflation in that regard to make it like boomers have plenty of housing. They lived in a great market, but Gen Z and to some extent millennials can't afford housing because of so many policies that are included in our tax structure and directly associated with things like Social
are just
Security
living
government
on.
debt.
Hey, I just want to say I have a hard out. I have a hard out tonight. Y'all be good. Thank you so much.
Bye. Have a good one.
As always.
And if you need to leave, also Chai Bunny.
Oh, I did want to say with my pick me that you just my pick me. Anyway, what I wanted to say was we were talking about the long-term things that we could do where we were helping homeless people. I personally think that we should have a glamour mobile and we should have haircuts and showers and little checkups by a doctor. And maybe we give pamphlets that offer different local health services and mental care and things like that. That way, while we're trying to figure out the big fix, we at least have a little fix that can help them look more presentable and help them reintroduce to society while they're living in their tents.
Well, actually,
I think we should do the opposite. I think we should put brands on them so we know who the crazy people
Well,
are.
I mean, think about it. They have like these benches that have the bars on them. There's a lot of like structures that are anti-homeless. You can't kick them out if they don't have anywhere to live, and you don't have anywhere for them to live, so you can't kick them out. And it's really nice there. So what are you gonna do in the meantime while we find the real solution? Let's help them out. You know how hard it is to get therapy when you are depressed and you have a home? I have tried and I had the wrong therapist. It was a waste of my entire fucking day. It discouraged me from wanting to go. And I have a car. I have a cell phone that I could just call and drive and go to these places, and I still won't fucking do it. So think about if we also had these mental health aides there and we just went to the homeless people. And yeah, we wouldn't get everyone, but if we went to the hot spots, word would spread and maybe they'll start showing up on the Tuesdays and Thursdays that we offer these services.
So I would completely agree with you. Learn to cut hair, start a YouTube channel, make it profitable, make money, grow the economy doing that wonderful service. But when you ask for my money and when you ask for food off of
why would I ask for your money? You're going to be my first client. I'm gonna help reintroduce you to society. You still haven't gotten rid of the hobo cut. Anyway, I'm Chai Bunny. You can find me playing games on Twitch. Thanks for inviting me, and have a great night.
Have a good one, Chai. Thanks for being here.
Great night.
I don't disagree.
I'm not allowed to call her names.
Oh my, yeah, certainly not that one name. Fuck.
Simp.
But yeah, we we should provide these services to people. I would agree. Yeah, it's difficult when you're unhoused to take a shower, to look presentable, so that you can find a job, right? All reasons that we should house them, because it's easier to do all those things when you are housed, right? And it's easier to get them those services because homeless people are transient. They can't be relied on to be in the same spot, right, on the same corner every single goddamn day, especially when you have the cops, right, sent by Doobie, and probably Lactoid, especially Lactoid, to harass them, right, and kick them off the street and destroy their encampments, right? You can't actually continuously deliver those services in those areas. So it's best to house them somehow, right? There's a more effective housing, there's less effective housing to do that. But we can tackle this issue. It's homelessness, right? The majority of it, the vast majority of it, if we're looking at the wider panoply, is that the word? The wider spectrum of it is solvable. It's actually perfectly solvable. It's perfectly within our issues. There are going to be some individuals, like some calcified individuals who are very hard. They usually have extreme mental health issues, right? Sure, right? Those people will be the toughest and the last ones we ever are able to deal with, right? But the vast majority of the homeless issues, starting from people who just missed a paycheck or so, or maybe are just getting started in a new city, right? Those people are the easiest. And then working our way down to people who've been living out of their cars, their trailers for a few weeks, right? Or a few months. Yeah, we can actually deal. All these problems are more than we're more than capable of dealing with them. We more than have the resources to deal with these things. It just takes political will to do them.
You said it just takes political will. How do you solve it?
So I do have to head out. I wanted to say before I go, I had a friend who had a very similar mindset to you, Prime, and he thought of an idea where he was, look at the homeless people. The reason why
you got screwed. You didn't work out for your
yeah.
friend.
You remember the story, but that's because you got the memory. It's crazy, right? But other people here, they might not remember it. And so he had the same mentality as you did, Prime. And he thought, look, the homeless people, all they need is showers and Wi-Fi, and they'll be able to apply for jobs. And in fact, I'll help them get jobs, right? So how do I make money off this? Well, I'll buy an apartment. I'll buy the Wi-Fi and the water and electricity and all this stuff. And I'm going to help them get situated. And then I'm going to get them a job. And then I'm going to take a portion of their money every month or for every paycheck to basically make money and get paid back. This was his brilliant idea.
He's going to tax them
because hey, the reason, he's gonna basically like take a portion of their income because remember
he has a temp agency.
Yeah, look, because the problem is like they just couldn't get jobs because they had no place to get mail. They they couldn't shower. All the they didn't have clothes. Like this was the main issue. Well, what happened was they would rip out the copper out of the housing, disappear. All of a sudden, you couldn't find them anymore. Apparently, you can smoke meth out of light bulbs, and so light bulbs would go missing all throughout the apartment.
Do that.
And just completely destroyed, almost universally. He lost all his money, tremendous amount of money, just gone. And I don't know. I think these people have a lot of problems, and I think Bam said it best when he said, "I don't know how to solve the problem." And I agree with that. I think the problem is very complicated, and I don't think any of us really have the solution right now.
No, we do. We actually do.
I know you think you do.
No. Hold on. I talk about having a governmental response, right, where we put a mass amount of resources behind a problem and understand that it's complex and those solutions will look differently depending on the individual, right? But you respond as well. My buddy rented out an apartment and then tried to handle this thing himself, and it worked.
The same government.
That's exactly what I've been. That's exactly what I'm saying. Hey, actually.
The same government regarding the fraud that we were here to talk about.
His anecdotal evidence is actual evidence.
Come down.
You haven't given any evidence.
Scott, we can deal with you later. Lactoid's about to leave. Lactoid. Yes, but what did I say? The problem is those NGOs. The problem is that they're completely unaccountable. That and it wasn't in the video that I sent you guys. There's another video that I had watched on this, right? Talked about the diffuse accountability among these NGOs, where they're all given an individual mandate, and a lot of these things overlap, right? But then when things go wrong, none of them will take responsibility. They'll point people off, if a homeless person approaches NGO A, right? They'll say, well, we can help you with this, but this other thing you're looking for, you got to go to NGO B. For that, you go to NGO B. That's not part of our problem. You got to go to NGO C, right? This thing happened again. These, and that's because we outsourced the issue. Once again, if we actually dealt this within the government, if we understood that government can actually directly deal these issues, and if we understand that with the scale of the resources the government can provide, right, we can properly sort these individuals so we can see which ones would be due of housing, being put directly in housing. Some people maybe not, right, because it's complicated. Maybe they need to be institutionalized, right, like Doobie was saying previously, right? There's a whole list of these issues. But to say, hey, my buddy got random homeless people and without either proper training or proper understanding of the situation, right, tried to and maybe do something honorable, help them out, and it didn't work out, and so that's proof that obviously we don't have the answers. That's a ridiculous fucking statement.
Look, it's one data point. I thought it was an interesting example to bring up. It's an interesting example to bring up as somebody who was thinking along the same lines as you. I saw the business model. And this is on the backs of us talking about the government failing here, how Bam talked about the government failing with the projects. It just seems very consistently. I'll be honest. I think the only person that's proposed a solution that I think would actually work is Doobie, and I just don't like his proposal. I don't like the idea of deporting.
We weren't trading on camp
for another problem.
I don't like the idea of deporting the homeless to a camp. It's not my style.
Not deporting. What do you mean? We're just moving them to another place within the country.
Yeah, you're just forcibly moving them to a camp
for their own good. Yeah, I think many of these people are so mentally deteriorated that they just can't make decisions for themselves. So somebody needs to come in. The guiding hand of the Satan needs to come in and teach them how to live better.
Look, like I said, I think your proposal is the only one, honestly, that will work. I just think that there's a cost to that, and the means don't always justify the ends, or the ends don't always justify the means. And I think the means here are pretty horrific.
It's because you've been conditioned by never-ending Holocaust movies to think that all re-education camps, all camps that we put people in are bad, right? But sometimes it's okay to have a camp that you put people in to make them.
This is where it starts. Yeah, this is how every Holocaust movie starts. Just to keep they're in the ghettos. Where do they go now?
End with the Holocaust.
This is what happens. Yeah, you say that.
Doobie,
but I've heard your other takes, Doobie. I don't know.
Doobie,
you were criticizing Israel a whole lot beforehand.
Doobie, I unironically support your position so long as it's not state run and so long as we abolish public property. Like the real issue here is like I don't think your position is actually like, I think you're bringing a well-meaning intention even though it sounds fucking insane. And the reason is the government control here. If you were to abolish public property, thus making it illegal for homeless people to squat somewhere because it's not their property, there is no public property for them to squat on. You can say, look, we're going to forcibly remove you and throw you into the woods, or you can go to this place because they'll put you to work, and they have like all of these other services and they get donations because people feel better about the idea of like putting people there instead of putting them in the woods, because when we put them in the woods they just come back on the property and we have to increase policing and all this other shit. So it's actually profitable for us to send them off to some place where they build solar panels or something, right? Like whatever it is that they do out in the desert. Like I don't actually have a problem with that if it's a voluntary, but the issue is the same issue that we have with government tackling homelessness, which is that they're not actually incentivized to solve homelessness. They're just not. Anytime the government isn't incentivized to fix a problem that they are tasked with solving, what they are incentivized to do is to maintain a problem that they are tasked with solving. By and large, that is how government works. Is you justify your job. Like if I was going to pay you $200,000 to solve a problem, but I'm going to continuously pay you $200,000 so long as you're working to solve the problem, and like you don't have the skills to go get a job elsewhere for $200,000. Well, you might be a good person, but what's way more likely is that you're going to drag your feet solving the problem, or you might not even truly work to solve the problem because it's a guaranteed salary. It's a guaranteed job. And that's just like government does not have the same incentive structure that private, corporations or businesses or the market has. And worse, what happens when once you can justify to the voter sending these people away and now the streets are clean, what is the incentive to make these people's lives better other than like voting for a congressman that supposedly votes for a bill and the bill is vague because it's, handled by the executive, right? Like it's like 7 orders of like separation, 7 degrees of separation that the actual voter has to these presumed camps. And yeah, I think it's far more likely to turn into a hellscape that we throw money into that doesn't actually do anything and becomes incredibly inefficient. But if we just had businesses that offered a service that said, hey, you want to get rid of your homeless people? We'll give them job training. We'll help them out, and we'll make a profit off of it. And we're a charity organization. You'd be in a very different situation.
Yeah, I get that, but I feel like the private organizations don't really have the incentive to actually fix the problem either. Especially, many of these organizations are going to be built around this thing, right? And around this money that's available, whatever. So really, their incentive is to keep going as long as possible, right? Just like the
I
government
agree.
thing.
No, I agree. But the difference is because the business can fail, right? They at the very least have to, stay within a market mechanism of price. If they're really bad at what they're doing and people find out they're bad about it, then other businesses can compete. And then also when we were talking about voluntary association, if the homeless person is given the choice between going to said business or being thrown into the woods, eventually they'll just choose being thrown into the woods because it's better than going to that place. So in order for that place to have any profit, it has to compete in the market against other people that might enter, and it has to be a better choice than just being banished to the woods, which means their life is improved by it. Everybody's life is improved
right.
in that domain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, what part of that did you agree with? Doobie?
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
Yeah, Ali, be well.
What part did you agree with, Doobie?
All of it.
All of it. Okay.
All of it, yeah.
Then okay, yeah. So I disagree. Well, I want to
hold
go
on. Sorry, I'm just writing down a timestamp to Clip Farm. Doobie agreed with me.
Okay.
I agree with you all the time. Okay.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah. So like there are like plenty of government programs around the world that directly tackle this, right? There is Japan. Japan has a program, at least it's translated to law to promote the independence of homeless people, and basically it puts them in housing, but it gives them access to job and unemployment. And employment opportunities. And Japan has one of the lowest rates of homelessness in the world. And in terms of and this is especially true because they treat men and women differently in Japan here. Like women being homeless is looked as far more shameful for society in general than men. And so women are rapidly rapidly removed. If they are found to be unhoused, they rapidly get services in a way that men don't. But eventually, men can get those services. So there's that. There's Finland's Housing First programs, which have drastically lowered their rates of homelessness. Right, from roughly 1989, they had it at 16,000 individuals, and then by 2020, down to 4,000 individuals. Even though with population growth, down to 1,000 individuals because they just put them in housing. Now I know it's not quite that simple, and I know it's not quite that easy to transplant that into other places. Of course not. This is complex.
Well,
but this is the government response that.
So, like looking at Japan and Finland here, but I want to isolate Japan. I think this is where, if we want to talk about this seriously, we have to talk about the difference between how society, how the carrot and stick of social shame and certain aspects of a homogenous society differ from America, right? I would argue that the real reason that homelessness is tackled so much better in Japan is because their culture has a twofold carrot and stick that our culture simply lacks, right? We have this big multiculturalism thing. We have a culture that, feeds on the idea of like, I am a victim, of society, etc. Whereas in Japan, I mean, you have people committing suicide in Japan by working themselves to death because of like social pressures. You could even argue it's a little bit too much, right? But looking at the homelessness, I think what we have in Japan is, one, we have a culturally homogenous society for the most part. So there isn't a racial dynamic that is involved in, oppressor, or in, one demographic feeling like victimized in some way. When you are homeless, you are looked at as shameful. And the Japanese culture is one such that it is an internalized shame. It's not just outside shame. You are socialized into doing something about your situation because you do not want to be seen. You do not want to live in that shame. You want to do something about it. And so I don't really think it's fair to use Japan as an example in terms of how policies act, because I think the major difference is not necessarily the policies. The major difference is that their culture is radically different, whereas these people do not have a victimhood mentality. Instead, they have a shame-based mentality. So it's a deep internal locus of control as opposed to an external locus of control, where they believe that the reason they are homeless is because they have failed and they have to figure out a way from that failure. And on top of that, they are somewhat collectivist, right? Insofar that they do tackle to aid that. And so like there's just a lot of different cultural factors at play that I think are probably far more significant than the policies at play.
So the whole victimhood idea, and that being like the main issue, or sorry, you didn't say main issue,
right?
But a major contributing issue here. I don't know about that. I don't know if there's
let's throw
necessarily
out
data.
victimhood and just keep it to internal versus external locus of control, right? And there's plenty of data that shows when people have an internal locus of control, they go out and they act to make their situation better. And when they have an external locus of control where they believe that, they are a victim of circumstances to a certain degree, they're far less likely to act to make their life better. Though, of course, internal locus of control comes with things like increased rates of anxiety and it comes with other problems, right? But in terms of solving homelessness, I don't think you could argue that in that domain, Japan doesn't have a radically different disposition of an internal locus of control and the shame that's at play there.
I agree that culture has an effect on these, and I agree that culture. Well, you didn't say this part, but culture is related to policies and how handle these things. I agree that it's not a monoculture, the way people think it is, but
no country really is, but compared to something like the United States, it absolutely is.
I understand, but I'm not. There's not directed towards you. It's just I hate the way, because I've been on Twitch for so long, where people assume is like, well, Japan's a monoculture, right?
They have immigrants and things, but they're like 94% Japanese.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about other cultures like more native to the Japan archipelago. But
you mean like Okinawa differing from like Shinjuku and shit like that?
Yeah. There's different. Anyway, the point is there's different cultures there, and it's not as homogenous as people think, right? There are internal disputes there between these cultures, so just not everyone's on the same page there. Just putting it out there so people understand that.
It's a homeostatic property cluster, right? Like it's not a 1-to-1 perfect homogeneity, but we're talking about an HPC here.
For the purposes of our conversations, I'll grant you that it's more homogenous, certainly, than our society, right? And that affects how they handle things. Obviously, the U.S. has challenges that other countries don't, right? Because we're an immigrant society, even though we forget that all the time. We are an immigrant society, and that changes how we'll have to tackle this, unfortunately, because there's easy lines and divisions there. But that, first of all, that goes to my point. It goes to my point when I was talking about the projects and why they were problematic. Right? Why did we decide to defund the war on homelessness? Why didn't we double down? Right? Why didn't those pictures of all those people who are in dire situations inspire people, inspire change, right? In our society. The reason why is because they're different colors, right? And it's very easy within our society, and it's been a specific political tact, right, to demonize the other and say it's their problem and it's their fault, and to separate the role society plays in these situations, because there is a role, right? Whether you have whether in your mind you have an internal locus or an external locus, right? Obviously, society does have a certain amount of responsibility, right? How much that is debatable.
Yeah, it's a spectrum.
But so, but going to your point, to what you were saying off previously, right? Not having a homogenous society means it's just easier to otherize those individuals, and then take services away from that. That is then double down on when we have racially segregated housing. If not by law, but by de facto segregated housing, right? Because then it just makes it easier to deny these people those services. That's why I brought up, hey, the people in these areas didn't have access to transportation, and didn't have access to the great jobs. There were great jobs around that maybe they would have been qualified for, but they literally couldn't get to those jobs.
I don't disagree with any of the points you're making, but my problem is like the descriptive points you're making, right? My issue is, what is the evidence that like I agree that it is easier to otherize when projects and things like that are predominantly filled with black people, right? And that there is probably going to be some racial element at play, and that is a double-edged sword, right? Because I mean, it makes it easier for the black people there to have, you know, an external locus of control where they blame the white people, and it also makes it easier for the white people to ignore them because they're not part of their community, they're not part of their culture, and you know, and they feel like they're a drain on their ability to function and live, right? But any dollar that you spend, that the government spends, comes out of the economy, right? Like that's inarguable, right? And so it comes at a cost. You know, you know, I think Thomas Sowell in Basic Economics, when he was talking about, you know, something is a trade-off, you know, one of the things he talks about is getting all of the lead out of water, right? What we know is that any level of lead is toxic to humans in our drinking water. Like there is no non-poisonous or level of lead that has no deleterious effects, right? And we know that lead can lower IQ, especially when we're talking about pregnant women drinking water.
But getting it all out, you know, at some point, like the cost is so much that it's not worth
you could spend every single dollar in the economy to get lead out of the water, and you still wouldn't get all of the lead out of the water, but you would have the lowest level of lead content in water in the world, but you wouldn't have schools or roads or jobs or food.
And I understand this in terms of homelessness, so I get where you're going with this. Absolutely.
So it's so like, what is the evidence that we ought double down and that will solve this problem somehow? Which I think is an unsolvable problem to a certain degree, but will be worth it.
Well, hold on. First of all, like even then, you have to define what solve is, right? Solve
I mean, like, be worth it to you, yeah.
Oh yeah. But yes, but to be clear to everyone else, right? Solve to me is at 0. Right? They're always. I can't imagine a society like the society where like there is literally no one who is unhoused by any definition of that term. Right?
It's a communist utopia. It doesn't really fucking exist.
Sure, I'll give you that. Communist utopia. It doesn't exist. I don't. We're so far away from such a thing, right? That's not what I'm talking about. Solve, right? But like in terms of addressing this issue, massive. Of course we can. I think it would be worth it. To do so. So you're saying like at what level? Repeat your question.
Right. Well, so it's like you say we ought. Your claim is that we ought have doubled down on the ineffectiveness of projects because it, or at least double down in the resources devoted towards solving this problem, even if it isn't necessarily projects, because it is of your opinion that these. You know, the war on homelessness, etc., wasn't successful because of the otherizing of communities or because of, you know, other people valuing their own money versus, you know, fixing this, whatever it is. Like, why is it, like, what evidence do you have to suggest that doubling down and putting, quote, a massive amount of resources to solve this problem would like be beneficial to me or to anyone else?
To be clear, right? I said lots of things, right? But as well as saying double down, I said like there's, you know, at least 3 things need to happen, right? You need to, one, bring all these things in-house and not rely on outside parties that have other interests that they have to take care of, right?
So no NGOs, no private corporations or anything, just purely we're going to train government workers to build houses. We're going to train government engineers, government architects, government inspectors, government, you know, electricians. Like we're gonna nationalize a construction industry specifically for, or at least have a national construction industry for building homes for the homelessness. For homeless.
I don't necessarily mean that in terms. I mean more in terms of delivering direct services to the homeless. Now, I'm okay with like having a national jobs program where we like hire people and they work directly for like a Department of Housing. Like, yeah, we have a Department of Housing. Yeah, there's a Department of Housing and then building housing
and urban development.
Housing, urban development. Yeah, we have those. Yeah. So we could actually do that. We could actually have a portion of our taxpayer money used to give people jobs and then build the housing directly and not rely on the private sector to decide whether it's worth it for them or not to necessarily build in this place or that place. Right? We could actually just do that. That's an option. It's not what I was thinking of, but that's an option. Actually, something I have to consider in the future. But I didn't necessarily mean that much. I meant like in terms of actually interfacing with them and delivering the more primary services. Like in terms of housing, we can have that built by others, right? But we could. We could have that built out others, but like in terms of like providing healthcare, right? Ensuring people get access to healthcare, or ensuring people get access to whatever it is they need, that can be handled directly by the government, right? There's multiple levels of how this can happen, but I think the more we cut out NGOs of these other actors, the better, right? That we have more control and more accountability, right? So it's, again, just to be clear, it's not simply putting more money at the problem. If we put more money at the problem, right? Like let's say California did that right now. It just doubled the budget.
I'm following you through. So step one is eliminate NGOs and only do private contracts for building things that are directly bid by like, Army Corps of Engineers or, Department of Housing and Urban Development. Right, so that's
not necessarily. We could have some others do that. We have a private industry.
Those are just the two people. Those are the two people that do this right now. Is all I'm saying. Right. Okay. So get rid of the NGOs. If we're going to build housing, it's just going to be a direct bid by private corporations for government contracts. Get rid of the NGO charity, funnel of like just pumping money.
Complex. Yeah. The homelessness complex.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree that would be more effective, likely more effective, because you are getting rid of a middleman parasitic kind of process here. I don't know what that looks like in reality, because those people have those jobs because they have power and money and influence anyways. So where will they go? Who knows? You know what I mean? Like it might be a game of whack-a-mole, but presumably you get rid of that. But again, it brings us, so that's step one. We still haven't gotten to why would doubling down on funds and projects to solve homelessness be worth it to us. Like, I agree with you that would likely make it more efficient.
Okay, that's likely. I didn't think you say that. Okay, even that much, I never thought I could get out of you, but I appreciate that. I'm gonna hold on to that part.
No, I mean, I said, yeah.
I could. I'm not trying to like get on you. I promise you. There's not a gotcha or anything. I promise. So Bobble's $5 super chat says Japan is able to figure out how to help the homeless. The U.S. doesn't care. Being poor makes media point to make money. You enjoy blaming poor people. I'm not sure what you said. Being poor makes media point to make money. You enjoy blaming poor people. I'm not sure. That was a little awkward. If you could maybe restate that, Sir Bobbles. But in the end, the U.S. doesn't care.
I don't like. I think anybody that follows my content or even just watches you and me here, I obviously don't enjoy, blaming poor people. In fact, I'm more often than not blaming corporations and the rich utilizing the state. So
I'll handle. I'll address your point, Scott, but DB is probably going to abandon me here, and I want him to stay and hear more from him.
I'm a busy guy, okay? Sorry, I do have to go, unfortunately.
DB, thank you. I was happy to hear from you here. I know this is an issue you're passionate about. I wanted to hear more from you. That's why I was trying to move us off that topic. But I hope we can have you here next week, DB.
Yeah, I'll try to be here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Get rid of that kid, and you're free up so much more time.
Yeah, got to get rid of the kid, and then I can do it. Yeah.
Have a good one, friend.
Take care.
But Scott, so are you leaving too, Corey?
Yeah, fair enough. Have a good one, Corey. It was nice seeing you.
Take care. Nice seeing you as well.
Yeah. So I don't understand how best I can respond to your question, right? Like, how do I know if we put more resource, this will make it worth it for us? Like, so I guess the best I can say is that
we have a firm belief in that.
We get rid of those inefficiencies I was talking about.
I'm trying to find where that firm belief is. It seems, and I'm not trying to be an asshole here, right? I'm being genuine when I say this. It seems like you have faith in this, but I'm not seeing any evidence that, like, in practical reality, that you have brought that spending more money on this problem will lead towards a success. Like, I've offered solutions and and argumentation as to why those solutions would, reduce the the housing problem, nationalizing welfare as opposed to localized welfare programs. Even though I think, abolishing it would be more effective. But I have argumentation for both of those, right? Getting rid of NIMBY laws and things of that nature, which I think you agree with, right? These are things we can do. But you have a belief that seems absent, at least in this current conversation, of reasoning, which is that if we pump more, if we devote more government resources to this, it will be worth it for us. You just kind of like believe that, and I'm trying to get to that belief.
I don't kind of just believe that. Like, I mean, was it? I believe the state of Utah. I believe it's Utah. Also had a housing first issue, or a policy that they implemented, and they also managed to reduce it. I think this one was actually more aimed at vets. The one I'm thinking of, rather than the general homeless problem. But if I'm thinking of the right state, and I'm thinking of the right program, that this managed to actually tackle that problem, reduced the rates of homelessness among that population. Yeah, we can actually do these things. Like I'm actually giving you examples of these different countries, right? But like, it's weird that you're saying this. Like, hey, you don't really seem to have an argument here. But like, I'm literally giving you examples. I'm giving you examples of these things, right? I haven't asked you for your data to say that, hey, denationalizing our welfare program and localizing that would necessarily do the case. You're just saying to me, and I'm not trying to pick on you or anything. You're saying to me that would be better. Okay, sure, maybe there might be some evidence to that, right? But I can actually point to these other programs. I'm pointing to those programs saying those programs were helpful. This isn't simply a belief. Go ahead.
The problem is that it's like I can spend any amount of money and get an improvement on the thing I spent money on, but that doesn't prove in any way, shape, or form that it was quote unquote worth it, or that it helps solve the problem. Like if I take $1 trillion and tax everyone $1 trillion and say, we are going to clean up all of the lead pipes in, lead filled pipes in lower socioeconomic communities, in inner cities in America, which is something I'm passionate about, right? Because I think it's one of the reasons that we see, an IQ distribution problem with people that grow up in poverty is lead pipes. I think it's actually also one of the reasons that we see more violence in those communities is because, we saw violence drop precipitously when 18 years after when we de-leaded the gas. And so it's something I'm very passionate about. It's something that if I had to choose between $2.9 trillion war in Iraq and Afghanistan or $1 trillion getting rid of that in America, I'd choose the latter over the former any day, gun to my head. But,
same here.
But what I can't do is, let's say I do that, and we can watch crime drop, we can watch IQ increase in those areas, right? We can see economic outcomes where people are healthier and therefore they make more money, and we can see a growth in the economy that occurred in those areas, and then we can also just kind of do the moral grandstanding thing where say I was finally the person that cleaned up water in Flint, Michigan, because apparently nobody gives a fuck, right? So we could do all of that. But what I can't do is I can't tell you, was it worth it? Because I don't know what $1 trillion out of the U.S. economy did to the U.S. economy. I can only look at a timeline where I can measure the improvements in the thing that I targeted money towards. But I don't know what we lost by stealing $1 trillion out of the U.S. economy. That's my problem, is that I can make an argumentation about welfare and how it localizes people because that's a praxeological argument. I can make an argument about NIMBY laws because I can say there are downward, there are upward pressures on price, and that there are, I can show how it, places people. That's what I mean when I say I'm giving reasoning. I totally understand that you're giving me hey, this area had a program. The program worked because it was 20% before and it's 5% after. But that doesn't solve the question of was it worth it, because you can't compare the world of the what that money would have done that was used in that.
But we can't do that in almost any situation. We can at best have data, right? Comparable data as to what a corporation could have spent its money on It's money on, right? If you look at other similar corporations that who've taken that option B in the past, right? In that same time period, you can judge them against. You can judge Corporation A against Corporation B there, but even then, like if Corporation A had done that other option, right?
Yeah, it's epistemological, right?
That option in the same way.
Ludwig von Mises says, like, you can calculate the price of potatoes in Atlantis, but no matter what policy you used, you've only established a historical fact. You haven't sustained any reasoning as to why that was better in terms of the other. You'd need two realities in order to compare them. The only thing that I can do as an Austrian is look at it from a praxeological perspective and say this has an upward pressure or downward pressure on supply or demand or price. And those are the arguments I'm making because you can make that argument so long as you believe that humans have free will and so long as you believe in human action.
Sure. So I think the issue that we always run into, and I'm not sure if I'm going to describe it in the most flattering way. It maybe not. I don't mean to be aggressive here, right? Or inflammatory, I should say. It's just that I believe in an inherent human value, and from that, helping individuals. Again, maybe I'm not describing it in the best way, but but this belief in this inherent human value tells me, yes, it is worth it for a certain population, right, of a certain amount of money directed towards a certain size of a population, that it's worth it to provide them these services, right? So let's say if it's $1 trillion only to de-lead the pipes of 1,000 homes, right? That sounds pretty rough. That does sound pretty rough, right? But if you're saying it's 10 million homes, or a million, or 10 million, wherever it is, right? At some point, it does become worth it. Where exactly that line is, I don't know. It's hard to calculate human value in such exact terms. But there's logarithmic scale involved here, right? And we can say that maybe one is just different because of
it comes down to a philosophical problem of consequentialism, right? It's like, what is it that you value? What is the value of human life, right? Because what is the value of property? Because at the end of the day, I believe in the value of human life. You believe in the value of human life, right? But you believe that you don't necessarily believe that one life is more valuable than the other, but you do believe that some amount of property can be taken from a human being, and that by giving it to another person to give them more opportunities, like this is a good thing if those opportunities lead towards more human flourishment or whatever utilitarian kind of subjective kind of things you're attempting to measure or feel or vibe out or whatever. And I might agree. I might even agree. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe taking $1 billion from the economy and putting it into another area, will lead towards those more opportunities and more human flourishment. I don't know. The only thing I do know, right? Neither of us know. We can guess and hope. What I do know is that you are necessarily taking what it is those humans value the most and taking away from what those humans value the most and centrally planning it to what you think is a better value against their will. And that to me is, as a libertarian, is of course anathema, but I don't think I think we're at an impasse at that point.
Yeah, of course. I think we have to have a level of societal buy-in, which is another thing that I was going to say before, is that I think you were talking about a cultural difference between the places I named in the United States. Well, I think we can change that culture. I think our culture has shifted in many ways to more individualized, all for your own, you're all on your own. Everyone is a consumer rather than a citizen, right? I think we've seen a shift in that culture.
Oh no,
I think we can shift that culture.
Agree. I think the best way to shift that culture back is to get the state out of things. I think the state taking over welfare, the state taking over Social Security, the state taking over, so much policing and things is exactly why we have such an individualist
I
society.
think it's more of a response to neoliberalism, and a radical quote unquote a culture of self-reliance, when and refusal to understand the role of society, and because everyone of course has agency, right? But I refuse to understand the role of society, and how that affects people in individual lives. Not, again, that's not directed at you, but on the other hand, and this is related to what I just said, right? Is that I don't necessarily believe that all human life is of equal value.
Well, I think that life itself is of equal value. I think what people do with their life can have, different values to me, et cetera.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, then maybe we're closer on the same page. So I was going to say that, to simplify this topic, right? I'll say that of life, at least at the start, right, has an equal value, right? Once you're born, that has an equal value. That's still a bit more complicated, but in any case, right? For the most, that's a good general rule.
At birth, the potentiality is kind of unlimited, but then environmental.
I mean, like if there's
if
there's like a brain dead baby, right? That's just like it's just born brain dead, and it will never be anything but a vegetable. Then that life is like worth less.
You snuck in a proposition, which is knowing the future, which is knowing that the baby will never wake up, right?
Oh, okay. All right. Let's say it doesn't have a brain. It just has like a brainstem with a little bit of a neural brain matter stuck to the end of it, right? And we know it will never go to a no. It's not. It's not dead. It's has enough electrical energy to like pump the heart or something, whatever, right? But like nothing else. In that case, in that situation, I'd say that baby is just not as worth as much as a baby with a fully functional brain. But in general, yes, it's all equal at the start. Yeah. But as you get agency, as you make your decisions on the world, right? You have more or less value. Hey, man, if you go and start raping children, you have a lot less value to me. I'd sacrifice you.
I think equality is a myth, right? Like I think it's a silly myth, right? Like we're not equal. Some people are better than others, but what it is that humans value is nigh limitless, and so because of that, one man's trash is another man's treasure, so to speak, right? That's the beauty of capitalism as far as I see it. But my issue, I guess, is I don't think, like, when we look at this historically, I think neoliberalism is probably too new to be the root cause of the problem. But secondly, I would say that there are a multitude of factors for why cultures change, right? So I don't mean to do a univariate analysis, but I do genuinely believe that the more the state takes like self-reliance was never self-reliance, right? The Protestant work ethic, by Weber, was never really truly an individual process. It was a process of communities and families. And when we pull things away from the community and give it to the state, it becomes an amorphous blob where we are devoid of accountability and responsibility of our community, of our society, of our families, of our neighborhoods. And I think this is illustrated as well in Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, right? That and there are a lot of factors he gives, right? Like moving to the suburbs, working in the cities, shopping in different areas. Like he gives a lot of different things, telecommunications, interconnectedness with the internet, so that like, Dunbar's number kind of like goes away. There's a lot of factors, but I think one of the predominant factors is it creates hyper I don't want to say individualism, because it doesn't really meet the ideology of individualism, but like it breaks down interconnectiveness, and it breaks down cultural norms within a community that are reinforced through socialization and shame and praise. And I think that is really one of the biggest problems we have facing, is that the turn to government has a damaging cost towards our culture. Every time we give the government more authority to fix our problems is when we give up accountability and we stop being connected as a community, and instead we just go, I paid my taxes, I did my job.
So I think when we've had the conversation before, we've had lots of conversations before, but we've talked about this before. And I think agreed with you to a certain extent, in that like I want more community solutions. Like my difference between you and me is that like I don't think these things are necessarily opposed, right? I think these things, the community and the government, I think these things can work in tandem, right? We can just decide that like the form of assistance that our government will give, right, will be like channeled through like community structures, right, to empower them, right, to give them more resources to do the good things, right. Let's say the lodge system, like you were talking about before, right. Let's just pretend that it is the most effective way to deliver healthcare, right, to make sure we get access to healthcare, like the number one best way. Well, okay, but we can help like
probably not
deliver
in our modern medical society.
Yeah,
like I think a new
yeah,
libertarian system would probably be closer to insurance companies anyways, but not like we have. Well, we wouldn't have pharmacy care managers, and you wouldn't have. There's a lot of things you wouldn't have.
All right. Well,
you'd have a combination of the lodge system and a healthcare system, or a health insurance system.
Oh well, okay, all right. But let me just work with the lodge thing. So to make this easy on me, like if that was the case, we could design policies, right, that strengthen these communities, right, that still like rely on them to deliver the care, right, to have that level of accountability for dispersing funds, but to make sure that like, well, hey, lodges in Beverly Hills, right, like that the care that they get, right, can be great, but like we can assure an adequate level of care of lodges in the west side of Chicago, whatever those neighborhoods are called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that we could do something like that, right? Like these things don't necessarily have to be in contention. But you tend to feel otherwise, that like the government necessarily disempowers.
There's a cute little it might be a platitude, but I think it there's a lot to it if you unpack it. And the Road to Serfdom, Hayek is arguing against this very idea, where he is saying that like, well, the government, that we can centralize those systems if those systems are found to be effective, right? Because he writes when he's coming up with a local knowledge problem, but like eventually you spend money or resources to discover information, and then once that information is gained, we can centralize those systems with that information that we gained. And he says centralized systems destroy spontaneous order, right? And I think that really is kind of the crux of my argument, is that you cannot really it's difficult to spend money from the government. Like you might be able to say in the past this worked, so let's create something similar, or this isn't working, oh, this seems to work better, let's go with that. But there's a spontaneous order that occurs in a market with 350 million Americans that occurs when there is a market void. And when the government takes over a service, that market void isn't there, so there is no market incentive from the people to solve that problem. And so you may think that you've discovered the optimal solution, but you have only gone through a dozen instead of millions in order to do that. And then of course it takes agency from the people. But again, I think we're at an impasse and it's getting late. If you have a final closing rebuttal to that or whatever, I'd appreciate it, and then tell you peace.
Okay. I don't know. Again, I think like you said, we're at a bit of an impasse there. I don't think these things are mutually contradictory. But I think that you can, for instance, in health, you can have a public option. And private companies can compete against that public option. Where that public option could, go out into the marketplace, right, and say, hey, I'm going to
you'll be able to choose your doctor.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, actually do that. You can make it so you can choose your doctor. Yeah, absolutely. Not like Obamacare, because Obamacare, that was the neoliberal response to these things.
I'll give you that as an olive branch, like as a closing, right? Is that I do think very often there is a market solution and then there is a socialist solution. And obviously I'm in favor of the market solution over the socialist solution. And what ends up happening in Washington is neoliberals of, you know, the Republican or Democrat Party variety water down the socialist solution and almost make a worse solution than the three, like of the two available solutions.
Rather than
right?
just a
like
passion or yeah.
like I'm, you know, which of course, you know, like very often what we haven't said is like, oh, we have this socialist option. Now let's add layers of pork and let's add all of these special considerations to large corporations and donors. And let's add a bunch of regulations that like benefit the corporations. And then let's lower that socialist solution. And then I'm in this position where like, I hate socialism, but I would almost have rather have had the government just give out UBI or just have the government provide whatever this service is than this weird amalgamation that makes these billionaires richer and like fucks the market from actually being able to do anything. So I'll give you that. There is something to that for sure.
Yeah, and that's like what I, was bringing to the fore in terms of the homeless industrial complex, where we've created this situation, these web of incentives,
It's worse
like
of three
unaccountability. Choices. It's the worst of the three choices.
Yeah.
I would rather on the other end of this, right? Me being more of a socialist, I would rather more of a pure market solution where it'd be accountable for like their own
then
deliverables,
Katie Hill getting
right?
$400K and an NGO,
100%.
and then also
100%.
being on the board that determines where the money goes for those things.
100%. I would much rather your private solution than this mix that we get. So, well, I guess we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, there we go. It's always
thanks
nice.
so much, friend. Yeah, nice talking to you, friend.
Peace.
Okay. So, to the audience.
Too much concession? I mean, yeah. But, like, I want to get out of there without, like, turning it into a scream fight that's going to last another hour. I'm ready to, like, calm down and read my manhwa. You know what I mean? Like, I don't disagree with you. But there's always that fight to live another day thing. Also, Inthi meme and the baby argument. What the fuck is that? I'm writing it down. I've heard that before, but like I don't remember what that's in reference to. Dude, my notebook looks so crazy. Oh, yeah. Hidden premises in an argument. You're right. I remember that now. But you were like, yeah, okay. All right. Drail, appreciate the support. Everybody else, I appreciate your support. Like, follow, subscribe, click that notification bell. But if you really want to get the notifications, click the Discord link in the description or on the channel. Follow me on Twitter to see all my craziness. And lastly, I have figured out, I have found a way to quickly make and edit shorts. So I'm going to be pumping shorts into the Discord Stream Clips channel. I've already made 3, just kind of experimenting with the program that I'm using. So please, if you found something funny or interesting, or you think it's a clippable moment, click that little scissor button. You might have to click the 3 dots to do it and trim it out and try and make it under 60 seconds. And, I can edit it too if it's a little longer. I have other ways of doing that. But throw it into the stream clips portion of the Discord. And that's a way that you can really, really help me without having to spend any money, right? Like if you want to support the channel, but you don't want to spend money, I totally understand that. A great way to do that is to find cool clips that I can quickly and easily turn into YouTube shorts. And then that will allow me to, very quickly put out content that goes to a different type of audience, grows the channel, gets more views, gets more likes, gets more subscribers, etc. And you don't have to give me any money. I appreciate you guys, and I should be back tomorrow, probably around, I guess, 7 p.m. probably, for the debate against Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee on welfare. Should welfare exist in the United States? So, and apparently if I win this, then I'm 3-0. I don't remember. And then I can go to like some championship thing that Gibbs has going on. So that'll be fun. You guys have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow.